Live coverage of the national 12-bell striking contest final from York Minster starts here at 10:15 a.m. BST. Live coverage of the National 12-Bell Final 2026 starts here at 10:15 a.m. BST. Live coverage of the national 12-bell striking contest final from York Minster starts here at 10:15 a.m. BST. Now, live from York Minster,
the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final
2026
with Matthew Tosh.
Well, a very good morning from York and from the magnificent nave of York Minster. You join me inside one of the great cathedral spaces of Europe. I'm walking through a building that draws the eye upwards, outwards and forwards. Stone, glass, height, sound and history in every direction. And this morning into this vast space, you can probably see them around me. Ringers from across the country are gathering for one of the biggest days in the ringing calendar, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final for the Taylor Trophy. This is a building that knows how to hold a big occasion. The nave stretches in front and behind of us here, and The central tower rises above the central crossing, and high above the west end, behind me, are the bells that will define today's contest. And these are not gentle bells. The York Minster bells are one of their great heavy rings of 12, a mighty Taylor ring with a tenor of 5,900 weight in B flat. That is over 3 tons of bell. So today's teams are not only taking on each other, they are taking on the physical weight of the bells and the challenge of keeping everything absolutely disciplined under pressure. And today's test piece is 252 changes of Stedman sinks. Well, Stedman is a familiar name, of course, to ringers, but this is still a demanding test. It asks for rhythm, confidence, control, and very good listening. Now, on bells of this weight, in a building of this size, any uncertainty can travel a long way. And I don't know about you, that just makes it even more exciting. Every band will have practiced this piece again and again, but in a contest like this, with the judges listening, the cameras running and the clock ticking, the atmosphere changes. And that is why today is so exciting. And just to put that into context, you've not only got the judges listening, you've got the critical ear of your fellow bell ringers. If you've rung in a striking contest, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, this year's final also brings the contest back to York, the first time since 1999. That year, the home band won on home ground. And so there is a bit of history in the air today. And there is a Yorkshire edge to the contest as well, with Leeds competing alongside the home band. And now the wider story continues, because last year marked 50 years since the very first 12-bell contest. And if you heard our broadcast, you'll know we featured lots of people from that very first contest. But this year is the 50th year of the Taylor Trophy itself. The first contest in 75 used a different trophy, but from 1976 onwards, John Taylor & Co. have been associated with the trophy, and today's bands are competing for that. We'll be catching up with Andrew Wilby from John Taylor & Co. a little bit later this morning after the draw to reflect on what that means. Now, for York Minster, there is another anniversary in the background as well. The present ring of 12 was cast by Taylors in 1925 and installed here in 1926. So these bells are marking their own centenary year. They have called people to worship, they've marked national moments and rung out across the city for generations. And today, they become centre stage for the country's leading 12-bell bands. Now, if you know a bit about York Minster, you'll know that this building has endured quite a lot across its long life. York Minster has known fire, in particular, more than once, including a major fire of 1984 when the south transept was badly damaged. We'll come back to that story and some of the others a little bit later in the broadcast, because this is part of the Minster's modern history and part of the story of how this extraordinary building has been restored, protected and renewed. But right now, let's focus on the contest. Just need to turn page of my script here. Because I want to tell you about the full programme we've got ahead of you, and it's quite packed, which is why I've got my script in front of me. So as always, the most important thing is the test ringing, and that is our broadcast priority. We'll bring you that totally uninterrupted. Every competing piece, from the first pull off into rounds, you will hear that in full. Now, we'll also bring you interviews with the ringers themselves. These are the people who have spent months preparing, making difficult decisions about the bands, practices, travel, all of those logistics, tower visits and the small details that can make the difference between a good performance and a winning one. We'll also bring you a talk with today's judges. This year, the judging team is led by Chief Judge Katie Town, joined by her mum, Jenny Town. It's the first time we've had a mother and daughter on a judging team. And we've also got Jenny Iris and Joe Holden. I spoke to all four of them earlier today, and after the draw, we'll play that interview for you so you can hear how we get on. You'll find out how they approach the day, how they prepare to compare 9 strong pieces of ringing, and what they'll be listening for in the judging room. Because if you think the ringers are under pressure, just imagine being asked to separate some of the best 12-bell ringing in the country. Well, I'm just looking behind me, and ringers are arriving. The nave is filling up in the in here in York Minster, and you can probably hear that around me as well. There's lots of familiar faces, of people waving at me. I've seen people who have come from overseas as well, old friends catching up. There's little quiet huddles of bands, some very nervous faces as well. I think that's fair to say. There's a bit of clock watching, and I suspect some people trying to look much more relaxed than they actually feel. Well, if this is the first time you've followed the 12 bell, then the draw is one of the pivotal moments of the day, just as with any other striking competition, because until that happens, no band actually knows where they're going to ring. Some will be hoping to get in early and get the job done. Others may prefer a later slot once the day's settled a little bit. But of course, the draw doesn't take requests. So once the order is known, the rhythm of the day changes, and the structure really starts to unfold. Teams will start planning backwards from their slot, when to eat, when to gather, when to get into the right headspace, and more importantly, entering the tower door. A band drawn first has very little time to settle, but a band drawn last has several hours to manage nerves, energy, expectation, and staying out of the pub. Sometimes it's a challenge, and for some teams, having a little bit of alcohol in their system, a bit like jazz performers, a little bit of alcohol might be helpful. For other people, they want to stay completely dry. It's all part of the contest. Now, the first team will enter the tower at 11:30. From then on, the day will run like clockwork, very tightly to the clock. And we have the broadcast clock in the corner of your screen mirrors what the clock for the judges says and the clock in the tower. They're all synchronised. So even if you're watching this on delay or playback, you'll be able to tell whether the teams are ringing on time. Each band has that slot. They stick to that, and we're all working to that same time. If the team is not in changes by the required time, which will either be 1:45 or 1/4 the hour, depending on when they go in, then they can risk a penalty. So timing is not just housekeeping, it is part of the competition. We'll guide you through those rules as the day unfolds, but for now, the most important thing is this. The draw is coming up shortly, and after that, we'll know exactly how the day is going to run.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
Well, if you've just joined us, we are live from York Minster. My name is Matthew Tosh, and we are here for the 2026 National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final. There are 9 teams taking part in today's final. Most of them are gathering behind me. 8 came through the qualifiers in March, and the 9th team is York, because as the host team they get a bye into the final. So who are the finalists? Well, we've got the Ancient Society of College Youths, regular finalists and always strong contenders, most recently finishing the top half of the field in recent years. We've got Birmingham, one of the dominant contest bands of the modern era, with multiple victories and consistently high placings. Bristol are the defending champions, returning this year, looking to retain the Taylor Trophy after last year's success. Cambridge, a band with a long contest pedigree, regularly appearing in finals and capable of challenging the very best. Guildford, also recent finalists who have established themselves as a competitive force at a national level. Leeds are here, the other representing band of Yorkshire, and returning to the final after a strong qualifying performance earlier this year. St Paul's Cathedral, frequent finalists with a distinguished contest record and several podium finishes to their name. Just turn my page here. We've got the Cumberlands, the Society of Royal Cumberland Youths, one of the most successful societies in recent contest history and always among the favourites. They won, of course, 2 years ago, so they are one of the firm favourites. And, of course, York. Could they be a favourite? It's the host band. They famously won the contest the last time it was held here in 1999. and they hope to have a home advantage, which Bristol demonstrated at St Mary Redcliffe last year. So who knows what's going to happen? It's a really, really interesting lineup. Now, we don't know the order in which they're going to ring. We'll find that out in just probably about 15 minutes after we've done the housekeeping. But the draw proceedings is going to start in less than 4 minutes here. It feels like a very open contest. As I said, Bristol arriving as holders of the trophy. Birmingham, one of the contest forces. Cumberland's, College Hughes, St Paul's, Cambridge, Guildford and Leeds all bring serious pedigree and ambition. And York, the home Tower crowd, the home crowd, the memory of 1999 sitting somewhere in the background. So every team today has to walk into that ringing chamber, take hold of a rope, manage these huge bells and produce their best 252 changes of Stedman sinks when it matters. And that's why the contest holds so much fascination. It's technical, it's musical, it's physical, and it is psychological. Now, wherever you're watching or listening, you are part of this as well. We know that people are listening from all sorts of different places. You might have a tower gathered around the screen. You might be listening on your own whilst pretending to do something useful. Whatever you are doing, you are very welcome. And if you want to get in touch with this is how you can do it.
Wherever you are, whatever you're up to, we'd love to hear from you. To get in touch with the studio, send an email to 12bellstudio@gmail.com. On social media, you can contact us via Messenger on our Facebook page, National 12 Bell Striking Contest. Start your message with studio to make sure it gets to us. Send us a message and be part of today's coverage.
So we'd like to hear from you during the day. Tell us what you're watching, who you're supporting, whether this is your first final and what you make of the ringing as the contest unfolds. You can send us a shout out, send a message to a team, or tell us about your own contest day gathering. Well, we are minutes or just under 2 minutes away from the draw and the welcome announcement. Just would like to say, though, before we get to that, that this year's broadcast would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors, and we're very grateful to them for making this coverage possible. They are John Taylor & Co, O'Shea Engineering, Whites of Appleton, Matthew Higby and Company, The Ringing World, Avon Ropes and Big Wilf's Muffles. And of course, there is a full production team working behind the scenes. We'll introduce them as the day goes on, but for now, their job is to get the pictures, the sound, the interviews, timing and graphics, and the live ringing to you cleanly and reliably. Mine is to hold all of that together here in the Minster. No pressure then. So let's look at what's happening next. In the next few moments, the ringers will be called to order in the nave. We'll hear the official welcome and arrangements for the day. The contest chairperson, Peter Shepherd, will be leading that. And then we'll hear the local arrangements. We've got the canon presenter, Jonathan Milne, who's going to talk to us as well. Sorry, that's James Milne, I've just been told. James Milne. And then comes the draw itself. Now, those names will come out one by one, and the entire shape of the day will then suddenly become clear. We'll know who rings at first at 11:30, who follows at midday, and so on. Now, immediately after the draw, we'll recap the order for you, and then we'll hear from today's judges in a conversation that I recorded with them earlier. And that will give us a useful sense of what they are listening for before the team goes into tower. So I'm going to take a stand back, and from the nave of York Minster, this is the National 12
This is your
contest final. And I've just heard, actually, the ringers have been given the 2-minute warning to sit down. So that just gives me a little bit more time to tell you about what's going to happen after the draw. We'll hear from the judges in the conversation that I recorded with them earlier, and that will give us a useful sense of what they are listening for before the first team goes into the tower. And then a little later, we'll also speak to Andrew Wilby from John Taylor & Co as we mark the 50th year of the Taylor Trophy and the centenary year of these remarkable bells. Lots to celebrate here. And, of course, after each piece of ringing, we will be talking to a couple of representatives from each of the bands to get their take on what it is like ringing in this extraordinary building. It is a massive building, huge towers, huge gathering in front of me. and even the ringing chamber itself, as you'll hear a little bit later with my conversation with Jonathan Galloway, head of the tower. That whole ringing space is vast. It's got vast windows, lots of daylight coming in. The downside of it is west facing, with windows to the south, west and the north. It gets full sunlight during the day, and it is forecast to be very sunny here in York. So we are relying on good airflow through those windows in the tower. You'll also be aware that this is a hot tourist spot, so we've got throngs of tourists piling through the building already, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But from the nave of York Minster, this is National 12-Bell Final.
On behalf of the 12-Bell Committee, I'd like to welcome you all to York today for the final of the 12-Bell. The judges for today are Katie Town, Jenny Eris and Joe Holden, and the strichometrists will be Sam Spencer and Dave Richards. The sound feed will be taken from a microphone in the belfry, and the strichometer will be available to aid the judges in their deliberations. I'd like to introduce the presenter, Canon James Milne, just to welcome us today.
Dear friends, a very warm welcome to York Minster and to the final of the 2026 National 12-Bell Striking Contest, which we're very proud to say is being held here in York for the first time since 1999. So wherever you've travelled from to be here today, you are most welcome. All of us here at York Minster hope you have a truly wonderful day. If there's anything that we can help you with, anything you want to know during the course of the day, please do ask one of our guides or stewards. Will be only too happy to help. The bells of this cathedral ringing out across the city of York bring hope, comfort and joy to those who hear them, as do the bells ringing out across the cities, towns and villages from which you come. Thank you on behalf of the Church for your skill, enthusiasm, dedication and support, the fruits of which we are gloriously celebrating today. So as we gather, let us pray. Grant, O Lord, that as the bells of your church sound in this city, the hearts of those who hear them may be awakened to praise you, that the faith and devotion of all people may be increased to the greater glory of your holy name, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Alison. I'm one of the local ringers. I'm just going to go through some housekeeping things with you. You should all have a wristband and a programme. There's also a link on the contest website should you wish to download an electronic version of the programme. The pub is the Cross Keys at the east end of the Minster, and there'll be an information stand on College Green. That's that end. The results will be in the Methodist Hall. It's about a 5-minute walk from the pub. And the What 3 Words location is in the programme. Most importantly, about 15 minutes ago, I picked up a Premier Inn hotel bedroom card off the West Front. If it's yours and you need it to sleep tonight, you'll have to come and find me. Thank you.
Okay. Just going to go through the arrangements for this year, which are slightly different to previous years, so make sure you listen up if you're in one of the ringing bands. So each team needs to gather in the chapter house yard no later than 30 minutes before the time indicated that you'll ring on the flip chart. This should be the same way you went in on your practice slots, just for avoidance of doubt. Teams need to meet Alva Ainsworth inside the West End over there, straight after the draw for their team photos, please. The team ringing first, however, will do theirs after their test piece. And after the draw, can each conductor please come to the front so that we can go through the rules? Okay, let's move on to the draw.
This is for me the most exciting moment, not necessarily for all of you. There we are. So, the first band to ring is SRCY. Number 2,
Who's gone in first?
Guildford. Number 3, Cambridge.
Remember, this sets out the order for the rest of the day.
Number 4, York. Number 5, Birmingham. Number 6, St Paul's Cathedral. Number 7, ASCY, College Youths. Number 8, I think we're at, Leeds, which means that the final band ringing is Bristol.
So there we are. Our layout, our order for this year is...
Thank you, everyone. Can the conductors come forward, please? And good luck, everyone.
Followed by Guildford, Cambridge third, York in fourth. At 1:30 in fifth is Birmingham. I think they'll be pleased with that. Then it's St Paul's, the College Youths, Leeds, and the reigning champions will be going last into the tower today. I can see their faces already. That might be posing a few problems to them. This is all about psychology, managing your energy levels, and basically surviving the day. So the layout of the day is now set. Let's see how the teams perform. It's really interesting just looking at the faces to see how people are responding. I think it's fair to say, on behalf of the York team, I'm glad that they're not going last, because many of the band here in the host tower are also involved in running the day. And when you're the host of the 12 Bell event, there's lots to think about. There's the event management, there's moving people around, there's stewards. And if you're split roles, how do you maintain the energy to run the event, but then also give it your full when you do the final bit of ringing? So there we go. So the representatives from each of the bands are now currently standing just in front of the high altar with Peter Shepherd. He's going through some of the final housekeeping rules, and that's really important, particularly in a building like this. The bands are meeting a little bit earlier than they would normally do. You'd normally get the bands gathering at the base of the tower or a particular location about 15 minutes before they're due to go into the tower. But here, York Minster is so vast, and there will be thousands of tourists pouring through this building. They've already started. The gates have just opened now that the draw has finished. Tourists pouring through. It actually takes far longer than you expect to move from one end of the building to the other, just because of the sheer volume of people. I know this because we've been working this building for the past 2 days, and that was during the week, so it will only be even busier today. Well, if you've just joined us, you are joining us live from York Minster for the 2026 National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final. We are in York Minster, and this is the location of the ringing, and the socialising is going to be taking place not in the Minster itself. That's taking place in the Cross Keys pub across the road, where this live coverage is being streamed into the pub. So there's no football or sports on. The sport they're watching is bell ringing. And the results towards the end of the day will be taking place in the Central Methodist Church here in York, and we'll be bringing you coverage of that live on this stream as well. And talking of results, I want to cast our minds back to last year, because if you've not sat in the results or listened to the results before, it's a really high energy moment. Here's how last year's results fade out.
And in the medal positions, in third place with 91%, Team I.
SRCY.
It's the Cumberlands taking third place.
In second place with 93%, Team F.
That is Birmingham. As you can probably tell, that's gone down pretty well here. We've got people hugging each other in the pews here.
For the avoidance of doubt, that was Birmingham in second place.
And this year's winners in first place with an astonishing 96% was Team D.
I do not need to say anything for you to appreciate just how well the news has gone down here in St Mary Wycliffe. A home win for the Bristol Ringers in this 50th anniversary year, the golden anniversary year of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest. Well, I have come back to my studio now. This is where we're going to be based for the rest of the day. And we are in this beautiful chapel, actually. I've never broadcast from inside a chapel. We do have an altar behind us. And who knows, we might get some of the competitors having a quick prayer after their test ringing. To help with the judging a little bit later. But we are in the Zeus Chapel. It's a lovely place. It's got all sorts of wonderful features, including a well and a little sink in the corner. So we'll give you a little bit more of a behind-the-scenes tour a little bit later. But right now, what I want to do is play you an interview that I recorded with Jonathan Galloway, who is head of tower here at York Minster. It is a salaried role. It's an official position. They take it very seriously here. There's risk assessments, safeguarding things you read, you're signing in and out the towers, the whole fire safety. It's a really impressive setup. It just takes a bit of getting your head around to start with. But we spoke about the bells in the tower. We started in the ringing chamber and we then moved a little bit further up the tower. But here's how we got on in the ringing chamber. This has to be one of the lightest and brightest bell ringing chambers I've ever been in. The windows here are wonderfully large. It's like, it feels very airy up here, doesn't it?
It does, yes. I mean, we're very fortunate, as you say, in having a very nicely appointed ringing chamber and with lovely views out of it. The only sort of drawback of the big windows is that it can get very hot in the summer and very cold in the winter. But yes, it is lovely to be so sort of connected with the outside world up here.
Okay, now let's talk about the bells and where we are. We're going to go up to the top of the tower in a moment into the bell chamber. But the ringing room, it really is, as we said, it's very airy. We've got red, white and blue sallies. Before we go up the tower, tell us a bit about the ringing here.
So the bells are rung here by a team of sort of volunteer ringers on Sunday mornings from 9 o'clock till 9:55 and very often for evensong on a Sunday as well. And we practice on Tuesday nights. So we ring a range of methods of up to and including sort of Bristol, Maximus and Zanussi.
How many ringers have you got here?
About 35 in total.
Okay, and how does this fit with other towers in York? Because we're only across the road from the Oratory, and there's several towers in York. Sunday can often be a challenge in cities like this, can't it?
Yes, that's right, it can. I mean, it's much easier to sort of share out ringers on sort of weekday evenings than it is on Sunday mornings. But we're quite sort of fortunate here, actually, in that the service times here at the Minster and at the Oratory work out well in the sense that we can ring for the 10 o'clock service here, and then many of us go across the road to the oratory to ring for the 10:30 service there. And the practice nights that work out well as well, in the sense that we practice here at the Minster on Tuesday and the oratory practice on Thursday. So again, it allows for that sort of crossover between the two bands.
You see, it can be done. If you're listening to this and thinking, we never get coordination in our part of the world, it can be done. Right now, this is a very, very famous building. It's just massive on all scales, including a very heavy ring of bells. Does it attract lots of ringing visitors?
Yes, it does. We do get quite a sort of steady trickle, or sometimes even like a sort of flow of visiting ringers throughout the year, really, both to Sunday service ringing and practice nights, and so the visitors are very welcome up here, although we do just ask that you make contact in advance so that we know you're coming and can make the necessary arrangements for access and so forth.
Yeah, I should point out access here is rather unusual, not least because the Minster has its own police force. Now, I'm just going to turn you around because we've got a dumbbell behind us. Is this used regularly for teaching?
So the dumbbell we're looking at the moment is a very sort of small scale model, which was put in some years ago, I think primarily for the use of very young children, when there were sort of some people in the band who had young children who would sort of come up with them. So it's a very small scale one we're looking at. The Sally's probably only like sort of a couple of feet long, and it turns very slowly, which can catch you out a bit actually the first time you try to ring it, but once you get used to the slow sort of swing speed of it, it actually sort of handles very nicely. And then over on the other side of the tower, we've got another sort of more conventional dumbbell, which is hung, it's essentially a weight sort of hung for ringing like a bell, up in the sort of sound deadening chamber between the ringing chamber and the bells, and that one more sort of closely simulates a real bell, and so that one is really the main teaching.
So you've talked about the sound deadening chamber. They are very loud bells, of course. Let's talk about the bells themselves, and to do that, why don't we go up the tower? Right, we're making our way up. There's a heck of a lot of stairs in this tower. We've got to a door. We're going out on the roof again. Oh my goodness! Wow, we're on the roof here at the West End. We'll just close the door there just to stop the pigeons going in. We're looking across the oratory and looking down on lots of tourists down below. They probably don't know we're up here, and we're heading across. This is at the West End of the Minster, and we have a door into the bell chamber. Here we go. Oh, I got excited. There's more stairs. Ooh. Here we are through the final door, and haha, I see bells. Here we are. Now this is quite an interesting frame because we're sort of mid-level. We've got bells above us, in front of us, and bells below us, and we're looking down on the ring of 12, and the tenor is in the middle, which you will be able to see on our cameras, of course. And tell us about the ring of bells here, Jonathan.
This year, in fact, we're marking the centenary of the installation of the present bells. They were sort of recast by tailors in 1925, and then installed here in a brand new cast iron and steel frame by tailors in 1926. So the tenor weighs 5,900 weights, just under 3 tons, and the treble, the smallest one, weighs about 800 weight.
Now I'm just looking at the tenor clapper. You've got a wooden clapper on there. Are there any other bells with wooden clappers, or is it just the tenor?
It's just the tenor, which has the wooden shafted clapper, yes.
But I'm also looking around it. I don't know whether this is cosmetic or for other reasons. Am I imagining that? Was there a bit of foil wrapped around it?
So that is duct tape, and it's just belt and braces in the sense that the ball is sort of bolted into the wooden shaft in the conventional way with wooden shafted clappers. The tape is just to ensure that none of the bolts should, if they come a bit loose, should slip out, or if they should shear, that they don't drop out.
I'm sorry, I'm desperately trying not to laugh. I shouldn't laugh. This is brilliant. I love our hacks that we come up with in towers.
But just to reassure you all, we have recently checked the bolts in the tenor clapper to make sure that they are all tight and close fitting.
So you're not holding the clapper on with duct tape, right? Good. We've got that crossed off the list. Okay, so what's the bell I'm standing over here? I'm just this one here. Can you work that one out?
Hold on. 3, 4, 5. So the fifth is the one we can see that we look down on, and then next to it under the canopy is the fourth.
And they're on Hastings stays. Is that unusual for this kind of weight of bells?
Not as far as I know. I think they tended to be fairly standard in sort of Taylor installations of this period. They do have a bit of an advantage here for all their sort of disadvantages when it comes to getting the length of the stay right and so forth. They do have the advantage here, actually, that it is easier to sort of crawl underneath the bells when you need to without a slider in the way.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. It does feel very clean up here, if I may say so. Is it completely bird proof?
Yes, it is. I mean, we've got a gale breaker or sort of similar sort of sheeting on the louvers, which does a really effective job of keeping both sort of birds and also driving rain out, but it still sort of lets the sound of the bells out very clearly.
So can I ask, has there been any sound treatment or soundproofing work done up here at all?
When the bells were first installed in 1926, when they very first rang them, that they just put them in without any kind of sort of boarding across the louvers at all, and they did find that made them quite sort of shouty and uneven from certain directions. The bells that swung directly towards the louvers on whichever side you were listening sort of sounded too dominant, so they boarded over the lower sort of half roughly of the louvers, sort of up to about the height of the mouths of the bells when they're up, and so that just sort of forces the sound up a bit before it comes out through the louvers and makes them sound more balanced and even.
That's why I asked, because you can see the louvers going behind some of the panelling around us, and like you say, with the third there, the board goes just above the lip. Tower acoustics is something that fascinates me as a physicist. What about further down? Because you said there's a dampening room.
There is. So the ringing chamber that you'll all be ringing from today is. That room was originally the ringing chamber before the 1926 replacement of the bells, but when the bells were put in, they were too loud in there, so the ringers sort of moved down to the floor below and rang them from there, where they were a more comfortable volume. But there they were too indistinct and a very long draft, which made them difficult to control as well. So in 1975, the ringing chamber was moved back up to where it is now, and the space was split sort of vertically with a sort of sound deadening floor, which makes the bells a very sort of comfortable volume, and also lots of easier to control with the shorter draft.
Amazing stuff, and we look forward to hearing them today. Jonathan Galloway, thank you very much for telling us about the bells here, and we're going to hear from you a little bit later when we talk about the Carillon. So that was me talking to Jonathan Galloway yesterday. I should just add the question about the Hastings stays. It was something of that period, of the 1920s, very typical of Taylor's bells, irrespective of their weight. And so if you followed us when we covered the final at Exeter Cathedral, you'll know that those bells are also on Hastings stays as well.
You're listening to the National 12 Bells Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
There we are. Now, we've got some emails starting to come in, so if you want to get in touch with us, it's 12bellsstudio@gmail.com. And we've got people listening all around the world. We asked you earlier, if you are doing something special or you're in an unusual location, you've surprised us over the years. And my challenge to you today is, can you try and beat what we've had in the past? We've even had somebody sitting in a lounge in the past underneath a mini ring in their lounge. That's one of the things that's stood out to us. We've had people in milking parlours, all manner of things. If you've got animals with you, perhaps you can have an animal competition and see who's got the most unusual animal with them in an unusual location. So that's the challenge from me to you today. You're very welcome. This is your broadcast. We do this for you. Let us know what you're up to as well. So just to recap, the teams have been drawn, and we've got them sort of moving around outside across to the pub. Some are going for a coffee, just trying to stay alert. And we've also got the Minster opening up to all the public coming through. Who knows, I might catch a little chat with some of those a little bit later when we go wandering with the microphone. But we're with you through the day, and we are providing coverage of all of the ringing totally uninterrupted. It's 252 changes of Stedman sinks. Now, there's some interesting bits for you to listen out for. I've got the programme. This is the official programme that has been provided, and it tells you a bit about the history of the bells. So that's kind of the stuff I was talking to Jonathan about. You heard a little bit earlier. It's got a little bit of information about each of the teams and their placing over the past 5 years or so, and statistics plays a really important part in this competition in particular. And we are really, really privileged to be able to bring you later today an interview with David Hull, who is the outgoing archivist. He's about to hang up his boots from that role, but he is the person responsible for the 12 Bell website and the wealth of information it hosts, including statistics about individual ringers and bands. And some of that is in the official programme for this year's programme, this year's contest. So I'll feature a bit of that as we go through the day. But I want to just read you a bit about the test piece. It's 252 changes of Stedman sinks, and it says, this clever touch by Chris Poole has interest for the ringers who will be very familiar with it by now, and also for today's spectators who should recognise its features by the end of the day. That includes you, of course. It's described as having a sparkler in the middle. I like that as a pyrotechnician, a sparkler in the middle of the touch. The change is, I'm going to give you the change. It's 7654321, so from the middle going upwards. And then it's 111098. So it goes up from the middle and then up from the back bells, and then you've got the tenor. So you should be able to listen out for that in the first part of the touch. So that's going to be a focal point for us as listeners and for the judges. It's an opportunity for those knowing nods, you know, and people say it's a bit like a roll-up, isn't it? You roll up, oh, yeah, very good, and we give it a bit of a nod. You can do that for this this sparkler change. And then in the second course, there's titums, and that occurs mid-course as well. And that presents an interesting challenge, because titums in particular puts the little bells amongst the big bells, and that presents a good striking challenge. Front and back bells needing to work well together throughout. And we've spoken in the past about the design of the touches. It's to take people away from the comfort, that familiar coursing order that you might experience in a plain course, that we can almost ring automatically if you're ringing these methods or principles regularly. The moment you start mixing it all up with calls and putting little bells amongst big bells, taking people off into unfamiliar territory, that's when you separate the wheat from the chaff in a competition section. Now, the people responsible for doing the judges are the judging panel. They're across the road in a building called this. I think it's an old school or a schoolhouse, and I spoke to them a little bit earlier today. And this was we spoke to them around about 9:10 this morning, and this is how we got on. We have the judges with us now, and it's an absolute delight to welcome Katie Town, Jenny Town, Joe Holden, and Jenny Eris. Hello.
Hello.
How are you, Katie? You're chief judge today. How are you feeling, first of all?
Both excited and anxious. I think we're going to have a really hard day today. There's all the teams that got through the qualifiers are absolutely amazing groups of bell ringers, and we're going to have some really, really top quality ringing that's going to make our jobs really hard today. But that's what we signed up for, and that's what we're excited about.
We do kind of know. Joe, let's come to you, because we've not actually spoken to you on the broadcast before. So to be here at a final, how is that feeling for you?
Yeah, wonderful. I really do enjoy the job of judging, and I've never done it at a final before. It's a huge honour, so I'm really indebted to Katie particularly for asking me, and obviously a huge honour to be doing it at York Minster as well. Fantastic ring of bells. You know, we're going to hear a lot from them today. I'm really excited to hear some fantastic ringing, so great to be here.
Very good. And I'm going to say to Jenny, you've spoken to the broadcast before. Our very first one at Ripon Cathedral. How does it feel to be back and now being in the judging perspective? Because you were a punter then.
I was. This is very different. Yes, it feels very different to be the other side of everything that's going on. And yes, just being a punter at Ripon and standing outside in the sunshine, listening to ringing, that was very relaxing. I don't think it will be quite as relaxing today.
That's evil of me to giggle, isn't it? And Jenny Eris, welcome back. We've spoken to you before as well. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm just really looking forward to the day ahead. I think similar to everyone else, I feel really privileged to be part of this group of judges. So Katie and I have judged before together, but really looking forward to spending the time with Joe and Jenny. Clearly, this is an iconic ring of bells, and I think what I find really exciting, I was having a really good browse through the programme yesterday. I mean, from my perspective, I don't see a clear front runner. I think we could see a really tight contest, and that's exactly what 12 bell ringing needs and what I hope we get today. Makes it hard for us, but it's testament to the quality of 12 bell ringing.
Hard, but I would hope that it's also enjoyable. You get pleasure from listening, because you're 12 bell ringers yourselves, of course. You enjoy listening to that standard of ringing.
Yes.
Yeah, lots of nodding there. Okay, so the mixture of excitement, mixture of nerves as well, and feeling privileged to be here. How do you prepare mentally for today? I'm interested in what are you doing this morning? What happens because we're recording this just after 9 o'clock, so it's going to be 2.5 hours or so before you start hearing the contest ringing. What's going to happen between now and then? Well, let's talk to the boss first of all. Yeah. She might not have told you yet, for all I know. You're all wondering. We don't know. She hasn't told us.
Well, no one's under any sort of orders. Let's say that. Very much the kind of. I don't see myself as the boss here in terms of wanting to pick some people to judge with. As with work, started by thinking about who's better for me, who's bringing more to the table than me. So I see myself as an enabler rather than the boss, I guess is one thing to say. But to actually answer the question, because that was a real politician sort of start, wasn't it, Matthew?
Spot that.
Yeah, I know you did, didn't you? But so for me, this morning started with a really early train from Wakefield. Northern Powerhouse Rail does not exist. So I had got up very early And part of my preparation this morning, I listened to the last 3 bells on Sunday, where Phil Ormond very nicely put out the 3 eliminator pieces, and a bit of ringing from York Minster. So I've a little bit got my ear in by doing that. In between what happens between now and when we start judging, I'm hoping we're going to get to see some people and mill around a bit. And then when everyone else goes to do the draw, we'll get into our judging room and we'll settle in, and we will just be, in many ways, chilling out, because we've got 9 pieces of ringing to listen to today, and that's an awful lot of concentration. So we need to keep all of our mental and physical energy going for that, rather than peaking too early.
And it is a very intense process. I want to just help the listener understand what that's like. Jenny, you've done this before. What does it actually feel like? I realise you're concentrating when that ringing is happening, but do you just go into a trance? Is it the same headspace you're accessing when you're ringing, or is there something different going on?
So first I'd say it is extremely intense. There is no let-up, because you're listening to the test piece and you're concentrating immensely to make sure you don't miss anything. But from the moment that stops, you're then sharing your views and going straight into those strichometer stats and outputs. And there's loads of different metrics to consider. Then you're bringing that all together, you're doing a comparison with other teams that have rung so far, and you're trying to write your comments. And at the same time, you're diligently trying through all 9 teams to maintain that same standard of judgment throughout the day. And it might not, I did not realise until I became a judge just how much there is to do in the small time available. So you have to be absolutely on it through the whole thing. But it is fun. I don't want to say
Jenny's just moving. Is just moving towards the door. You're just moving towards the door there.
I would add to that it's really interesting in the judging room, because you could hear a pin drop. It's really, really silent. The only thing you can hear is all of the judges' arms moving to the next line of figures on the piece of paper.
I suppose you're all synchronised, aren't you?
Yeah. And of course, it's also a bit of a relief that you hear it at the same time, because but yes, it's interesting inside the judging room as well.
Yeah. You never tempted just at the peripheral vision, just glance sideways. Am I on the same?
No,
because there's no. You'll lose it, won't you?
Got time. No.
Yeah. What about? One would hope there are no methods and mistakes. We do sometimes hear method mistakes because nerves get the better of the bands. Are you listening for those? Are you purely listening for striking? Well, there's a question.
You usually notice if there's a method mistake. I mean, it's usually quite obvious, so you don't have to specifically look out for it. And you just hope it's not going to have a long impact on the rest of the ringing, that they'll recover quickly and, get back to a good rhythm again. But I don't mark them specifically, because it's obvious, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I think the other thing is that you're really rooting for the bands. You know, as judges, we've all rung in these, and we know the pressure, and we know how that pressure mounts, particularly as you're waiting to go into the ringing room. And we just want the best for that band as well. So we're kind of thinking, oh, come on, quick, So you notice it, but you also notice how well they get back to it. And it often doesn't matter much in terms of faults. It could just be one row. So
for the makeup, it is that level of and I people ask me about this, the pressure and just how finely you're judging, and it can be a single row, can't it? Yeah, it's something to bear in mind. If you're listening to this and you're thinking, oh my goodness, I've got my local branch striking competition later this afternoon, because there are ringing events, other events happening today as well. I just wonder, judges, do you have any tips for someone preparing for a striking contest?
I would say don't worry too much, because if you allow that anxiety to try and build, that can be your worst enemy. I would say, take some deep breaths, all of those kind of things, and just enjoy the experience, because you're working as a team. You're learning from every time you're ringing these things. So that would be my main tip.
Yeah, let's go across to the panel, Jenny.
Yeah, I think concentration, but be relaxed as well. Like, don't try not to get too nervous because that makes things worse.
So how would you do? Because I mean, it is a lot of pressure. So you've got the judges, but you've also got other critical ears. There are other ringers outside the tower. You'll be being. It's a human thing, isn't it? So I mean, how have you achieved that in the past? You've got many years under your belt of ringing. I've just dug myself a hole. I'm into a highly experienced ringer.
That is also true, Matthew. I have got many years under my belt. How do I prepare? Well, I think I'm always nervous, but I just try to, just take deep breaths and then just focus on what I'm trying to achieve, really, and let other things just go. Just concentrate on the moment, really.
Be in the moment. I like that. I really like that. And Katie?
Don't think I've got very much more to add apart from just to say, make sure that you enjoy it. We all do bell ringing because it's our hobby and it's meant to be the enjoyable thing. And even striking competitions are meant to be enjoyable. So take pleasure in it.
Yeah. Is there anything to add to that, Jenny?
Agree with everything that's been said. I mean, when I've rung in the 12 bell before, the sort of mantra I try and have when I'm standing there waiting is, you've done this many times before, just ring. It's just a touch. You do this every Sunday. And if you can just keep that mentality, then you can stay relaxed.
Try and access that headspace.
It's not easy, though, particularly when you're on a big ring of bells. I remember certainly these kind of rings. I think it was St Paul's in 2009. I can't remember. That was the one I remember standing there and thinking, this is... relax. This is scary. So
this is what relaxation feels like. Brilliant stuff. Okay, now if you're listening to this and you've been listening to the accents, we've got something really quite special, I think, with this judging panel. You've all got a link to Yorkshire, haven't you?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, how does it feel to be in that homely county?
I'm really proud of my Yorkshire roots, even though I actually don't live in Yorkshire anymore, but it's still the strongest county within me.
Yeah.
People, my husband has said to me before, he's from Gloucestershire, oh, you must feel proud coming from Yorkshire, and I do. It's a really strong sense of belonging and being at home here. So, to be in York Minster and with 3 other people with Yorkshire connections, it's a really important thing for me today.
Yeah. Jenny, it's coming back to you because you're Skipton direction, aren't you? I mean, to come back to the home county. Yeah, how does it feel? And how do you describe the magnificence of this place that we're in?
Oh, so I feel very strongly connected. So my background, I was born in Leeds and my parents moved away for work when I was 8, but all my family are up here. And so that's where I feel connected. And moving back here 4 years ago, it does feel like home. I think it's a really special place. I think were we all born in Yorkshire? We were all born in Yorkshire as well.
That's why I asked the question. Yeah, I've done my research.
Yeah, absolutely. I love being here. And York, so I have connections with York because my husband's parents live in York. They live 5 minutes away. So also spend a lot of time here and have done for the last 20 years. It's just the most magnificent Minster, a magnificent place to come and have a striking competition. So.
I've been explaining to people, obviously we've been doing a lot of work setting up the studio and running cables and things. Just the vastness of this building, it's mind-blowing, isn't it, Katie?
Yeah, it's a really special building. I grew up in North Yorkshire. This is my home city in many ways, and I've always adored the Minster from... when coming to York was about shopping trips rather than about bell ringing. Really adored walking past Minster on the way to Topshop. And it's a really special place. And I think probably my very favourite ring of 12.
Yeah. I'm going to ask your mum now. And I don't know, is this the first time we've had a mother and daughter on a judging panel? Do we know?
It must be.
I mean, I've not gone and looked in the stats, but
Can we get David Hull, please?
Can we get David Hull here? But yes, I think we'd have known before.
I think we would have, yes. So we need to ask the question of your mum. I mean, the grandeur of this place.
Yes, fantastic. I think I've been on occasions to ring here when all the pews have been moved out, probably for a Christmas occasion, I think, and just walking in the evening. No pews, just that vastness of space, and you're walking down towards the door up to the ringing room, and you just feel really privileged to see something that very few people are able to see and experience, it's just amazing.
And we should say this place, it just becomes absolutely heaving. It was heaving yesterday on a Friday. I have no idea how many people were going to get, thousands pouring through the building today.
And just one other thought that comes to mind, I think we should pay homage to tailors in 1920s, because we've all got a very strong link with tailor. In fact, that's the other thing about being from Yorkshire. I didn't realise until I ventured out of Yorkshire quite how lucky we are with fantastic rings of bells. So I learnt to ring at St Mary the Virgin Oxenhope, which is 1924, 1926.
I know
tailors.
those bells, yes.
Yeah, and we're here we are on this iconic ring of 1920s tailors bells. I mean, Jenny Skipton, and then obviously Northallerton.
Yeah, and they're all wonderful.
But yes.
So we like the sound of these bells. We're really going to enjoy them today.
Oh, that's so great to hear. That just I guess it's the icing on the cake, isn't it, for you for all of that? Can I just ask the one I didn't ask earlier is on the sheets that you have in front of you? Just clarify, you've got the entire touch written out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then have you got your own systems for marking, or is there an established thing? Do you put zeros? Do you put dots? Do you put crosses? What's going on there? I'm going to refer to Katie. She's kind of heading this up.
Everyone has their own way of doing things. So we had a judges meeting online, because we've had such a diversity of geographical locations for our judging team across qualifiers and final this year. And we talked about how you look at annotating the change, but there is no prescribed way to do that. So at my qualifier, within the three of us, we were all marking things in different ways. One person was giving scores for a row. I tend to do the negative, which sounds awful, in annotating the bits that are less good. And another one of the judges was writing excellent roll-up, and I have no time to write things. I just scribbling along with my pencil is the most I can do. So I tend to focus on if it's great, it's not got pencil on it, and if it's bad, it's got some sort of annotation.
Your clean rows remain clean on the paper, effectively.
Yes, but so within the caravan at Leicester, there were 3 different approaches to how to mark it. There's no prescribed way, there's no right way. It's just about giving a visual representation about how the touch is going.
Yeah, I asked the question because, again, the questions we get through, often people are going to go and judge their first contest, and they're a bit nervous because they're on the other side and they want to get it right. So just before we close the interview, top tips if someone's going to judge a striking competition. Let's start with you, Jenny. What would it be?
So I had an experience last year which was judging the White Rose contest at Bradford, and it was the first time I judged a 12-bell competition with no strikeometer, which is a very different perspective. I judge lower number competitions. So I think it is really actively listening. Don't overestimate what you can write.
O'Shea Engineering is proud to support this.
0, 1, 2, but then as Katie says, if it's clean, it doesn't get marked. If it needs something to say about it, I'll do lots of annotation. And just jot down as much as you can at the end that's immediately in your mind. My biggest tip will be, by the time you've got to team 4 or 5, you will have no idea what happened in team 1 unless you write it down at the time. So get everything on paper.
Get your notes down quickly.
Last thing is, if you are able to, and it's not always possible, going back to re-listen to the first 1 or 2, I think is really important to make sure you've fairly based across the whole day. That's what I would do.
Top tips, right. Yeah. Katie, let's get your top tips.
It sounds an idiotic thing to say, but top levels of concentration. Everyone in the bands are trying their hardest, and it is incumbent on you, if you're judging, to give the same amount of care and attention to every single band. And if you do that, you'll be absolutely fine in terms of judging it.
Sound advice there. Jenny?
Yes, I was just going to think about judging not the National 12 Bell, but more like a branch competition.
Yeah.
So concentration, because you won't have a strikeometer. Just try and be fair across the day, which is not as easy as people might think. It's really difficult to have the same sort of level of appreciation of ringing. You might get a bit more strict or a bit, less strict. So try to maintain the same level. But also, certainly with those competitions, be kind, because as Katie says, everyone is trying their best, everyone is there, doing the best they can for their team. So be kind.
Be kind, particularly in your comments. Okay.
Yes.
Joe, what about you then?
Yeah, I think not to try and overcomplicate your own system that you devise, but a bit of thought before you go into it about exactly what you're going to do really pays off. Be consistent with that system. If you're going to mark a slow blow, which is then followed by a quick blow as 2 faults, then do that all the time. Not, don't just change your judging style partway through either a piece or later on. So yeah, just a little bit of thought in advance to be prepared for how you're going to do it, and that.
There we are. You've heard the top tips here from our expert judges as they prepare for judging today's final. Just like to thank all of you for coming in and spending some time, because it is, you're kind of pacing yourself at this part of the day to save yourselves. As Katie said, you don't want to peak too soon. We wish you the very best of luck. We look forward to hearing your results a little bit later. You're going to be ensconced over the road from where we are in a house. I don't know what the house is. Anyone know what the house is called? The one across the road? Oh, it's called the school, apparently. You're in the school. So very appropriate for marking, I think, don't you? So Joe Holden, Jenny Town, Katie Town and Jenny Eris, thank you and good luck. We'll hear from you at the other end of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay. If you heard somebody counting in the background, that's my production team who are working really hard to bring all the pictures. So there we are, the judges. We've actually got a picture of where the judges are. Should we have a quick look, see where we don't have a camera on the judges. This is just a photo we took in their room. So lots of daylight. I don't know, is it the way they're facing? I think they're going to get the sun a little bit later, aren't they? Yeah, they're getting nods here, so it could get a little bit hot for them in there. So that's the judges, got the screen, got the strichometrist in the corner as well. We will be hearing from Dave Richards about the strichometer after the contest ringing. So if you want to hear about what the judges actually get, the information that they look at, that's and he's explained it in a really accessible way. We've got some screenshots of what they're looking at as well. So if you want to go behind the scenes and hear all about that, stay with us after the contest ringing.
This year's National 12 Bell broadcast. As a company of ringers, we understand that your project, regardless of size, should receive nothing but the utmost care and attention. With a 100% focus on quality and customer service from the initial inquiry all the way through to the test ring, you are guaranteed a fine installation to stand the test of time. So, if you are thinking about having some work done, whether it's a light overhaul or a complete remodelling of your installation, drop a call to O'Shea Engineering. Craftsmanship your tower can trust.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
And the emails are on fire already. Now, I privately put a little bit of a bet on with myself, so I win the money as well, as well as losing the bet, about who was going to be the first person to send an email in, and it is Oliver Poulton. You've done us proud, Ollie, who has messaged and said good luck to all those in the competition. Hope everything goes well. Ollie, it's great to hear from you. Thank you for that. He's messaged us at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. We'll give you a reminder of how to get in touch in a moment. I just want to deal with a question about the Minster. Really interesting question. This has come from Sarah H. in Melbourne, Australia. So hello if you're listening in Melbourne. And she says, good luck to the teams, and I'd love to know why the Minster appears uneven from the camera looking down the nave. The table at the front appears in line with the pillars, but out of line with the door. But the door appears in line with the front window. I think, can we bring that nave shot up on the screen? Because I think you're referring to the choir screen. So you've got that. We're looking down eastwards there in the towards the Lady Chapel, right beyond the choir screen. The choir screen is out of alignment if you look at that. And then we've got what they call the high altar in front of that. The high altar is central between the pillars. But quite often these old buildings are built in different stages, different times. And if you look at the York Minster website, it gives you this very long timeline of when the first stone church on this site was built. And the first bit of stone was in 633 AD. So that was quite a while ago. But the first thing on the site where York was sort of made a thing was in the time of Constantine the Great, who was declared emperor in York, or Eboracum, as the Romans called it. That was in around 306. I think that's 306. That would be 306 AD, wouldn't it? I think I'm looking for someone again. Someone's nodding at me. That's good. That's fine. I'm showing my weaknesses in my history there. And the first minster was around 1080 on this site as well. So bits have been added on. This was in the times before they had laser guided things and getting all the alignment right. So you often find in old churches that bits are a little bit out of alignment. They were built at different times by different stonemasons, different architects, different ideas. As well. So it's just a quirk of the building. And I can tell you, we've had plenty of time to look around this building and go in all the nooks and crannies, because we've got cables running left, right and centre, and we've been up and down the towers, and we know pretty much where all the cobwebs are as well. And hopefully I've got rid of most of those out of my head. Well, we're going to talk about bells in a moment, and the founding of bells. We've got the Taylor Trophy we've brought into the studio. Andrew Wilby will be talking to us in a moment. Before we get to that, I just want to remind you, if you want to get in touch with us, here's how you can do it.
You can be part of the show and have a message read out. You can get in touch with the studio by emailing us 12bellsstudio, that's the number 12, @gmail.com. It's your show, so why not join in? 12bellsstudio, that's the number 12, @gmail.com.
Well, keep those messages coming in. We'll come back to those emails, and we've also got some social media watch-outs and call-outs that we're doing as well. Right now, though, Andrew Wilby has joined me in the studio. Andrew, it's great to have you here with us again.
Good to be here.
And you've brought with you the Taylor Trophy. This is the new Taylor Trophy, which was inaugurated in 2023, because the other one was running out of space, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And the additional brass plates carrying the names were just getting extensive and very heavy. I mean, it was almost impossible to carry the old one around.
It was very heavy. I remember I picked it up because, I mean, it had bell metal on it as well to start with. There's a lot of metal on it.
Yeah. So we took the opportunity to carry through the same theme, same design, but start with a fresh one. And the old one is now in the museum at Loughborough, and it's arranged so that we can bring it out to the contest.
Okay.
We haven't done it this year because there was nowhere to put it, basically, with the Minster just being here for a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. That's a case in point.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the beginning then, because so how did it come about? Because obviously we talked about the first contest last year. We did a lot about that. If you want to listen to that, it's on our YouTube channel, the Redcliffe final. But where did the conversation start about actually having tailors come on board and provide a trophy?
Well, I was a member of the Leicester band then for the first contest at Redcliffe, which was a private contest by invitation. And on the way to, we talked about it in Leicester and said we ought to invite them back next year, because it was Leicester who were the driving force wanting it to become a national contest. Bristol were very clear it was a one-off for the Emlyn Hancock Trophy. It was a one-off trophy, and that was it. So we invited everybody to what was the first national contest. The next thing we hear is that nobody in Leicester has done anything about finding a trophy. And they were talking about giving away the Emlyn Hancock Trophy. That caused a bit of dissension.
A bit controversial, was it?
Yes, very. And I said, no, I'll have a word with Paul Taylor and ask him if he'll present something. And he just found the shield and wrapped it up and sent it to me and said, my carpenter's got the plague, I can't do any more, you'll have to do it. So with my father, we actually cobbled up the trophy.
So you actually made it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And yes, we did it in his workshop in Harpenden. And there it was. And we then followed that up by asking Paul to become the president of the contest, which he did for the rest of his life. And yes, and that's the way it became. So it's 50 years this year.
Since you were hammering away in your in there
of that trophy and of the national contest.
Yeah.
Because Redcliffe wasn't.
I suppose also the fact that it was being is in Leicestershire that was why tailors in particular were keen to support it. I imagine.
Well, yes, it was local for that year, and somehow since then, and then for the next 2 years, I was chairman of the contest committee, and somehow I got into the habit of getting it engraved by a little company in Harlow. Which it was about trying to keep it consistent, and we lost that one, and all sorts of engravers gave us their version of what it should look like after that.
Of course, you all get different fonts, different sizes, don't you? A bit higgledy-piggledy.
And then we had to cope with. We replaced the brass plate, so we started pinning them inside the carrying case, so they were all together. Oh. So the thing got heavier and heavier. And the breaking news is that the Bristol Ringers, in bringing it back, have managed to break the handle this year.
Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, there was a Bristol Ringer in the studio, but so the handle's fell. But if it's getting really heavy,
it just needs to be screwed back on.
Yeah.
But we've tried to reduce the weight of it because it was getting quite serious.
I'm thinking titanium might be, or was that a bit excessive? You have an aluminium one, that's quite lightweight, isn't it? Yeah. That's not cheap.
No, I mean, bell founders are not very good with titanium.
No, it's not known for its sonorous properties.
No.
That's right, and melting temperatures. So our new one, where did the inspiration for this one come from? Because we've got the tailor's emblem on
Well, we had a look around to see what we'd got for a shield.
Yep.
And they came up with this one in the foundry and said, look, this is the best we can do, really.
What is the logo? Because you've got leaves going around the edge. What does it represent? Is it from a particular plant or thing? Do you know how that's come about?
William Taylor. It's an interesting history, really, because we've only just been unravelling it. That is the Lamb flag. Now he had a foundry in Oxford at the time, and there is a pub there belonging to New College, which is the Lamb flag. It's also Agnus Dei, and this was the time of Catholic emancipation.
Of course, yes.
And one theory is that he had it in mind that if he was going to be asked to cast bells for the new Catholic churches that were being built. He didn't say this. I mean, this didn't come out. He didn't make a noise, but I wouldn't mind laying money on the fact that he thought at the Agnus Dei, the Lamb flag, would actually help him.
You can see the logic, can't you?
And that was actually designed by an architect who was designing a lot of Catholic churches at the time, a well-known architect, I think from Bristol.
Okay.
And he actually drew it up and designed it for William Taylor. So it's a proper piece of artwork. It's not a sort of bit of bell hangers scrawl on the wall, you know.
Yes, and it's spelt correctly as well.
And it's spelt
correctly. It's all those things, isn't it? So there's plenty of space. This is going to keep us going, you reckon, for another, 20 years?
10 years of plaque.
Yeah.
Yes. Plenty of space.
Very good. So we've got the Sheffield, the Birmingham won it in 2023 at Sheffield. It says 2023, June 24 at Sheffield, Birmingham. They won. Then you've got Chilcompton. It was the Society of Rural Cumberland Youths. Of course, when you've got those longer names, it would be the same with the college youths as well. You've got to squeeze that font in. So design-wise, that's you've got some names that are really short, like Bristol and York, and you've got these really long names as well.
And there's a limit to how big the thing is. So, yeah.
Okay, very good.
You have to edit their names.
Yeah, absolutely. And the wording at the bottom says to be awarded annually at a contest of good ringing on 12 bells. It's lovely. We are really privileged to have it in the studio.
Technically, it through Paul Taylor's demand, shall we say, it does belong to Taylor's, and should it not be contested for, it should be returned to Taylor's.
Yes, because it's sort of been loaned or donated to the winners for a year.
And I mean, right from the start, when I was chairman in those first few years, that's when we drafted the rules. And the concept was, this just didn't want it to be a contest between peel bands, which come and go and have got no continuity. This needed to be local bands. And it was, in those days, there was only, shall we say, 5 or 6 centres of 12-bell ringing, where if it was to die out, it would actually spring up again.
Yeah.
And that was Bristol, Birmingham, London, 2 centres in London, and Leicester. They were basically, the rest of the country were ringing 6 or, they just didn't have indigenous 12-bell bands. And the whole purpose was to drive that, and give them an incentive to build their bands up.
And that's what I want to ask. We have spoken to you about this in the past, but how, do you personally, do you believe that the contest has had that influence?
Oh, yes. Oh, certainly. I mean, it's astounding. We've given people a reason to build their band and enter. And, it's been a huge success. In fact, it's probably overshot, really, because the format for the contest with the eliminators or whatever, making it now a very, very big event.
Well, I'd like to just push you a bit on that, because having been there from the word go, I mean, what do you make of the kind of machine that it's become now?
Well, I think a bit like the football leagues, they ended up with a Super League with the top half a dozen, 6, 8, 10 clubs not going off, but forming their own top league. It's about time we started to think about that, because it is pretty depressing if you're a team that always comes down the bottom of an eliminator. It's supposed to be motivational, but it's a bit depressing if you're always doing badly. And I think there's an argument that says we could actually improve the whole thing. But what you find is you'll run out of days in the year to do it. Now, believe it or not, when you go through the ringing calendar, there are not too many free weekends. There really aren't. And so it'd be a bit of a headache, but it's the sort of thing that could be done and would create an additional event, an additional dimension. So,
yeah, well, you've hit on a thing there about there's a lot of ringing it's the psychology, it's the sports psychology tied into that. Yeah. And you only had to look across the Minster this morning to when they were reading out the orders of the teams, just how crucial that placing in it feeds directly into that psychology. Some people being left till last. One of the things that I always want to consider is the host team, because they are running the day as well as ringing. And if you're left till last and you're running the day, I mean, you're going to be exhausted when you go in that tower.
Yeah, and all the... this is a terrible thing to say, but all the...
He's going to say it anyway, isn't he?
I've got to say it anyway. All the bands who are well known to drink a lot of beer, they're all drawn late. So the poor old pub is going to have to wait for their main customers to turn up.
Yes, because they're holding off. Say no more. Andrew, let's just quickly talk, because we have got an ear on the tower as well, because they're coming to the end of their sort of practice phase. What about these bells themselves? I mean, the bells that you've rung on them many years. How would you describe their quality?
Well, I mean, they are the best 12. You have to discriminate between the size of them. Of the lighter 12s, I'm going to tell you that Toaster is one of the best, and that's not just me saying it. People tell me that. But they're only just over 2,300 weight.
Can I just ask that, because you're talking about the size, so there must be a sweet spot between certain notes and the amount of metal that's used to produce that note. Is that what you're talking about here?
Yes, you can get the same note out of a same diameter bell, but it's a question of the volume and the presence it has and whatever. So more metal, the more sound you get, basically, the more presence. These are an example. They're one of the B-flat 12s, which put them along with St Paul's and Southwark and Liverpool, not Liverpool, they're A-flat, Exeter and whatever. But these are harmonically tuned. They were a good time for tailors when they'd really mastered it. And they are just stunning. Also, the tower helps.
Yeah.
The acoustic here helps a lot. And they are superb. I mean, one of the most musical sounds you'll hear in ringing. Apart from Redcliffe sometimes, of course, just to keep you happy.
Go keep them happy. Great. Well, that's absolutely fascinating. As I say, we are just keeping our ear on the tower. So because our team is in there at the moment, the first team of the day. It's the Cumberlands who are the first in the tower, and I'm just going to read you a very quick bit about their team. We've got Andrew Wilby with us talking about Bell's history of the Taylor Trophy, and we love talking to Andrew because he's a fountain of information. But I am, in the presence of Andrew, just going to read something about the Cumberlands. Hopefully he won't come out in hives as I read this. It says here, the Cumberlands emerged from the pandemic fighting fit with a strong run of results in recent years, including an impressive win at Chilcompton in 2024. A strong piece of ringing brought a win at the Nottingham qualifier, and if they stick to their principles, a disciplined performance today could help them find what they're looking for. And we've got 1999 veterans, Linda Garton for the Cumberlands, Kath Mullane, I think we're talking to Kath in a bit, from St Martin's in the Fields, and Claire Ralston from High Wycombe. So there we go. That is from when the final was last here in York. Were you in that one, Andrew? Were you ringing here in York?
Yes, College Hughes won. I was ringing the tenor.
That's exactly why I asked the question, by the way. I knew that. But a bit different feel today?
Sorry?
A bit of a different feel today?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, life moves on, and it's our young stags, our younger people now who are doing it.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Do you look at the band? Does lots of memories of the stress and the pressure come back when you look at the bands just as early in the day?
Well, yes, and there's one person we all miss, which is Rod Pipe, and you knew he was outside, and he would be picking all the holes in everything.
Right. Well, let's hope he's listening to us now. Andrew Wilby, we'll hold it there. That is the trebles to signify that the Cumberlands are ready to do their test piece. Let's wish them the best of luck.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
It most certainly is, and that was our first team of this year's competition final, the contest final. That was the Cumberlands, and we shall be talking to Kath Merlane and Ruth Corney. I'm just looking at my screen here, who will be making their way down the tower shortly. It's quite a long climb. It's quite a tall tower, so it will take a few minutes for them to get down the tower and then get through the throngs of tourists, because although this studio we are in, the Zeus Chapel, is a haven of calm and quiet and it's cool, out there it is heaving. There's a corridor, there's a tapestry and stained glass windows exhibitions, and you can just see people around the choir screen. Actually, we're looking at the West End there. That's one of the tourist groups down there, and there'll be little prayers, things and services going on throughout the day as well. But we are completely isolated from that, and we're very grateful for the Minster for making that possible as well. So let me just remind you, you can get in touch with us via a number of ways, and several of you have done that, and we've got some emails to go through in a moment. But just ahead of that, here's how you can get in touch.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you, so why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's Ringing and Chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
And I love the fact that we've got a global reach, and a big shout out to Australia, because you're on it today. I saw Matthew Sorrell a little bit earlier, and speaking of Matthew, I've had an email from David Sorrell. David Sorrell here, watching from Adelaide. I finished my uni semester exams yesterday, and I'm watching the final after a long-awaited slow day. Go the Cumberlands, he says. Thank you, David. I really appreciate that, and hope all's gone well for the exams as well. He's emailed us, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. And another message from a regular listener and viewer. It's Laura Goodin, who says, greetings to all on this raw winter's night from the little town in the Australian bush that rings way above its weight, Ballarat, and its two towers. Best wishes to all competitors, and thanks to all the crew, is from Laura Gooding. Laura, it's great to have your company again, and don't forget, wherever you are in the world, let us know where you are and what you are up to whilst you're listening to the 12 Bell broadcast. Perhaps you've got a little gathering going on, or if you are ringing in a striking contest yourself today, let us know, and if you are ringing, best of luck too. I just want to give you a reminder of the running order today. We've just had the Cumberlands in the tower. The team that are currently just making their way into the ringing room are Guildford. So they will be about to start their practice piece, and you might be able to hear a little bit of that in the background in a moment. Indeed, they've just started. And quite literally, we were on 27 seconds into their practice time, and they've just pulled off, probably to adjust ropes, or does anybody need a box? You know the sort of stuff. You've probably done it yourselves, even on a practice night. Just because they're top bands, elite bands, they are not immune from those everyday issues that the rest of us have to deal with. A little bit of tweaking here and there. So I think one thing you can take from this contest is that the teams maximise their available time in the tower. And they've got a clock. It's a radio control clock that is synchronised with the judges, and it is synchronised with the broadcast clock that you can see in the corner of the screen on the YouTube feed. So they go in the tower and they are allowed to start bang on the hour, and they can ring for as long as they like, but they have to be in the changes of their test piece, in the case of Guildford, by 2:15, and any team that's half an hour offset, they have to be in changes by 1:45. So you'll be able to see on your screen just how close they push it, and some will go right up to the wire. Some just want to get it over and done with. So it's all about that psychology that we were discussing a little bit earlier with Andrew Wilby. So Guildford are currently doing their preparations in the tower. Then Cambridge will go into the tower at 12:30. We expect them to be doing their test piece just before 1:45. These are all UK times, of course. York go into the tower at 1 o'clock. That's the home team. Last hosted the contest in 1999 and won as the host tower. So maybe they can pull it off again. There's a bit of an overlap in the band of some new faces and younger faces as well. 1:30, one of the favourites to win this year is Birmingham. They're going the tower at 1:30, followed by St Paul's at 2 o'clock. Then we've got the college youths going in at 2:30, and Leeds will be in at 3 o'clock, and the final team of the day will be Bristol, the current reigning champions. They will be going into the tower at 3:30. And I should say that my producer, Gareth, you may remember if you were watching us last year, he was ringing for Bristol. He is ringing for Bristol again this year. So we will lose him around about, I think possibly sort of after 2:30. I think he'll be ready. Oh, about 3 o'clock he's just told me. He'll be disappearing at around about 3 o'clock. So I will be left in charge of the studio, so who knows what's going to happen when we get to that stage. Now, just people moving into position. On my list says I've only got 2 people coming in from the Cumberlands, but someone's been very naughty and has snuck in. Obviously can't keep them away from Linda Garton snuck in. I don't mind this. This is great. So we've got Linda Garton, we've got Kath Mullane and Ruth Corney. Come forwards, because I must say, you have a look of relief upon your faces. Kath, how are you feeling?
Relieved, yeah. It's always difficult, I think, going first, because you've not got anything in your head to go to listen to. But we did actually listen to our last touch when we were up here. So we had a little bit of a listen to that to get our head into the groove. Yeah. But, yeah, it's relieved to have got it rung and now we can have the rest of the day. And having always been last to being first.
Yeah, and if you don't mind me saying, you do look a little bit warm. Is it already warming up a bit, or is it the pressures of the contest?
Bit of both, I think. Yeah. I mean, the room itself was quite cool because we've got all the windows open, so you've got drafts coming through. But I'm sure as the day goes on, it will get warmer and less fragrant.
So in that respect, you've probably got the best air quality in there, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah.
We were discussing earlier, because it's, I think my producer just hit a button there. We were just saying that those windows are great if there's a bit of air movement, but I can imagine with it sort of with the West End, the sun coming round, it could get a bit like a sweat chamber up there.
I think it will, yeah. Yes, so another advantage of going fairly early on. We didn't have the sun in there particularly, did we? It was nice.
So tell us about the preparation. I mean, you've had a win fairly recently. What's been the atmosphere amongst the team leading up to this? Ruth?
I think it's quite positive, because we have a lot of strong performances in previous years. So we have that can-do attitude, and no reason to feel pessimistic. So it's just, let's go do this.
Okay, so get it done. And when do your preparations start? Obviously, you've got the qualifiers. When did you start thinking about the curation, or is it pretty much an ongoing process through the year? Have I asked a controversial question there?
I mean, it's pretty ongoing throughout the year, because there's the London 12 Bell as well, so we are involved in that. So you're kind of looking at competitions. Started the preparation probably at the beginning of the year, if not a little bit before, but and then we've been practicing pretty solidly ever since, all the way through, going to different places, experiencing different bells, just to get your eye in, going to some quite difficult places as well. So it's been, we've been putting the hours in.
So you say difficult places. Is it that's a deliberate tactic? Is it to give yourself a challenge of ringing on? Well, by difficult, I mean you were talking about odd struck bells or ones that may be a little bit lumpy, as we would say. You don't have to name anywhere.
I think it's more looking at the weight of different rings and challenging rings that we could go to that are not of the similar weight, but challenging for the weight that they are.
It's just unfamiliar towers as well, to see whether we can get our best ringing at places we don't regularly ring at.
Yeah.
And just getting that best ringing as quickly as possible on bells that are unfamiliar.
And that's something we've heard people say before, that moving around bells is a really good way of improving your striking as a band, and obviously as an individual, I'd imagine.
Yeah. And as a group, so that, we know where we're ringing, which bell we're ringing, so you get used to ringing together as that group, yeah.
How long is it before you lock down who's ringing where? Because this is sort of like team sort of engineering and management. I don't want to say that sometimes for certain rings of bells, I speak as someone who managed to ring at a tower. I know that so and so might be a little bit slow at backstroke, so I'm going to put them on a bell that's quick at backstroke, because they cancel each other out and it works well. This is slightly different, but you're obviously looking at people's skills, and if someone's particularly good at covering or particularly good at holding that consistent leading of the treble to get those anchor points in your rounds. How long do you push it before you start locking down the band placing?
There's people who are, what's the word? Their skills are front end.
Yeah.
There's obviously skilled back enders, middle, and then you've got utility people as well that can pretty well ring.
Utility people? I don't think we've heard that term before. Now take a note.
So, our band placing was different in the final as compared to the eliminator.
Yeah.
Sorry, the qualifier.
Qualifier. Yeah.
We changed around a bit, didn't we?
We did.
But I think it's good to have, you don't want an idea that's set in stone, because that could be to your detriment or to your band's detriment. So to have a little bit of wiggle room is probably a good thing for the team.
We've got a squad of 14, so we've got others that come along and we rotate those around as well, because you never know what's going to happen. So you've got to be versatile to be able to shuffle around if something had happened in the preceding couple of months even.
Or even train breakdown, vehicle issues and all sorts we've had in the past. Absolutely,
so it is about being versatile as well.
Yeah. Okay. Now you talked about the London 12-bell competition. So do you have a competition squad that for all of these competitions, or is there a bit of flexibility? Does it change?
There's a bit of flexibility. It changes around. We put a couple of squads in last year, and we're putting 2 squads in again this year. So yes, it's not this is the band and it's going to be the band, because some people can't make it as well. So it's around how do you increase that level of consistent 12-bell ringing at practices and bringing everybody through, yes, so that you're continuing to the succession plan of people who are going to ring in competitions. Yeah,
always thinking ahead. Now, Linda will be familiar with the next question I'm going to ask. I always like to ask people this. You're here ringing at the National 12-Bell Striking Contest at York Minster. I mean, it's all the headline stuff, isn't it? Where did your ringing journey start? So, Kath, with you, what's your background? Because we've got people listening who are not been ringing long, or maybe thinking about ringing, or their first striking contest is coming up, all those sorts of questions. Where did your ringing journey start?
So I started to ring at Kidderminster, which is halfway between Birmingham and Worcester, on the old 12 there.
We've got another member of our production team who's Black Country over in the corner. So,
and then when I finished my degree, I then moved down to London. So I've been ringing in and around London from then onwards. So spent some time ringing a lot of time ringing with the Cumberlands, yes, and at St Martin in the Fields. So I've been part of both of those 12-bell bands over the years.
Brilliant. Okay. What about you, Ruth?
I started ringing in the southwest in a 6-bell tower called Marham Church, which is on the north coast of Cornwall, close to the north coast of Cornwall. Rang through my early teens, controversially didn't ring at uni, and then picked it up again when I moved to London at Kensington, which is 10-bell tower. And yes,
Was that a case of missing it? You thought, I've missed it, I've not done it for a while.
Yeah, I think it was. And I think what precipitated the event is actually my father was visiting me in London. He was around on a Thursday night. I knew that they practiced because I worked in the area then, so was aware that the bells were ringing, but never had actually been there myself. And so, we elected to go there together, and the rest is history.
Do you mind me asking, when you were ringing Cornwall, were you predominantly, was it a mixture of change, ringing and call changes?
It was a mixture of change ringing and call changes, yes.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. And Linda, we have asked you this question before. You can just remind us about your ringing journey.
So I learnt to ring at Barton Seagrave, Northamptonshire, when they were a 5, an anti-clockwise 5. Derek Sibson moved to Kettering about the time I was learning, and he was very much my mentor and introduced me to sort of ringing on high, 6-bell ringing, 8-bell ringing, and the Cumberlands as well, which I joined just before I went down to university in London, then did a lot of ringing with the University of London and the Cumberlands in the sort of early 80s onwards. Rang in the competition for the Cumberlands from 1989, I think it was, when we won at Redcliffe onwards. Right through to 2010, at which point I thought, done this now, time to let
the t-shirt.
So I retired, hung up my bell ringing boots or whatever you want to say, and then started going back down to Cumberland's regularly again this year, and found myself here after a 16-year break. So it was a bit nerve-wracking. I'd forgotten what the nerves were like.
Well, there we go. Well, listen, you've done the most nervous bit now, haven't you? What's the plan? Are you going straight across the Cross Keys? Or was it shopping?
Probably a drink,
Well, it's perfectly timed. Thank you very much. Ruth Corney, Kath Mullane and Linda Garton from the Cumberlands talking to us. We're going to go live to the Tower now because our second team of the day, Guildford, are about to set off. They've just heard the troubles. Let's wish them the best of luck.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
O'Shea Engineering is proud to support this year's National 12-Bell broadcast. As a company of ringers, we understand that your project, regardless of size, should receive nothing but the utmost care and attention. With a 100% focus on quality and customer service from the initial inquiry all the way through to the test ring, you are guaranteed a fine installation to stand the test of time. So, if you are thinking about having some work done, whether it's a light overhaul or a complete remodelling of your installation, drop a call to O'Shea Engineering. Craftsmanship your tower can trust.
The National 12-Bell Final with Matthew Tosh.
So that was Guildford. Now, if you're looking and watching at the end of the touch, you'll notice that the tenor did not strike. They do not get penalised for that. Some contests you do, but in the National 12-Bell Striking Contest, you do not get penalised if you don't set your bell, just in case you were wondering. So that was Guildford. Next in the tower is going to be Cambridge. There will be in the ringing chamber already. I mean, it's so tightly choreographed. I think they hold the band in the tower because there's so many tower steps. They get the next band up. They're waiting on the stairs, I think, when the final team have come around into changes. They put that team in. There's a little bit of crossover, and they are due to start ringing their practice piece and adjusting for ropes at 12:30. So that's the National 12-Bell Striking Contest, but we're going to do something slightly different now. We're going to talk about 10-bell ringing because David Bagley is here, and if that's a name you may or may not know if you are regular readers of the ringing world and various things online, because David is integral to the Tewkesbury Shield. David, first of all, welcome to the studio.
Well, thank you, Matthew, for having me along. Thank you.
It's great to see you here. So, Tewkesbury Shield, for people who haven't heard about it, what would be your elevator pitch about it?
It came out of the Festival of Tewkesbury, which was held in 1971, and that was a local event which was commemorating the 800th anniversary of the founding of the Abbey. A bit more than that, actually, 850, anniversary of the Abbey, and also a very important battle in the Battle of the Roses in 1471. So we had this big event, and then one of the ringers saw a notice in a shop window that said, anybody's got any idea how we can keep this event going for a few more years? Because it was a huge event, and the ringers got together with the tower captain at the time, and they decided, yes, let's have a ringing competition. So by the time we got it all up and running and so on, it was 1973, so that was the very first competition, was in 1973.
And is that festival still happening now?
No. The only thing that relates to that now is the Tewkesbury Shield competition. This is the legacy, if you like, of the Festival of Tewkesbury. So it's been going every year since then, apart from we had obviously a COVID year, and we also had a coronation as well, which was chosen on the same day 2 or 3 years ago. So we had to not have the competition that day, I'm afraid.
So let's go back to that beginning of that. Yeah. So you've been given this challenge of putting something on to help keep this idea of the festival going. How did you start? Was it invited bands? I mean, because that's you're taking on something big. You had no idea whether it was going to work or not.
The original format was that there was 2 bands from each of Worcestershire Association, Gloucester and Bristol Association, and the Hereford Diocesan Guild. They would each provide 2 bands, and that's how it was then done for the first 2 years. And then after that was an 8-bell competition, believe it or not, as well. That's how it started. And then for subsequent years, they had Worcester, Gloucester, and Hereford had the sort of automatic right of entry, and then the other teams were sort of then on a first come first serve basis, and that was when it became a 10-bell competition in 75. The problem with first come first served, of course, is it's what happens if you've got say 5 spaces and you get 6 applications on the same post. What do you do about it? So that was always the worry. So it then went to a slightly different system where we'd have names out of the hat for the other teams, not the 3 home teams, if you like. The problem with that, though, of course, is that if you've got a home team that doesn't want to take part for some reason, they've taken up a place for a team that does want to take part. So eventually it all got scrapped and sorted out so that everyone now gets an equal stabber, if you like. So there's an advert in the Ringing World every October saying, would teams like to take part in this competition, and send your entries in, and then we have a Tewkesbury Abbey Guild of Ringers meeting beginning of December usually, or end of November, and then the vicar pulls the 9 names out of the hat. So we have 9 teams.
You have to make sure all the bits of paper are the same size.
It's all done openly and honestly.
Brilliant. So in terms of how it runs, I mean, we're here at the 12 Bell contest, of course. It's a very different feel, isn't it?
It's a very different field. First of all, it's the same venue every year. That's quite important. We can't have heats because organising one competition is bad enough. If we're having heats, eliminators, qualifiers, call it what you like, then we're having to multiply the number of competitions you have to organise by a massive amount. We have 4 competitions or something, it's not on. So there's no heats, it's always out of the hat. It's much more of a traditional feel about it. There's no hawk here, there's no... the judges actually hear the real bell sounds from the garden nearby. So it's the Abbey Guild Ringers, they organise all the teas and coffees and refreshments and so on. So it's a very much more church fete sort of atmosphere in many ways.
And just before we come to the Guildford Ringers, just come down looking slightly pleased with themselves and very hot. On the judging side, is it judged purely by ear or is there a strikeometer involved?
Nothing. No, it's entirely by ear. So we trust our judges to do the job the traditional way. And if they want to, they can make recordings they can go back to. But it's one of the hardest things actually is to find competent judges. And I'd also like to try and encourage up and coming judges to take part in it, so that on a day like this, the 12 Bell, it's almost like a conveyor belt of people who actually got the skills needed to come and judge this sort of thing. And we like to think the Tewkesbury Shield is a good stepping stone for that.
Great stuff. Right, David, you're going to stay with us whilst we talk to Oliver Hall and Mark Gill from Guildford. I'm just going to ask you to come closer to your microphones. We want to hear what you've been up to. So, first of all, Oliver, how are you feeling?
Hugely relieved, having come down the tower.
Yes.
As it pointed out in the programme, I am a final debutante, so it's particularly nerve-wracking for me coming here for the first time, and of course my first time being on potentially the best ring of bells in the world, and certainly hugely heavier and more difficult than the bells we're used to at Guildford. But I'm feeling much happier now than I was about 20 minutes ago as we were in the middle of the test piece, I can certainly say that.
What about you, Mark?
Yes, I think I'd echo that. There's a tremendous sense of relief. We were lucky with the draw. I think second is quite a nice place. We didn't get to hear much of the Cumberlands because, of course, we were queuing to come in, and it's surprising how quiet the bells are from that side.
Well, I wanted to ask about that, actually, the choreography, because you're asked to meet at least half an hour before you need to go to the tower, I think, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So what happens? You meet somewhere. How long is it before you're going into the tower? And just talk us through that.
We will have to meet at half an hour before our scheduled time outside, same place we came in for our practice, a small corridor, have to sign in to the Minster.
Oh, by the police office, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes, all very formal and very official. Toilets are next door, and then some of our team were timing very carefully when they wanted to go to the loo, so they timed it perfectly so they didn't go too early, didn't leave it too late.
We're laughing, but it's a really important point, because when you're up the tower, you're caught short.
You need to feel comfortable, and it's amazing how your mind can play tricks on you, even if there's no physical need. It's a funny thing.
I think it's fair to say that half hour feels particularly long. You're waiting, and then we go over to the bottom of the steps, and we... just as they started as it was the Cumberlands before us, just as they started their test piece, we started going up the stairs, and then we're standing on the stairs for the duration of the test piece, just about hearing the bells, but not as loudly as you'd think.
But I suppose that means then, because it is quite a long way up, you're not suddenly getting into the tower, catching your breath if you need to, and then suddenly you're expected to ring. I guess that's the idea.
It's quite quick. Richard said quite rightly, go straight to your bells when you get in. We don't want to waste any of our time. But the reason I mentioned listening from outside, I think, was that for me, ringing here compared to Guildford, it was a real exercise in learning to listen in a slightly different way. The bells are bigger, as Oliver mentioned, from what we're used to, and the acoustics are different, and the amount of hum that the back bells generate needs to be taken into consideration. So really listening hard to work out when your bell is actually striking amongst the hum was something I found, for me personally, I needed to do a bit of work on, and a bit of been doing quite a lot of listening over the last couple of weeks.
That's really interesting, isn't it? Yeah, the tower acoustics plays such a key role in all of this, and it's something that's come up before, and it's around the debate about microphones, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Where do you place them? Where do you listen from? Inside, outside? Because the bells are quite in the ringing chamber itself. It's almost a bit muffled, isn't it?
Yes, it's. I mean, they do sound glorious there, but as they all get going and the hum is there in the background, it is.
Yeah, so I mean, it's sort of disguised by this very prominent hum.
In some towers, which is really clear, but they're certainly very audible. It's certainly possible to get some very good ringing on them.
There's a little bit of a story about Guildford, actually. We had some work done fairly recently. We've been experimenting with our own acoustics, and having the University of Surrey just down the hill from where the Guildford Cathedral is situated, we actually took some advice from some of the experts in some of their some of the people they've got there who work in sound and sound management. So we did actually make a few tweaks, and I think I'd be okay to say that David, our steeplekeeper, thinks that that's improved the acoustics.
It's moving in the right direction.
Taking advice from them on what we should be doing and to deaden some of the reverberation and sound in a big tower like Guildford.
Yeah, with lots of brick and concrete. It's I mean, Liverpool Cathedral is another example of that, isn't it?
Yes. That's right, yes, and I think we noticed with the 12-bell team, since we've been practising this year, that we have noticed a slight improvement in our Hawk-ear scores and a bit more clarity of the bells. And there's still plenty of work to be done. If anyone's rung at Guildford, be aware that they're a little bit indistinct. And
yes.
Our acoustic challenge is an ongoing project for us.
Yeah. Let's ask about the ringing at Guildford. Is Stedman off the menu for a bit, or is it firmly on the menu?
I think it's fair to say we ring quite a lot of Stedman. Obviously, we have been doing in practice for this, but no, it's a regular fixture at Guildford. We're ringing quite a lot of Stedman. Quite a few of the peals that are rung there are Stedman. We've got some eminent Stedman ringers amongst the band, and no, it's very much still on the menu and will continue to be so, I think.
Okay. Do you notice a difference? Does it taking part in a contest like this? Does it help improve the focus in the band, or is it? Oh, they're the competition ringers, and I'm never going to be in that league. Because this is a real. We talked. One of the key things we're talking about today is the psychology of ringing, the psychology of entering a contest. How does that play out at Guildford?
Well, it's a very friendly and welcoming band. I think I don't know what the atmosphere feels like in one of the, I may say, real top teams such as Birmingham with a really strong record. Quite how much pressure is put on the ringers, but I think we're really supportive and friendly of one another. And if one of our team members isn't able to make one of our practices, we've got a list of people who will come and ring with us. And I think that will improve their ringing and our ringing. And of course, most of the ringers, in fact, all the ringers at Guildford are regular attendees on a Tuesday night. So they're using their skills to help out the rest of the band. It's a very busy practice, often well over 20 people there. A couple of Maximus bands perhaps will be there, and there's no distinction between the team members and other ringers at Guildford on a Tuesday night practice. I guess I just feel that when we have our special practices for the 12 bell, we're sort of trying to hone our skills even further, which will obviously help the standard of ringing on a Tuesday as well.
That's lovely, isn't it? That kind of brushing off on other people and helping inspire.
And I think it's fair to say that Guildford is we've noticed recently that it's become a little bit of a hub for people wanting to experiment and ring on 12 for perhaps, early on in their 12-bell career. So we ring plenty of entry-level 12-bell stuff for people who are coming along to ring with a friendly band who are going to be able to support them. So we've noticed, lots of people turning up, quite big numbers. So Richard does a fantastic job on practice night to fit everything in, frankly.
That's not easy.
And that's not easy when touches take a longer time. He does a great job, and I think a lot of people who come along to ring on 12 for the first, second time at Guildford really enjoy their experience.
That's brilliant. That's so good to hear. And we wish you the continued success and luck with all that. And obviously, we'll see how you do in the results later. Plan now, is it to nip across the road?
It might be.
I think a half might be in order.
A little bit of refreshment. Yes. I think it's needed. Okay, well, listen, thank you both for talking to us, Oliver Hall and Mark Guild from Guildford. You can go relax now. We'll see you later in the Methodist Church for the results.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
Fantastic. You are listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest final live from York Minster. We're in the Zeus Chapel, and with me is David Bagley, and we're talking about the 10-Bell contest, the Tewkesbury Shield, how it started. I'm just pausing, just keeping my ear on the tower, so David is aware we may need to cut the conversation. But just before we spoke to the Guildford ringers, we were talking about how you do the judging. It's much more of done by judging ear. You're not using technology. That said, has the competition, have you felt that it has evolved from those early days into what it is now? Or is it kind of stayed consistent? And if it has that been something you've tried to maintain?
I think it has its place in the ringing calendar, the ringing society, and it has evolved slightly in some ways, but in many ways it is still the same way. We alternate roughly between Caters one year and Royal the next year. So that there's sort of a consistency to it, and a lot of people say they like that, and a lot of people tell me that they don't like the pressure that, say, the 12 bell is. It's this very different atmosphere, very different feel to it, and much more tradition, and because it's held at the same venue each year, everyone knows where to be at the right time, and so we have little jokes. For instance, when people come down the tower, they all come down in band order. So I was standing on a wall with a camera to photograph them outside the tower door, and they all realise they've got to come out the tower in band order. So it's all a bit of fun in that respect, and it is more light-hearted, I think, and. It has its place. I mean, the competition definitely has its place. It's done a really good job in promoting 12 bell ringing over the years, and but we are a 12 bell tower at Tewkesbury, but we still keep it as a 10 bell competition for that reason. We want to be separate. We want to be different. We want to be traditional. We want to keep our place in the ringing calendar. People do come along from a long way just to listen to it, just like today. It's not just the competitors; it's the people coming along for the ringing, and what we were describing earlier was the après cloche as well.
I love that. It's a new term that David taught me today. Après cloche. So it's a lovely one. Right, the trebles are ringing. So David Bagley, thank you so much for coming to talk to us about the Tewkesbury Shield. We're going to focus now on the 12 bell ringing because the Cambridge team are in the tower. Let's wish them the best of luck.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. The National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
You're listening to live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
Right, let's give you a rundown where we are. That was Cambridge in the Tower. Just to go back to the start of the day, we've already heard from the Cumberlands, Guildford and Cambridge, you've just heard. We'll be talking to the Cambridge Ringers in a moment. Next in the Tower will be the home team of York. Then at 1:30 will be Birmingham. At 2 o'clock, St Paul's will go into the Tower. These are Tower entry times, not ringing times. 2:30 will be the College Youths. At 3 o'clock, it will be Leeds. And at 3:30, it will be Bristol. That is the lineup for the rest of the afternoon here from York Minster at the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final. We are in the Zeus Chapel and it's a pleasure to be bringing you this live coverage today. Now, a number of you have been in touch and I'm going to go to Roddy Horton's email next. He says, hello studio team, enjoying the broadcast again. Roddy is a stalwart. Thank you very much, Roddy. He said, you do a great job and especially good luck to the Cumberlands and Leeds. Thank you, Roddy. He's emailed us at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. David Macy's already been in touch as well. David, really good to hear from you. He said, I'm looking forward to the coverage, a wonderful resource for those of us unable to be in York today. Thank you to you and the production team. And we have one more. I'm going to go to Michael O'Hagan. Hello, Michael. Another regular listener, often overseas. Now, Michael, I'm just going to go to this, right? The email is from, I think it's from his cat. He says, just a quick note to wish all the teams, judges, techies and organisers of the competition good luck for a successful day. Of course, I will be rooting for a Bristol victory, but I hope that every team leaves feeling proud of their ringing. It's fantastic that the broadcast always brings this event across the world. I'm enjoying much British nostalgia today and it's lovely to see the faces of so many great friends from all over the country on television. Fantastic production as always. I'm watching with Akiva the cat, who seems much less interested than me. That's great, isn't it? Look at that. It's completely flat out. Doesn't even notice. So look at your screens now. You'll see Akiva the cat. Thank you, Michael, for that. Don't forget, if you've got a cat, a dog, a tortoise, anything that's part of the broadcast today or is watching or is nearby, let us know what you're up to. And we're looking for pets as well as humans as well. And I can see some more coming in on my screen. We'll get to those in a moment. So, if you want to get in touch, here's a reminder of how you can do that.
Wherever you are, whatever you're up to, we'd love to hear from you. To get in touch with the studio, send an email to 12bellstudio@gmail.com. On social media, you can contact us via Messenger on our Facebook page, National 12 Bell Striking Contest. Start your message with studio to make sure it gets to us. Send us a message and be part of today's coverage.
I've just been handed the programme, the official programme for today. Most host places, when they host this final, they produce a brochure like that, you see, and it tells you a bit about each of the bands. There's usually a message from a welcome message from the clergy as well, a welcome note, important information, the headquarters pub, and just information of the bells and the teams. Now, I didn't read you about Guildford's team, so how remiss of me. I'm just giving you the heads up on Guildford. It says Guildford returned to the scene of their best ever result in a 12-bell final, having been placed third in 1999. They qualified with a strong performance at Leicester, finishing behind Birmingham and comfortably ahead of the rest of the field. Their controlled approach on that day could serve them well at the Minster today. Then we had Cambridge, who had just come in. Greg's just making himself comfortable. Cambridge, let's read the spiel about Cambridge before we speak to Cambridge. We've got Greg and Johnny from Cambridge. Here we go. We can see if they're living up to this. This continually evolving Cambridge team blends considerable experience with talented youth. This is what it says here. And they go in search of their glory days of the 80s and 90s. Cambridge eased through their qualifier at Cornhill to give themselves a chance of repeating the strong piece of ringing which brought them a 4th place finish at Redcliffe last year. David Pipe has placed himself out of harm's way on the tenor, a bell he rang to the heaviest peal of Bristol Royal back in 1996. Veterans in the band from 1999, it's just one, it's John Peverett, who's ringing for High Wycombe at the time. So Cambridge have been in 31 finals and have won it 4 times. And I'm very pleased that Greg Chew and Johnny Nash are here. Hello to you both.
Hello.
Hello.
You're looking relieved and you're grinning. Was it good up there?
Yeah, I think we did okay.
Yeah. What was take me through, Greg, the moment you walked, because I know you have to sort of hang around the stairs for a bit, don't you? And then you get out. What was going through your mind the moment you set foot in that ringing chamber?
No, we were just very focused. I mean, we were, like sometimes, like in the qualifiers, when you go in, sometimes you can be talking about different things. You can talk about windows, you can talk about all sorts of things. But today we were focused. We went in, we knew exactly which ropes we were ringing, which bells we were ringing, and we got on it, and then we practiced. We didn't hesitate, and then we tried our best, and I think that's really good.
It's kind of making the most of the time up there, isn't it? So
exactly.
No messing about.
Exactly, and we took a lot from the practice. We know what the ring chamber looks like. We know exactly what to do, so no faffing around whatsoever.
Johnny, how important is it having that experience in the actual ringing chamber when you're preparing for a contest like this?
I think a lot of it is getting used to the bell, having that hour of practice when we came a couple of weeks ago, because we're not used to heavy bells at all in Cambridge. We have a lightish 12 that are very easygoing, so coming here
just for people who are not familiar, what rate do you normally ring on?
Cambridge are 2400 weight, so double that and add a bit to get to York.
Indeed. So you've got the psychology going in there. How have you both as individuals? What's your ritual of going into a thing like this?
Well, it's only our second time, so we don't really have a ritual yet.
But you've survived. You're smiling. You're here to tell the story. So how did you? Are you one of those ringers that goes off into a corner? Do you have a laugh and a joke? What's your particular approach?
I was headphones on, listening to the touch beforehand, and then I'm a bit more hiding in the corner sort of ringer.
You see sports people doing this sometimes. They have their music on. They have their track on, don't they?
Yeah, like swimmers do. Yeah. Like curlers do.
So Johnny, you're one of these people. You're a serious sports person.
He used to be on the county cross country team, so that's definitely different.
You've just outed him.
I know.
But is there something you can take from that kind of the sporting? Is there a parallel here?
There is. I wouldn't say it's a bit different in terms of when you're running, you want a lot of adrenaline and you want maximum physical effort, whereas ringing you want to be more composed and pull the bell the right amount and not horrifically over pull.
Yeah, nerves are never a good thing, are they? Because you overcompensate for everything. And what about you, Greg? What's your kind of coping strategy? And the reason I'm asking is, we joke about the coping strategies, but people listening to this may be preparing for their first striking contest. Never done it before. It's their local branch or local district striking contest, and they're thinking, how am I going to survive? What sort of tips would you have?
Well, I think just enjoy it. I think that's a really key bit. Having we joke about this also, but like having a good mental health is really important. Like being able to cope with difficulties and being resilient. So sometimes, in a bell chamber, when you're ringing the test piece, sometimes you can have a good blow and you can have a bad blow. And when you had a bad blow, you need to be able to recover instantly and then keep your head up high and then keep moving forward. So, so my ritual is just trying to stay happy. We had some Haribos up there, so the sugar levels definitely.
Now that the secret's coming out now, so it's Haribos.
Haribos, yeah, no, that's definitely the secret ingredient to our ringing today.
Okay, we're going to see sales spikes going up now. People buying shares. Exactly. You heard the tip here. What about the support within the band? Because we all have good days and bad days. Sometimes I come out of a town and think, I just rang absolutely shocking tonight. How important is that the support and the cohesiveness of a band?
Yeah, no, I think it's really important. And what's unique about our band, I would say, well, not unique now, but I think what we do very well is we blend young ringers and old ringers together very well.
Did you say old or older?
Oh, old, just older. No, Phil Orm's not going to be happy, is he?
Just keep digging.
No, but the younger and the older ringers, no, they work in harmony. You have to have you have to have the really stable, wise. They know absolutely what they're doing, and also you want to have some new excitement, some new energy, and that's where
Greg comes in.
No, but
that's your function, is it?
No, but having a good atmosphere. So we go to the pub afterwards, and actually it stems from our practice nights as well. Just our general practice nights. We have a very good, diverse range of people. We have the university ringers coming in, and there are so many of them. We rang an all-student peal yesterday, just from students, which is brilliant. And for example, tomorrow we have some rounders going on between the town ringers and the university ringers. So all of that really all adds up. It's like a bottom-up thing. It's not just the band ringing themselves. It's all about creating that atmosphere, not just in the squad, but within the wider Cambridge area.
You paint a lovely picture, and so it's really cohesive, possibly until the rounders match. That's when the real
exactly.
Comes out.
We've won it 2 years in a row now, so they better. We have it tomorrow, so we'll see who wins the real trophy there, the Rounders trophy.
I like it, Johnny. You're smiling as well. So and this is something you experience as well. This kind of cohesiveness.
Yeah, definitely. Because I came as a student, so sort of was part of that mixing of the student ringers and the town ringers that worked quite well.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, listen, we really appreciate the energy you're bringing to everything, and sharing your perspectives on the ringing and that journey as well today. There's one question I'm going to ask you. I think, Greg, I might have asked you this last year in the Young Ringers segment. It's just your ringing journey, where you started. Again, because we've got people who are new to ringing, not been ringing long. So, Johnny, how did you get from where you started to 12-bell ring? Where did it all begin for you?
I would say I was taught by my dad at about 12, and just in a local tower in Bedford, and then there was quite a lot of young ringers practices in Bedford at that time, so Bedfordshire young ringers were quite successful in the youth contests around the time I was in Bedfordshire, and then so we started having 12-bell practices in Bedford for that group of people, and then came to Cambridge at university and got to that sort of next level of 12-bell ringing.
Yeah. What about you, Greg?
Well, I learned at university, and so shout out to Sam Johnson, who taught me how to ring. He recently broke his foot, but no,
not as a result of teaching you, I hope.
I just learned at university, and then I stayed for a PhD, and then this is when so I got into town ringing as well.
Brilliant. Okay, Greg Chew and Johnny Nash, I'm going to hold it there, because if you're listening in the background, the bells are signalling that our next team in the tower, who are York, the home team, are ready to do their test piece. Let's wish them the best of luck.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
You're listening to live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Indeed. So our next team in the tower, just going in now, is Birmingham. We'll have a chat with the York Ringers when they make their way down. Of course, they know where they're going. They don't need to be guided because they're in this building several times a week. Turning to emails, which is 12lstudio@gmail.com. Peter Oldfield has been in touch asking, is there a lower bandwidth audio feed of today's broadcast for those of us who are out and about on a lower quality signal? Peter, if you, and this applies to anybody, if you want to change the quality, I think it's on the lower right of your YouTube player. There's a cog thing, you can click on there, and there's a thing that says quality, and just you can play around with your settings there, but you want the lower resolution ones if you're getting the buffering issue or anything, any freeze framing. So that's all built into YouTube. You can do that automatically. Hope that helps. Thank you for getting in touch there. I'm going to turn to Facebook because we've got a message from Sarah Bence. Hello team, we're watching live to support debutante Toby Bence ringing for St Paul's. We're the proud parents. Oh, I love that. That's great. Thank you, Sarah. And Alex Dunwoody has been in touch and says, I'm watching from Goulburn. I've rung there in New South Wales. Only a pretty new ringer, so I'm enjoying seeing some world-class ringing this Saturday evening. You've asked what method are they ringing? They're actually ringing a principal. They're ringing Stedman sinks, 252 changes of Stedman sinks with some lovely musical bits and titums in particular in the second part of the course. You can listen out for that one. It's a challenging touch to mix the little bells in with the big bells. Now, just going to leave the messages for a moment and turn to my guest who's with me, Peter Shepherd, who is the chair of the 12-Bell Committee. Peter, we've probably just explained that there is a kind of organising committee, isn't there, or representatives from each of the teams?
Yeah, so the committee is made up from the previous year's finalists plus the runners-up, and primarily the role is just to oversee both the strategic and the logistical side of the ongoing competition.
Yeah, because the actual on-the-ground organisation is done by the host tower, isn't it?
Yeah,
and same for the eliminators.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of oversight into that over the course of sort of the preceding 18 months to 2 years. But we are reliant on that local kind of implementation of the day.
Yeah. So is it you, the committee or the chair, that decides what is being rung?
It's a committee decision.
Very diplomatically put, that wasn't the way you did that.
So it's a fairly predictable process, as you'll have noticed from the previous years, but primarily there'll be a vote on whether it's Sinks or Maximus. That's usually driven by the weight of the tenor. So obviously heavier bells like these, it would be not as advantageous for teams from smaller rings of bells to ring the tenor here. So it's primarily Sinks, and then once we've decided if it's Sinks or Maximus, then there'll be a usually pretty short discussion, particularly if it Sinks, about what method it will be.
Yeah.
And then that gets decided. Usually more of a debate on what the touch is going to be honest, if it's step one.
And what about that journey? Because there's notes in the programme about that it's a Chris Poole touch this year. Do people make proposals? Is there a pool of stuff? Is there a queue of stuff down the line that you pick from? How does that work?
So this time round is probably a good example in that we asked Chris to go away and, as an experienced kind of Stedman composer-conductor, to go and have a look and come up with a series of options. And he came back with a presentation of probably about 8 touches, with a commentary of why he thought some of them were good and some of them were good in different ways. And previous years, we've had quite a long debate with varying opinions on which one we would choose. This year, I asked Chris to actually just put forward his proposal, and we voted that we were happy with his proposal. But it can be an interesting debate.
I suppose I can imagine that opinions will be very deep-rooted with certain people.
Yeah, I mean...
Because we've all got our preferences, haven't we?
Absolutely. And Stedman is a really good example of where that debate evolves, because you can have touches with a huge amount of calls in, or you can have touches with barely any calls in, or a lot of music, or no music, or all of the above. And different people will prefer different approaches. So it is sometimes difficult to get to a final result.
And I guess that's why you have a committee, so you can vote on it, and it's a committee consensus, essentially. That's the theory.
Yeah, that's the theory.
Brilliant. Now, you're not ringing this year. You said you're enjoying it just off air, but whilst the ringing was happening, you were saying just how much you're enjoying walking around the atmosphere and soaking it up. How has it been? How would you describe that today?
It's good. There's a real buzz. I think, when we were in the nave this morning waiting for the draw, you could feel it building, which is nice. I think, this place as a venue is impressive, and the bells are one of, if not the best ring of bells in the country as well. So I think people want to come here. And yes, it's just been nice. The weather is perfect as well. So, it's just been nice to bump into people you don't see for maybe since last year.
Indeed, yes.
Have a chat.
Wish them Happy New Year, that sort of thing.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Now, I've got to ask, the huddle that happens afterwards, when you say, well, I want to speak to all of the team leaders, what happens there? Because we saw it on the camera, we saw you gathering. What are you doing? A hacker? What's going on?
I would love to say it was that interesting. It's basically I have to read the rules verbatim.
You're reading the rules. Okay.
Yeah, because they need to know exactly how it's going to run. Because if they don't follow the rules exactly, they could be penalised in the results. So they need to know exactly what to do and when to do it. So they're all experienced ringers. They know the rules, but just from that point of view, it's just making sure that we've got everyone on the same page.
I guess there's no excuses then. So if they, we didn't know, we started 10 seconds too late, nobody told us, you've
exactly.
kind of mitigated that.
Yeah, exactly. It's also a last minute opportunity for them if they've got a last minute change of band or anything like that due to illness or something to raise that as well. But yeah, unfortunately, it's as boring as reading the rules.
No, it's an important job. Well, Peter, thank you for demystifying that, because it is a thing that I get asked about. What did he do? What did he? And now you've explained it. It's all quite bland now, isn't it? All my imaginative memory's gone. So good. Right, listen, we're going to let you get back to the atmosphere out there and carry on soaking it up in your important role as chair of the committee. Thank you for coming to talk to us. It's Peter Shepherd. Right, we've also got Sam Austin and Ed Mack who have just come out. Gentlemen, just move yourself. You've got to get a bit closer to the microphones, get yourselves comfortable. My first question, I'm going to go dive straight in. Sam, what's the ambience, the climate like in the tower? Is it getting warm up there?
It's getting warm. There's the stench of human endeavour a bit.
Oh!
But it's well ventilated. There's lots of large windows, and there's a lot nice airflow. But it is hot up there as well because of the sun. But we're all jolly nervous and very relieved when we'd finished.
Yeah, Ed. I mean, both of you, local ringers. You ring on your home bells. How does it feel doing this kind of level of competition on bells you really, really know?
It feels like the stakes are a lot higher, because I think, I'm really proud of how the band has progressed, but I don't think we can expect as good a result if we were at other venues, and particularly not other venues that are a different weight to ours. So it feels like a bit of a, I don't want to say one-off, but it feels like a special chance to get a higher result. So really quite nerve-wracking, bigger stakes than I think most teams have.
Yeah, I guess I had some conversation with the Redcliffe ringers last year. I mean, you're familiar with Redcliffe yourself. It's your own bells. You're wondering, as an outsider, how the home team know the bells. How do they ring them? Do you feel there's a little bit more scrutiny on you because the later bands might be taking cues from you?
Yeah, well, I've got family members and friends who have been asking questions, and I've just been trying to keep quiet, no comment.
Are you throwing them curveballs or anything? Red herrings?
I haven't. I don't know about Sam.
We had a secret weapon. Ed very kindly gave us a Kit Kat before we rang. So.
Oh. Okay, wasn't laced with anything, was it?
But I agree with Ed. I think the expectation is greater on the home team, particularly here. And I think I've certainly felt that. Ed, you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and Ed's our leader, by the way. He's
Great stuff. So when did obviously you've known that the contest final was going to be here for a while. When do you really seriously start locking down the band?
I think the process started 3.5-4 years ago when we first entered, and I think most of the people in the community did so sort of with a sense of commitment to this final. Then 3-4 years ahead. This year, it was sort of around the autumn time, which I think is the usual schedule for most of the serious teams. I started realising that people had holidays and field trips and things. Like I had to do the diary work to get all the sessions I wanted back in October.
It's quite challenging, that. I don't think people realise just how much work goes into that.
It's a lot of work, and you have to be quite an annoying person to make people hold dates for something that's far ahead. But that's just what you've got to do.
It's a dirty work, but someone's got to do it, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. What about the influence of preparing for that? Has there been a noticeable shift in the focus and the kind of the cohesiveness of the band as a whole? I'm always interested in, when bands prepare for something like this, does it influence the rest of the band? Does it raise the stakes elsewhere? Does it help bring less experienced people up?
I think everyone's got their own different way of approaching it. There's some people who are very relaxed about it, and there's some people who get very, very tense, and they're on hawk ear trying to get a PB every time. But it does provide opportunities to bring other people in as well. And our squad was a lot larger before we started, and we've whittled down to the final 12.
You're not killed them off or anything.
No, not bumped anyone off.
My question, actually, I was also interested in the people that are not in the squad. Is there a kind of a knock-on effect, a positive knock-on effect?
I think so. I think people are very supportive if they're not in the squad. And a few years ago, I was in the larger squad, and I wasn't selected for the actual squad, and that was absolutely fine. There's no hard feelings whatsoever, and they had my full support. And I'm sure that's true of the others, and a lot of them are stewarding today, and a couple of them are actually in this room with the tech and the hawk here. So we're all working on we're all on the same page. Yeah.
Indeed. So now you've done your ringing. Have you got other roles here because you're the host tower? Have you been assigned, or are you actually relaxing now? Is that your kind of bit done?
I did some stewarding this morning, and I think I have a responsibility later to get people to leave the pub and go to the results venue. But I don't know where that is, so I'll have had a few pints by then.
Read the website.
Go on Google Maps.
We were told you probably shouldn't send everybody, because I don't think they'll all fit in there, because the results are being live streamed to the pub, so that those that want to stay there can do. So we're helping you, Ed. There we are, making your task easier. Right, Ed. I wanted to ask you another question. No, it's gone off on my screen. I thought I had a question there. Ed Mack and Sam Austin from York, thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
And enjoy relaxing now.
Thanks for having us, and thanks for the broadcast.
Very good. Right, so we are... Gosh, are we halfway through yet, the bands? We must be coming up... We've got the tower now. That was... we've just been listening to York, who last hosted in 1999 and won the contest then. In the tower at the moment, we have Birmingham, one of the favourites. Now, there's a lot of focus on Birmingham. They haven't won for the past couple of years. I don't want to say it's a sore topic with some of them, but it might be a sore topic. And we'll just see how they react later, whether they win or don't win. But you get this with all the bands. There's a good level of competition amongst the ringers, but there are some people who are more competitive than others. And I have it on good authority that there are some fiercely competitive people in the Birmingham team as well. Let us know your thoughts on that, or any of the interviews you've heard today, the ringing, and there are pet pictures coming through. Just you wait to see what we've got coming in on the line. Here's a reminder of how you can get in touch.
You can be part of the show and have a message read out. You can get in touch with the studio by emailing us 12bellstudio, that's the number 12, @gmail.com. It's your show, so why not join in? 12 Bells Studio, that's the number 12, at gmail.com.
So in the background, that is Birmingham Band practising for their test piece. I'm going to go to the emails now, and my pointer appears on my screen. There we are. Claire Mitchell has been in touch. Says, good luck to all the teams. Hubby Len is out and about helping at the local church fete, but we're listening from the garden on the Wirral. That's from Claire, Maggie the dog, Claire Mitchell and Maggie the dog. Thank you, Claire. Lovely to have your company, and Maggie as well. Will Rogers also been in touch. Matthew and the crew. I'm listening from Long Ashton. I'm watching the 12 Bell broadcast today on YouTube. Best of luck to everybody involved. Come on, Bristol, he says. Well, you've got a little time to wait yet because I've been drawn last. He said, I enjoyed last year at Redcliffe and the 2024 contest final at Chilcompton. This year, I am watching the whole thing on YouTube. That's Will Rogers from Long Ashton near Bristol. Thank you very much, Will. Good to hear from you. We're just going to put our ears on the tower at the moment. It's going to be quiet up there. We're waiting for the signal coming from the tower. One thing I'll point out is on our bell cam, you may see the tenor being rocked. I mean, it is 5,900 weight. It's not something you just quickly pull off. So a lot of tenor ringers will just gently start to rock the bell on the stay and use a natural spring of the stay just to help give it a little bit more momentum and pull it off. But also when they set the tenor, you'll see it gently rocking back onto its stay and slowing down. So that's the all-important signal, the two-hole pulls on the trebles from the Birmingham ringers to tell them that they are ready to start. The judges are now listening. Let's wish them luck.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
O'Shea Engineering is proud to support this year's National 12 Bell broadcast. As a company of ringers, we understand that your project, regardless of size, should receive nothing but the utmost care and attention. With a 100% focus on quality and customer service from the initial inquiry all the way through to the test ring, you are guaranteed a fine installation to stand the test of time. So, if you are thinking about having some work done, whether it's a light overhaul or a complete remodelling of your installation, drop a call to O'Shea Engineering. Craftsmanship your tower can trust.
You're listening to live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
Let's give you a rundown of where we are so far. We've just heard Birmingham doing their ringing. So far, we've heard from the Cumberlands. They were first up into the tower, followed by Guildford, then Cambridge, then York. As I said, we've just heard Birmingham, and we'll be talking to a couple of the Birmingham ringers in a few minutes' time. Next, going into the ringing chamber will be the St Paul's Band. Then at 2:30 UK time, we'll have the College Youths. At 3 o'clock, it will be Leeds, and at 3:30, it will be Bristol. That is your lineup for the rest of the competing bands in this year's final of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
Now, it's been busy on the emails. Hal Meakin has been in touch and says, I have my wife's parents visiting us in Ipswich today and finally got my father-in-law interested in the ringers. Nicely done, Hal. Are these grease nipples? Now, we got a picture. Show a picture. There they are. I love it. Got the dog in there as well. Close up, looking at all the engineering bits and pieces of what's going on. So the question was, yes, are these grease nipples all under supervision of the dog? Loving the work. Best of luck to everyone. Thank you, Hal. Love that. Do like a bit of grease nipples on the screen as well. Twiddle pins, all that sort of stuff. We have this wonderful terminology in our hobby, don't we, that people on the outside think, what on earth are these people talking about? Jodie Wood says, greetings from Ireland, and sending best wishes to all of the bands taking part in the contest today. We are enjoying listening to the broadcast from the car whilst travelling to Limerick for a Peel attempt tomorrow. And Jodie says, best of luck to the Bristol band with a special mention to Gareth and Molly. Gareth's in the studio here. Thank you, Jodie. Jodie says they are with Matthew, Sophie and Graham. That's lovely. We're enjoying getting all of your messages. Peter Harrison is one such person who's also been in touch. He says, hi, Matthew. Listen to this. He said, I must say, the close-up of you is quite something on my 65-inch television. I'm thinking, oh dear, sorry about that. I don't know if you have a list of all the bands or not, but those watching online don't. With 7 women ringing, do the Cumberlands have the highest percentage of women in their band? Well, actually, a couple of things there. You can get a list of all the bands. You can actually get access to this full programme. There is a PDF which you can download from the 12 Bell website. Just go to 12bell.org.uk and you can have access to this. You can even have a little map on the back, which is included with the PDF. So you can get that information. And of course, we are displaying the band information on the website as well. In answer to your question, though, about female makeup, yes, we've done some digging around, and you are absolutely right that the women the Cumberlands do have the greatest number of women in their band. So there we go. We're happy to be of service with those stats. Now, speaking of stats, I just want to give you a heads up that a little bit later, once the contest ringing has finished, we've got some special interviews lined up. We're going to do a little feature again on youth ringing with a focus on university ringing this year. That'll be coming up shortly after 4 o'clock. We'll also be speaking to David Hull, who is the outgoing archivist. David is responsible for the existing 12 Bell website that you see and all of the information behind the scenes, which is a treasure trove of data and statistics. You can dissect, chop, group, analyse to your heart's content on that. And it's something that we, as ringers, enjoy doing. We love numbers and patterns and things. That comes with our exercise, of course. So if you want to get deep under the bonnet, do have a dig around on the 12 Bell websites, 12bell.org.uk, and you can find all sorts of information you never thought possible about 12 Bell bands, going right back to 1975. So there we are. That's all happening. Got time to get another message in, which is from Jessica. Jay. Thank you, Jay. Hello to everyone in the studio. You're doing a great job, and I want to send a shout out to Isaac. Is he here, Isaac? There we are. Love you, says. I'm loving the broadcast, although my deaf cat, Cloud, isn't particularly interested. Then we got some pictures of the deaf cat looking at the ringing. Good luck to everybody in the competition. Hope you stay cool in the heat. Well, I can say we're staying cool down here in the studio, but I'm going to look towards our guests, Ollie Bates and Jimmy Yeoman, who've just come down from the studio. Temperature update? How was it in there?
Not horrendous, actually.
Is there a breeze? Because the windows are open, aren't they? There's a breeze coming through.
I was expecting it to be a lot worse, but I suppose it's still relatively early.
The heat's building up there. Ollie, you were ringing the tenor. Was it relatively breezy where you were?
I didn't notice much of a breeze. It felt pretty hot, but you're always pulling so hard when you're up there, so I think it makes it even worse. But we coped. We were fine.
Now, how intense was that experience? Because there's a lot of pressure on the Birmingham band. A lot of pressure on every team, of course. But I'm aware, over the years, you look at the competition history, your track record is stunning. Let's be honest. You've not won for the past 2 years. What's the approach to this contest been like?
I mean, no different to any other year, really. I think we came out of COVID, obviously, and we won the first couple of competitions, and then we've slipped up slightly. But I wouldn't say our practicing routine has changed much. We're still very determined, still very committed. We work as a team. We visit places. It's just a case of on the day, really hoping that we can do it, basically.
Ollie, from your perspective, I mean, is that approach, is it consistent? Is it important to have that consistent approach?
Yeah, I think so. And we've not, as Jimmy said, I don't think we've done much different to last year, and I don't think we've let the last couple of years coming second phase us at all. I think we've just tried exactly the same amount as we have, and learned from things a bit and been open to rearranging things. But yeah, we've had we tend to do sort of regular monthly practices at St Philip's. We came up here, of course, then we had an away day to Exeter and Redcliffe, which I think is about as close as you can get to these. So yeah, we've done quite a lot.
A lot of miles, because they're all in different directions, these places, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's fine. So the importance of moving around different rings, we're talking here, of course, our audience is a mixture of experienced ringers, people just starting out. How important is it to get experience of those different weights bells?
I think the key is to practice on lots of different rings, and I think that's one thing that Birmingham do quite well, is being able to get hold of a new ring of bells as soon as we go. And we always say, sort of in the first touch, it can be quite exploratory for the first kind of 5 minutes or so, and then we lock in. But I think we're quite good at adjusting to different rings of bells, and I think that's the key thing when you've got a home band who ring here all the time. To be able to lock in.
Jimmy, what about the placing today? Were you pleased with where you were drawn?
No, I wanted to go first.
You wanted to just get out of the way with it? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
It's really interesting because some people don't like going first. So why?
No, I'd much rather just get up there, do it, have it done, have the rest of the day in the pub, see where you're placed.
What's your take on that, Ollie?
It was nice to have a couple of touches just to warm up and listen, but yeah, I would rather go earlier, just get out of the way. It's quite nervous.
And in those early touches, are you listening from outside? Are you listening to the feed? Do you all listen together, or do you go away and do your own thing? What's your mental kind of preparation on the day?
I haven't. I've listened to a few bits outside, but I think actually the main thing was listening to our own ringing, listening to a recording of when we were coming, because the band before us may be aiming for a completely different speed to what we were. So all in all, I was probably ignoring most of the other things, and it was most important just to listen to our last touch at our practice, where I think we did pretty well.
So the reason I ask that is that a personal decision, or is that something that everybody in the band takes? Is it left to you as an individual, or are you encouraged, just it's about focusing on our ringing?
We don't really discuss it too much. It's very much deal with it however best suits you. I mean, I went for a couple of laps around the Minster, listened to the last touch, but that was more just to get out of the pub and stop being distracted by all the people who had lovely drinks.
It's tough, isn't it?
So, yeah, I think Steph sends John off somewhere to listen to a convenient place to feedback, and yeah, just some people enjoy that more quiet space. But no, it's not a team, not a coordinated effort. We're not told what to do.
Can I ask you to each describe the moment your kind of foot goes into that ringing chamber? What's going through your mind? How are you staying focused?
It's just focusing in on the task in hand and trying not to for me personally, let any other thoughts creep in, like during the ringing, other than focusing on the striking. And I mean, I don't need to worry about mistakes if I'm in 12th place all the time, but normally.
But you do have you've got a pivotal.
You've got to stay struck, but I don't need to worry about staying right in a method, which is the other thing in normal years. I think if you're getting through the touch and not making any mistakes, that's half the battle. And I think that's an important thing, just to stay focused. You immediately don't really stand much chance of coming out on top if you even just have a couple of mistakes. So that's the key thing to get right first.
But I often argue that tenor ringing is underrated, particularly if you're covering, because people think, you just go to sleep at the back here and just toddle along. But there's a lot more to it, isn't there?
Yeah, and on higher numbers on 12, you've got the row sort of expanding and changing shape all the time. So it's important to try and stay consistent. And I've done my best to do that. But it's interesting looking at the data and, seeing that effect and how you manage to try and stay as consistent as you can.
And you can see the data, when you look at it, you can see yourself doing these kind of micro adjustments, can you, depending on the rest of the change?
That's the aim. Yeah, try and keep as straight a line as you can, but it doesn't always look like that.
Of course. Well, we'll be talking about this strichometer outputs and data a little bit later with Dave Richards. And so if you're listening to the broadcast after 4 o'clock, that will be coming up a little bit later. Jimmy, what about you? What's the moment you're pulling off? What was going through your mind? Or were you? Do you go into a trance? Is it a trance that you go into?
I try not to do anything differently to just ringing. I mean, I ring so much. I ring stem and sinks a lot. We're fortunate to do that in Birmingham. So I really try to not do anything differently. It seems to work the rest of the time, he claims, but yeah.
Okay.
Just try.
And the band impression coming out of the tower was the vibe. You've done well. You pleased with the performance?
I think we're satisfied.
I think we're confident that's our best bit of ringing we've done compared to the practices. As I say, no mistakes, and it all felt pretty good.
Gentlemen, can't say fairer than that. Okay, well, I'm going to let you go because I think, Jimmy, you've got your eye on going across to the Cross Keys. Is that right?
I don't know what's giving you that impression. But,
just a vibe I picked up on. So, listen, enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We will see you across at the Methodist Church a little bit later. And thank you so much for talking to us. Awesome. That's Ollie Bates and Jimmy Yeoman from the Birmingham team. Right, so should we have a little eavesdrop on the tower? Okay, so in case you're wondering, this is St Paul's. They are doing their practice at the moment. They will need to be in changes before 2:15. I can tell you a little bit about St Paul's as well. I've got the thing here in the PDF that you can download from the 12 Bell website. St Paul's stormed into today's final with a dominant win in their qualifier at Cornhill. The weight of today's bells will hold no fear for this band, but the bells at St Paul's are arguably a very different challenge when compared to the Minster these days. We've got 1999 veterans, so remember this is when it was last here in York. We've got Eleanor Linford, who was ringing for St Martin in the Fields, John White, who's ringing for the College Youths, Lucy Woodward, also St Martin in the Fields, and we have a final debutant, Toby Bence, who we had a message for a little bit earlier. There we go, that's St Paul's band makeup. we're going to talk competition organising because Kirsten Hawkins has just come into the studio. Come a bit closer to the microphone. I am just warning you now, Kirsten, we may have to cut this really short because if the trebles turn over, we'll go to the tower. But first of all, contest secretary, how's the whole thing going from your perspective so far?
So far, everything's going very smoothly. No major panics. Everyone's turned up where they need to be. All of the teams seem happy, and they're obviously up there ringing quite happily. So, yeah, all seems to be going okay.
Right, and right on cue there are the trebles. So we will come back to you after this piece. We're going to go to the tower now, and we'll come back to Kirsten afterwards. This is the St Paul's Band. We shall wish them the best of luck.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
O'Shea Engineering is proud to support this year's National 12-Bell broadcast. As a company of ringers, we understand that your project, regardless of size, should receive nothing but the utmost care and attention. With a 100% focus on quality and customer service from the initial inquiry all the way through to the test ring, you are guaranteed a fine installation to stand the test of time. So, if you are thinking about having some work done, whether it's a light overhaul or a complete remodelling of your installation, drop a call to O'Shea Engineering. Craftsmanship your tower can trust.
You're listening to live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
And the weather outside is looking glorious here. We've got a correspondent that's come in, and we're going to talk about what's going on. I say correspondent, it's very rude. It's Kirsten Hawkins, who's the contest secretary. Hi, Kirsten.
Hi, Matthew.
So you've been for a little wander around out there. What's going on? What have we got out there? What's the atmosphere like?
I mean, it's almost a complete takeover of the city. You walk around outside and see ringers stood here, there and everywhere. It's really something special. You can walk around the city walls like we did earlier, listening to the ringing, and see someone else with a red wristband. It's almost a secret code. You look at them and go, I know what you're here for.
Knowing look, yeah, okay. We've got the pub across the road, the Cross Keys. Have you stuck your head in there?
Yes, have stuck my head in there for a pint so far. It's, really, really good atmosphere. Busy. It's getting a bit warm in there. Yeah.
It's quite muggy weather here in York today, isn't it? We're quite lucky in the studio here. I'll be honest, it is actually slightly on the cool side in here, but we're keeping that quiet. We don't want the ringers to know about that. Kirsten, let's talk about your role, the contest secretary. For those that are not familiar with what you do, is it administrative? Is it beating people into shape? What do you have to do?
So yes, the role is mostly administration. It's making sure that all of the teams know the information they need to know about the day, making sure that they all show up on time, making sure the host towers know what they need to know and how the contest needs to be run, and yes, various other administrative bits. So making sure that the website people have the information to go up on there, and managing the contest finances, making sure that the donations to the towers are paid, and reimbursing the judges, stewards, etc.
Yeah. So there's a lot of coordination. So for host towers, then, is there like a pack or like an equivalent of a technical rider that you send out so that they know what they should be providing for a seamless day?
Yeah, there are various bits of information that we send out. There's a sort of master Word document with loads and loads of useful bits about how ringing should be sort of restricted before the contest, so you don't get competitors coming and ringing the bells when they shouldn't.
Is there a risk? I'm going to ask. Is there a risk of that?
I mean, we trust people the competitors to be sensible lots of the time, but obviously if a team tried to book a tower, then you'd ask them sensibly say no. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you there. But so you've got the booking. Is there anything else that towers? I mean, I'm asking because there could be somebody listening thinking, well, we've got a 12-bell tower. Is it going to be feasible at our tower? What sorts of things should they be thinking about?
I think the main things would be somewhere sensible to put the judges, where they can have a good spot to listen to the sound feed. Something that we do need is obviously a sound feed, although the contests do support towers, looking to put one of those in. And something that can vary is sort of the amount of hosting that towers do. So some places more rural or not with lots of facilities nearby would put on sort of breakfasts, lunches in the church, and there's opportunities to sort of raise money for the bells or the church or whatever through doing that well. And then you've got places that might be more urban where you can rely more on the surrounding infrastructure to do that sort of thing. So it definitely does vary from place to place, the things that you need to think about.
I don't know about you, I quite enjoy that variety because just thinking back to a couple of years ago at Chilcompton, where it was a country parish church effectively, just happened to have 12 bells and we had straw bales out, there was a hog roast going on. How long have you been following and being involved in the 12 bell contest?
Relatively recently, I would say. I only sort of became aware of the contest as a periphery thing when I came to university, and started getting more involved in ringing on 12.
You should say you're with Cambridge.
Yes, I'm with Cambridge. So I think the first year I watched the contest was Chilcompton. Whether that was 23, 24,
it was 2024, wasn't it, in Chilcompton? Yes.
24, and then competed for the first time last year, and then have been thrust into an organising role this year, as well as ringing, which is lends a different kind of level of stress to the day.
How does it compare to the stress of ringing?
It's a different sort of stress, hoping the day will go okay. It's a challenge to walk into the ringing chamber and try and put everything else to the side and just focus on what becomes the main stress then, the ringing instead, and sort of try and balance things out.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. Okay, well, thank you very much for sharing that with us all, because it's great to hear some of the things that go on behind the scenes. There's a lot of hidden work that goes on to putting the events on, whether it's a host venue or involved with the organising committee. And thank you for sharing that. So if you are listening and thinking, we might want to have a go at that, Kirsten is the person you need to contact, the contest secretary, and she'll send you all the information of what you need to be able to deliver in order to put on an event like this. So Kirsten, thank you very much. Go and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Matthew. Have a great day too.
Will do. Well, in a moment, we should be talking to Nick Brown, and we're talking to our ringers from St Paul's in a moment. If you want to get in touch with us, here's a reminder of how you can do that.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you, so why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Okay, Nick Brown and Toby Bents have now joined me from the St Paul's team. I've been asking people, what's the temperature like up there? I mean, I'm going to start with you first of all. What was the ringing like? What do you make of that now that you're out of the tower?
I thought it was a very respectable piece of ring we put together. It was very hot up there. It was quite toasty.
Okay.
Pleased to be out of there now.
Yeah, well, you're smiling. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, I thought we did really well. We're quite at home on these kind of bells. These are a sort of handy 12 in comparison to our bells, so we're quite comfortable on the big bells. So,
But for people that are not familiar with St Paul's, and obviously we've been talking a lot about York bells today, but if people haven't visited, I mean, talk us about that because St Paul's, they're not the easiest, are they? They've got their own challenges.
Yeah, so York, you can hear all the bells, which is an excellent start. They go well, you wave your arms up and down, and it all sort of happens. St Paul's, there are some bogey bells that are harder to ring than others. They're a longer draft. The acoustics have got a little bit of work to do on those. So there's lots of sort of nuances that make these a little bit easier than St Paul's.
So it's a slightly easier ride then in some respects?
Yeah, it allows you to focus on the ringing and the striking, and there's no other sort of background noise to have to deal with at the same time.
They're very rewarding bells, these, aren't they?
Yes, they're absolutely glorious. I absolutely love every time I come here. Yeah, it's so good to be back here, and what a place to have the competition.
It's extraordinary size. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, we've been trying to describe this to people listening, that it's, the time it takes you to get from one end of the building to the other. You've got to get up the tower, you go across the roof for a bit, then you're into another bit, and you eventually end up in the ringing chamber. It's quite a journey, isn't it?
Yes.
Does that put extra pressure on you as a ringer, that it's quite a long journey from the moment you arrive at the police cabin and you get upstairs?
Well, I think it's just, it's obviously, like you said, it's a longer journey, and having to meet that 15 minutes earlier than we normally do, and that's just obviously adds a little bit more stress, doesn't it, and sort of making sure we're all in the right sort of frame of mind ready to go.
I guess that could work in both ways, though, couldn't it? Because some people talk about getting in the right headspace and then just almost decompressing from the hubbub of outside and get into that headspace. Do you have a particular strategy that you resort to? I realise it's individual for every single person. The reason I ask is people listening to this might be thinking about entering their first competition, local striking contest, getting a little bit nervous. I'm interested in how you as individuals approach that. Nick?
I think I just try and remain calm. I like to have a little wander around after the draw. I sat in the sun for half an hour today on the bench over the back of the Minster and listened to the first team practice and ring. went to the pub, had a chat with a few people, and just try and be normal and sort of forget about it, really. Today, we didn't really have to worry about anything until 1:30 or slightly before 1:30, as you start kind of, or have I had enough to drink, not beer, but
not too much to drink as well, because it's quite a journey, isn't it?
Well, that's right. Yes, there were a few last-minute loo stops before we went up today, which was good. But we're very good in the St Paul's Band about kind of keeping it relaxed. There's no tension as such. We laugh at each other. We make jokes with each other, and a few of us were making very last-minute loo decisions. So as soon as we were about to pull off, and I think Martin said, "Oh, anyone need the loo before we start?" So we like to keep it relaxed. And
sometimes comments like that just help break the ice, don't they?
Yeah, it does.
Break the tension, break it down. I don't know about you. I think it does depend on the band, but it's lovely to hear that. And you're talking about the human side, allowing yourself some time just to be me before we go into the tower and do the thing. It's really good. What about you, Toby?
I'm very similar to Nick in that I try and keep it as normal as possible. And like I say, keeping it light-hearted, a really nice atmosphere to be in. Even though this is a very stressful moment, I feel sort of at home with my friends, and I'm ready to try and perform as best as I can. And there's doesn't feel like there's any extra pressure from my friends, and that is really, really good.
We spoke to a ringer earlier who actually put earphones in and was listening to touches, and it just reminded me, sometimes you watch the Olympic swimmers and they come out with their headphones on, they're in their headspace, they're doing their thing, and it's there are some parallels, and I just love hearing different ringers' approaches to preparing for something like this, because not only have you got the judges, but you've got sort of qualified listeners. You've got your peers who are, professional ears outside as well. So there is that pressure coming from all angles, isn't there?
Yes. And we are a Sunday service band at the end of the day. So we do this together every Sunday. So it's just like we just try and emulate a normal Sunday morning.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's great stuff. Can I ask you about your own ringing journeys? I do like to delve into this, because we don't wake up being 12-bell ringers. Where did your ringing journey start? Where did you learn to ring?
So my mum taught me to ring. I learnt to ring in Hertfordshire, a little six just outside Hitchin, in a village called Lilly. And I learnt in a Whitsun half-term holiday. I think I had 2 hours or an hour and a half every day for a week. And by the end of the week, I could handle a bell. But both my mum and dad ring. I think the first time.
So it's in your blood?
Yeah, the first time I entered the ringing room, I was about 2 days old, I think.
Oh, you've been conditioned then.
I've been conditioned, yeah.
What about you, Toby?
Pretty similar to Nick. So my granddad taught me how to ring. He had a ring of fire engine bells in his garage. And he knitted, sallies, and had really small ropes. And that's where I learned to handle a bell from sort of 3, 4, and then into tower at Rothwell in Northamptonshire, which are a lovely 10. And my dad sort of taught me, so my whole family ring as well, and it's a really, really nice thing. And then moved over to Bedfordshire, and then that started where I started coming into London more, and then at St Paul's. So,
Did you ever imagine you'd be sitting in York Minster talking about competition ringing?
Absolutely not. I still can't believe it.
It's amazing, isn't it? Well, listen, we really appreciate you coming to take some time away from the socialising and describe what it was like up there. We enjoyed listening to you ringing, and obviously we'll see you across at the Methodist Church a little bit later for the all-important result.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Go and enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So that was the St Paul's ringers, Nick Brown and Toby Bence, looking incredibly relieved to be out of the tower. There we go. I'm probably enjoying the coolness of our studio here. So let's have a look at the rest of the lineup. We've got the college youths in the tower at the moment. Now, actually, there's a lot of overlap between St Paul's and the college youths, because the St Paul's is a college youths tower where practices are held. Then we've got Leeds. They'll be going to the tower at 3 o'clock, and Bristol will be heading into the tower at 3:30. Bristol, of course, the current holders of the Taylor Trophy. That could all change, or it may remain the same. Who knows? You stay with us. We will bring you all of that coverage here from York Minster. Now, just looking ahead to what's going to happen. We've got the 3 more teams. After that, we've got some special features. We're going to be talking about youth ringing. We're talking about university ringing. We're going to delve into the stats behind the 12 Bell website, talking to David Hull. We are going to look at the information that the strikeometer turns out for the judges and the process that goes on behind the scenes, because we talk about the judges doing their deliberation. We've never really delved into what are they actually looking at when the strikeometer gets involved. You know, we talk about numbers and things like standard deviations, but in practice, what does that mean? We're going to demystify that for you. So if you want to get under the bonnet and see what the judges are working with, as well as their own listening ears and their own marking sheets, then that will be coming up whilst the judges are doing their deliberations. Now, I'm going to go to our emails because there's lots more coming in. I have got a message from Will Postlethwaite. It's just loading up on my screen. He says, huge shout out from Melbourne, Australia. There's quite a few people down there. We've got loads of listeners from down under. Thank you very much. Great to have your company. 12 Bell ringing is always a pleasure to listen to, and all the best to the teams today. All teams are, of course, welcome to ring on the 2900 weight 12 at St Paul's Cathedral, Melbourne, if any guilds are planning an Aussie holiday. Well, I can actually say I've rung on those bells, and I can attest to them being a delightful ring of bells. Will is the chairman of the Victoria branch of the ANZAB Association. So thank you very much for getting in touch there, Will. We appreciate that. He's emailed us 12bellstudio@gmail.com. We've also had Ollie Watson get in touch with a picture of the cat in Sussex. The cat is called Tobias, and Tobias has been listening to the broadcast from Sussex. Have we got a picture of Tobias? No, we haven't got a picture of Tobias. I've got a picture here. It looks like he's got one eye, but I think it's the way the light is shining on the cat there. So that's cat listening. I can see more pets coming up. Okay, I thought there was a frog, actually. I'm going to go to the frog. This is George Barrett. From Cardiff. No, George. Thank you very much for your message, George. Frog is watching the 12 Bell with George in Cardiff. Good luck to Bristol. We hope there's still cider left for Molly by the time she comes out of the tower. That's from George Barrett. Thank you very much. Well, the terribles are turning over, indicating that the college youths are ready to do their test piece. Let's wish them the best of luck.
Matthew Tosh presents live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest final. Matthew Tosh presents live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest final.
We're here live at York Minster. Now, these events don't happen automatically. You need somebody to coordinate all of that on behalf of the local ringers, and the person responsible for that is Alison Edmonds. We're going to talk about local organisation now. Alison Edmonds is here with me. How did this start? How far back did you get the heads up that this thing was going to happen in York?
About 5 years ago. As part of the new team, we talked to the Minster about hosting the youth contest and the 12 Bell. And they were keen to do both. We did the youth contest a couple of years ago. And the Minster really wanted to keep the 12 Bell back to 2026 because this year is the centenary of the dedication of the Ring of Bells that we're going to be ringing.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got that heads up, but when did the kind of on-the-ground practical stuff really start for you?
Well, even 5 years ago, we had to put in a business plan of what was going to happen.
A business plan?
A business plan of what was going to happen, what we needed, where we needed, how much it was going to cost. All of that happened 5 years ago, and it was formally approved by chapter about what was going to happen. And then really about 2 years ago, we started on the detail of what was going to happen, the timings, booking the pub, making sure that we knew that they needed all the ringing slots that they needed, because there's lots of ringing slots to get in, and really talking about the details from that point 2 years ago.
Now, we can't lie, this is an extraordinary building and it attracts many, many thousands of visitors each year from all over the world. The tourism aspect is quite a big thing here, isn't it? And that kind of it makes it a very rigid model to work around, in addition to all of the bits of worship and music making that happen here.
That's right. As a cathedral, it's, I'm not sure if the word is legally, but constitutionally bound to have 4 services a day. And the Minster is one of the biggest paying tourist venues in the city and the country. And it's really important that whilst we use the building to the fullest we can, that we don't impede on the ritual and the service and the tourism stuff coming in.
So is that one of the reasons we've had to start a bit earlier this year?
Yes, I think that's true. We were originally not going to have the draw here, but after lots of discussions with the Minster at about Christmas time, they agreed that they would like to have the draw here, but it needed to be finished by 11.
Okay, right, okay. And that's a key point because doors over, I think the services get going on as well. So we've tackled the Minster machine, and I think it's fascinating actually, before we go any further, the fact you've got a police force here, you've got your own police?
Yes, the Minster's police team is the smallest police force in Europe. It's been around a long time. The Minster had an arson-based fire in 1829 where a local man called Jonathan Martin made lots of noise about not liking the music in the Minster, and something very bad would happen if the Minster didn't do something about it. The Minster didn't listen to him because he was a bit of a lunatic, and so he hid in the Minster, and when everybody had gone home, he gathered up all the music and put it on the high altar and set light to it.
So that's where it all started?
That's where it all started.
That's incredible. Wow, I had no idea. Yeah, and I have to say they have been really helpful and accommodating, opening doors where we need to go, where people don't normally go and things like that.
They are a full police force. They're all attested, which means they can arrest people, but they don't have anywhere to put anybody that they've arrested. So if they arrest somebody, they have to call 999.
Oh, the irony. Right, let's talk about volunteers and things, because there is a lot of moving of people around that needs to happen, and manning areas. So how many people have you got that are volunteered helping run the event for you?
I suspect between 20 and 30 people are helping to volunteer on the day, yes, from the Minster's team, from ringers locally, and from the oratory team, which is very much joined in with the Minster. I would say there's about an 80% overlap between the Minster's team and the oratory team.
You should say the oratory is pretty much across the road from here, isn't it?
It is. We have an agreement between the two churches that we don't ring at the same time, because it sounds hideous. But also we can't manage it.
No, I thought, I was coming purely from the perspective you wouldn't be able to manage it, but I hadn't actually thought what would it actually sound like.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah.
We do ring, so on Sunday mornings we ring 9 until 5 to 10 at the Minster, and then we all hoof it downstairs and start at the oratory at 10 o'clock.
So in terms of volunteers, have you ringers from surrounding towers come in to help out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and some relations of ringers from local towers have come to help. Lots of people have come, very happy to help, and we're really grateful to all of them.
Now, we should say that the arrangements, because of the way the Minster is, it's not been possible or practical to put on an inside sort of cafe for ringers and ringers tea. So this year using a pub, and we've got sole use of the pub, I gather. We
booked the pub 2 years ago. They have an off licence, which used to be onto the Minster's public land, but the new licensing arrangements have recently stopped that. But the pub's happy to continue. We're happy to continue. The basis of it is that we have the use of all of the Minster's land to do everything except drink alcohol in public, but there's plenty of room for the people who are going to drink plenty to do that in the pub. And there are loads of pubs around. There are 365 pubs inside the city walls, so there's plenty of room for everybody, whatever happens.
Indeed, and people in the pub are going to be watching the broadcast. So if you're watching and listening to this at home, you've also got people in the pub who are watching the same broadcast as well. Alison, before we let you go, I just want to ask your thoughts on York as a city. It's quite an unusual city. It's a walled city. There's huge Viking links, medieval links, Roman links as well. How would you describe it to someone who's not familiar with it?
Crikey. It's apparently the happiest place to live in the UK. It's the happiest place to live in Yorkshire. It wins loads of awards. It's always full of tourists. It's a beautiful historical place for so many reasons, and it's a delight to live here. I've lived here since I was 11. I can't really imagine living anywhere else.
Well, I think it's a lovely way to finish, and thank you for coming to talk to us and lifting the lid on how the event has been put together, and we wish you a very successful day.
Thank you.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
That was me in conversation with Alison Edmonds, effectively the event manager here at York Minster. Well, we're going to turn to ringing now, and two very familiar colleges have turned up in the tower here, Adam Brady and Patrick Brooke. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. Hello, Matthew.
You're looking quite relieved. Patrick,
Thank you.
Is it very warm up there?
It is warm. You can see I'm sweating a bit. Yes, it was very warm.
Now, before we go any further, I'm going to interrupt. You've got a message, haven't you?
Yes, I was just going to say, so my mother-in-law, June Kendall, she celebrated her 98th birthday this month, and she listens to this every year, so she's almost certainly listening now on her iPad. So, hello.
Oh, hello, June. Yes, absolutely. Round of applause, please, for June. Listen, thank you. Okay, excellent. We can do that. We have the technology. So, Adam, dissection ringing. How was it? Are you happy with it?
I think we're reasonably happy. I would say I'm reasonably happy. We held together well as a band. We might have slowed up a bit in the second half more than we planned to, but we all seemed to slow up at the same rate. So hopefully we won't be penalised too much for that. We had a speed we were aiming for, which I think we achieved at the start. But yeah, nervousness comes in, people hesitate, but we held it together. So broadly happy, yeah.
Patrick, what's your take on that? Because if the ringing it stays, immaculate striking, but the band all changes pace slightly, is that a good, bad thing? Should it be penalised?
It happens. I mean, it does happen, but it's hard to maintain, isn't it? Everyone has to do it at exactly the same time, and that doesn't happen. So, yes, you do get a bit penalised for that. But, no, again, like Adam, I thought it held together well. I thought, the band, we practiced well together, and it felt as a band it held together well, I think.
Now, as a band that regularly practices in London, have you shifted where you do more of your practicing? Has there been a leaning more to places like St Paul's, or have you kept it deliberately varied?
No, I mean, it's where's been available, I think, a little bit. Before the qualifier, we practiced at Bow, but actually for the final, I think we had one practice at Bow and 3 at Cornhill, so it's been various places. And then we've had a couple of practices on our regular Tuesday nights, and again those have moved around. So, I mean, compared to what I was familiar with in Cambridge, there's been more variety of towers that we practiced at.
And that's no bad thing, is it?
No, it's a good thing. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so again, you're slightly unusual because with your practices, you're having a lot of people travelling in, so they're not all uniquely London-based. It presents challenges, doesn't it, when you're curating a band?
It does. I mean, you'd have to ask Paul Carless about that because he was the person running our team this year as last year.
But of course, you've had experience of that in the past.
It is a challenge. Yes, it's a challenge. I mean, the band is drawn from people who regularly attend Tuesday night practices with the colleges, but the majority of us do travel in from all over the place, Cambridge, Kent, well, that's the two of us, other places as well, all over the place. So, getting people back into London for an additional practice or somewhere else all at the same time is a challenge. We're lucky that we've had a number of other people involved who didn't end up in the final band. So it's been a whole sort of team effort, and obviously practicing together on our normal Tuesday practices at various towers in the city, that helps us keep our skills honed as well.
And you have to keep your reserves on standby as well, because people can get ill or vehicles can break down, life happens, doesn't it?
Exactly, yes. Yeah.
That's the same for all bands, isn't it? Yes.
Absolutely. So we have people listening who have not taken part in striking competitions before, some who are quite early on in their ringing and are thinking about preparing for striking competitions, feeling rightfully nervous. And that's a normal thing. What would your top tips be for someone approaching their first striking competition? It could be their local branch competition, of course.
I've always tended to approach it as though I'm ringing it a practice. What you're looking for is to have a piece of ringing that is as nice as possible. And you try to do that at a practice, you try to do it for Sunday service ringing. And the best way to do it is to do it as often as possible. Ringing's about repetition, it's about doing it over and over again. So the advantage of practicing for this competition is you ring the same touch over and over again, so it becomes familiar, if you like, with muscle memory.
It's a muscle memory, yeah.
Yeah,
I like that.
So it's the same thing for any competition or whatever. Just treat it as though it's a normal practice, and treat your practice as though you're ringing the best you can. Then do them the same.
Great piece of advice. What about you, Adam?
I basically agree with that. I think the more you can practice together as a whole team, whether it's a local 6 bell or a national 12 bell, the same principles apply. The more you practice, the more you get that muscle memory, like Patrick was saying, and you can just build up from there. You'll start to notice things that happen every time. I'm always a bit quick over that bell, and then you can adjust next time, see if that works better. If you've got things like hawk ear, which we use a lot, then you can use that to identify any issues as well. So just practice and have a bit of confidence as well, because you deserve to be there wherever you are.
I like that. You deserve to be there. Yeah, absolutely. It's valid. And if you've heard mentioned hawk ear there, we will be demystifying hawk ear after the contest ringing today when we speak to Dave Richards and lifting the lid on what goes on inside the system and how the data is presented. Thank you, gentlemen. Just one final thing I want to ask you your take on this building. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it?
Absolutely incredible. Yes, I notice something different every time I come here. It's a great privilege just to be able to come and look around and to be able to go up the tower as well. It's fantastic. Recommend it to anyone who's not been.
And dare I say it, when we're here ringing, we don't have to queue or pay with a tourist, do we? Perhaps I shouldn't say that too loud, but it's a perk of what we do. We're going to these extraordinary buildings all over the country.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, no, it's a fabulous building, York Cathedral. So yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah, beams all around. Right, gentlemen, I think you probably are going ahead for a little refreshment. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
I don't want to make assumptions.
I think we might need
Haven't
that.
started yet, so definitely waiting for that.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Adam Brady and Patrick Brook, for talking to us from the College Youths, and we wish you an enjoyable afternoon. We'll see you at the Central Methodist Church later.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Right, there we go. Let's have a look at our emails, and we will go to Hazel Rotherer next, who is listening in. With a cat. We keep getting cat pictures. We need some more animals. We have a wide variety of animals, but cats are good. So we're enjoying the coverage. She said, I'm enjoying the coverage from York, catching up with a bit of gardening down here in Oxford. My cat Luna is listening with me and sends purry greetings to Akiva. Oh my goodness. I opened a can of worms here. Right. We've got cats communicating with cats on the National 12-Bell Striking Contest. Who knew that was going to happen? Or hope all the teams will be happy with their performances on these glorious and challenging bells, and that my fellow members of the Oxford Society who are up in York to enjoy the day are behaving themselves. I don't know yet, Hazel. We'll have to send somebody across and see what's going on. So that's Hazel Rother. She has emailed. It's at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Someone else who has done that is Rebecca Jones, who says, greetings from the USA. I'm hoping to listen in person someday, but I will settle for a comfy couch in Massachusetts. What an incredible show of skill and sportsmanship. Shout out to my dear friends M and L and all the supporters listening at the pub. Have a beer for me. It's 8 o'clock here. That was an hour ago, so it's just about just gone 9 o'clock there over in Massachusetts. Right, that signal from the tower is that our next band, Leeds, is ready to compete. Let's wish them good luck.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
O'Shea Engineering is proud to support this year's National 12 Bell broadcast. As a company of ringers, we understand that your project, regardless of size, should receive nothing but the utmost care and attention. With a 100% focus on quality and customer service from the initial inquiry all the way through to the test ring, you are guaranteed a fine installation to stand the test of time. So, if you are thinking about having some work done, whether it's a light overhaul or a complete remodelling of your installation, drop a call to O'Shea Engineering. Craftsmanship your tower can trust.
There we go. So that was our penultimate team, Leeds, and we'll be speaking to a couple of the Leeds ringers in a moment. Ahead of that, I want to take a look at the local ringing scene. And so yesterday caught up with local ringer Joe Waters. We're going to talk about ringing in York. Joe Waters is with me. We are obviously in the Minster, but what is the rest of the city like in terms of ringing?
So it's quite a varied place for ringing. So not to be cliche, but there's something for everybody. So we have a number of towers that range from small sixes, so heading on the outskirts you've got places like Clifton, Strensall, which are about 300 weight sixes, to a few eights. So we have St Lawrence at 700 weight, and we have St Martin le Grand as well, and All Saints North Street, and then we end up having the Oratory as 10 bell, and then here as 12. So there's a real great variety of towers, which allows for different ringers to ring at different places. So there's great variance in the practice nights as well with that as well. So you can go to 6 bell practices, and you can also go to Surprise Major practice at St Martin le Grand. You've got Surprise Royal at the Oratory, and also at the Oratory we go through the whole spectrum, and here we go from learning to ring on 12 all the way through to Splice Surprise Maximus. So it's really there's a great variety there.
You're quite fortunate to have that full spectrum just in the numbers, but also the kind of the standard of ringing. How much cross-pollination, if I can use that phrase, is there between towers, or are people kind of sticking to their own towers?
So there's quite a big, as you say, cross-pollination between the Minster and the Oratory at the moment. Mainly a lot of people ring at those, so we ring here on a Tuesday night, and then we ring at the Oratory on the Thursday. And then you have the students who also join that, so they join the Oratory on a Thursday mainly. Some of them come up here, but they also have an Oratory practice on a Wednesday for the students. So the students come into that as well. So it's really, people don't generally stick to one tower. They sort of move around. And I also know there's some crossover with the students and St Lawrence, and then also St Martin le Grand and Huntington. So there's a real mix of people who go all over the place. So people here don't generally stick just to one.
I should say, for people who aren't familiar with the geography of York, St Lawrence is probably the nearest tower to campus, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. So that's generally where the students ring on the Sunday afternoon and Sunday morning, but they generally have their practices at the Oratory as well on a Wednesday evening, and then quarter peal slots on a Friday night as well. So the bells in York are well used.
Indeed. I know there's a simulator bell here. Are there any other facilities within the environs of York for teaching people things like handling from scratch?
Yes, so a lot of our ringers at the Minster, the Oratory, and also some of our students are art accredited as well, so they teach handling. Up here we sometimes give people a go on that simulator bell to see how they take to it, and general handling is taught at the Oratory, but we also have St Olave's, who had a really successful Ring for the King campaign, and they teach people to ring there from the bottom up. So there's different places where people can learn, and also the Oratory has a full simulator, so all 10 bells are hooked up to the simulator, so we can practice there without disturbing anybody as well.
And of course, if you're listening to these names, you can check all of this on Dove. And I want to mention Dove because there's a big important link here, isn't there?
Yes, so Ronald Dove originally rang at St Olave's, which is a 6 within the museum gardens, really pretty church down there. So that's where our main link is, and there's a big plaque in the tower as well, so it's really where that was born, really. I
have actually rung there, and I didn't realise until I went in there, and I thought, hang on, that's That's the dove, isn't it? It's incredible. But one of the things I love is going into a bell tower is just the amazing range of historical artefacts on the wall, like the peel boards and things like that. We've rung together a few times, and I just want to say, what is your take on that? Because we ring our bells, and we sometimes don't spend time looking around the tower around us, what's around us.
I think that is something that ringers become a bit blind to after a while, because you see peel boards so much in towers, you become blind to them after a while. But there is such a range of historical artefacts within a tower. Especially up here, we have our peel books, bound copies of Ringing World, giving the archives there. So it's really well worth sitting in a tower and just having a look when you're sat out of a touch, just having a look at something, not being scared to pick it up and have a look, because that's what it's there for, is to see and look back and see the history of that tower and ringing in general as well.
And I just want to follow on from that, because you talked about we can become blind and take it for granted. Yeah, we turn up, we ring these bells. What is your take on ringing at the Minster? Because you're coming here regularly. It's an extraordinary building. We are surrounded by tourists as we're doing this interview, just pouring past. It is an extraordinary building, isn't it?
Yes, it's a real privilege, and it's somewhere very different to ring. It's not like your parish in the middle of nowhere. It's an amazing place to ring, and you always feel like you're on show. It's one of those where the nerves never quite go away. Especially with the big windows you can see out, you can see the streets below, and you can tell that you're being heard for quite some distance. So it's a real privilege, but it's also quite a nerve-wracking experience at times, depending on the occasion.
Well, Joe, it's been a real privilege talking to you and hearing about the ringing in York, and I hope you have a great day, because we're talking to you the day before the contest, and hope all the organisation goes well.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
I love getting that local picture. Well, we're going to move from York to Leeds now, because the Leeds team have done their performance. I'm going to read you a bit from the programme here. So Leeds will be delighted to have qualified at Nottingham with a high-scoring piece of ringing that eliminated frequent finalists Melbourne. Their reward is a short trip to the home of their local rivals, but those looking for omens from the world of sport might look no further than York City's recent title win, while Leeds United scrapped away at the bottom of the table. Well, that's been written by someone from York, I imagine. I'm going to turn straight to the local Leeds ringers who are here now. I've got on my sitting opposite me Paul Bennett and Francis Gilruth. Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing? I don't know what the reference was there to the. Was that a football reference?
I think so. Yeah. I have to profess I don't quite understand what it's getting at either.
Paul Bennett, you've been sort of leading the team here after the performance at the tower. I mean, how are you feeling? Apart from relieved.
Relieved, more nervous about doing this, I think, because this isn't my forte. We've had a good campaign. Matthew Pearson is actually leading the 12. I'm the ringing master at Leeds, but Matthew leads the 12 bell stuff. We've had a good practice. We've had some good performances, visiting other towers and building on several years' work. Started with Wendy Bloom, who was my predecessor, and hoping to build on it. It's ever harder to qualify these days. You know, we were habitually a team that finished third and got to the final. With the new format, you have to finish second. That doesn't half up the ante. So we've had to up our game. Things like sorting Leeds bells out, odd-struckness, anything we can do to give ourselves a better chance, we've been doing. So.
Indeed, and of course I think it's symptomatic of the contest growing over the years, isn't it, that we've had to have more qualifiers put in, and it's now no longer the top three teams, as you've just said.
Oh, the standard now is unbelievable. What you have to achieve just to be here, Yeah,
let's turn to Francis. Francis, I think you don't mind me saying, but it's the first time you're running this contest, so let's get the first take. What's it been like for you?
An interesting experience. Slight nerves going up the tower. It's a completely unfamiliar scenario. I mean, it doesn't really compare to the youth contest. The youth contest is still somewhat a bit of pressure, but this is another level. So it's really making that big step and just going for it.
Oh, we have a lot of youth ringers who are listening to this. So how would you describe that transition, that step from being at the National Youth Contest to being at the 12 bell contest?
It's a big step. It's only 4 bells, but it's a massive step. There's lots more pressure, but if you're willing to work with that pressure and just go for it, anything's possible.
So, given the pressure, I'm going to ask a question. It might be a slightly difficult question. Have you been able to enjoy the journey?
Definitely.
Yeah.
After qualifying at Nottingham, it's been a really good process to get here, prepare for the final, work really hard. Everyone's putting in 110%, and we've got the reward of ringing on these magnificent bells and satisfying ourselves with our ringing.
They do. I mean, they're not the easiest physically, because of the weight. It's not that there's anything, inherently, it's not a particularly, sort of wobbly tower or anything like that. They're on decent bearings. The fittings are all at a good nick, and they sound glorious. But the weight of them is what makes them the hard work. I've rung on them several times, but they do reward, don't they?
Well, they do. Yes, they're big. The grandeur of this building adds to some of the, if you like, an intimidation factor. They're not just big, they're in this magnificent building, that big ringing room, that booming, fantastic sound that comes down.
For me, it was the windows are just enormous.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go to, there's a tiny little bit of daylight coming in, but it's just windows.
Yes, where we ring at Leeds, obviously several people are up against the walls, and it's not a very big rope circle, so when you ring here, the feeling is very different. You're in a big open area, this big magnificent peal of bells. For us ringing at Leeds, we're quite used to bells that fight back, so we're used to that, and we don't find them difficult. Just an element of intimidation from where they are.
I think places like this, and I don't know about you, Francis, there's a added dimension of psychological. Not trauma, but it's almost like a torment, isn't it? You're coming into this vast building, the way you're in, you're having to come through the police entrance and you get signed in. There's a long walk to get to the steps, and you've got these, it's a long way up to the tower, isn't it? And you're out on the roof at one bit, on the front of it.
Yeah, definitely. The whole thing just gradually builds up. It's a massive amount of pressure. As you get to the stairs, you just really start feeling it. Leads to a bit of nerves, but it's just a case of getting going and going for it.
So how have you dealt with it? What's your coping mechanism? Because we've got people who are new to ringing, we've got people listening to this who are thinking about entering their first striking contest. What would your top tip be?
Just having that bit of belief in yourself. I think if you go in with the mentality that you can really produce something here and get beyond all the psychological aspects that are working against you, and just focusing on what you want to do, and you can do it.
Yeah, I love that. Just believe in yourself, and it's validating yourself. Anything to add to that, Paul?
Well, we just try to remember that we're doing this for enjoyment, and we enjoy the days out practicing, ring hard in the tower, and have a good time in the pub with a pint afterwards, and just remember that it's supposed to be enjoyable. and if you can do that, you can keep the pressure off a little bit and relax. And if you enjoy ringing with the people you're ringing with your friends, no one's going to be glaring at you. Just do your best, and that's how we think we can try and keep the pressure down a little bit.
I think that's a lovely way of describing. I cannot say fairer than that. And I think on that note, Paul and Francis from Paul Bennett and Francis Gilruth from Leeds, thank you for joining us and sharing some time before we let you go off to enjoy the refreshments and the city of York. We'll see you across at the Central Methodist Church a little bit later for the all-important results.
Thank you.
Right, that gives me time to look at our inbox. I'm just going to read an email here from Alex Herc, who says, "Hello Matthew and team, I am enjoying your brilliant broadcast again from sunny Bolton. I have been on the injury bench for a while and convinced myself I wasn't missing ringing, but this makes me realise I do. Loving the ringing, loving the excitement of the competition and the camaraderie, and the beer, of course. Well, there's no beer in here, but I take your point. I'm supporting a Yorkshire brewery today. Aha, I see what you're doing. With Old Peculiar chilling for later. You asked for pets, and I'm enclosing a photo of Chess, another disinterested cat. There's a lot about disinterested cats here, aren't there? So I even took the broadcast to his bedroom. Maybe he's saving his energy to cheer on a particular band. Who knows? Anyway, this is Alex saying, wishing everyone in York and listeners everywhere a most enjoyable day. Now, I should point out, if you're looking on our cameras on our wide shots, we're going to do something naughty here because I know he hates being put in a shot. Roger Lawson, photographer for the Ringing World, has popped in. And can we get him up on the screen, please? Go to a wide shot. There he is. No, other way. looking the other way. Can we get these? He'll need to wander down the studio. You'll see him in a bit. We'll keep the wide sharp. But if you want to catch up on the contest, some of the other behind the scenes stuff that we don't cover in the broadcast, all the photos and things, you'll get that on the Ringing World in the next 2 weeks. Right, time to go to the Tower because Bristol is turning over the trebles to say that they are ready to do their test piece. Last team of the day. Let's wish them luck.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
Right, now we're talking about the 12 bells here at York Minster. We've just heard Bristol, the last team in the tower. Our producer was ringing, Gareth was ringing. He'll be coming back with two members of the band, dragging them down so we can have a little chat with them. And the bells that have been ringing are in the southwest tower. There is another tower at that end of the Minster, the northwest tower. What is in there? Well, there is a large bell called Great Peter. I think we may have a picture of Great Peter. There we are. There is Great Peter. In fact, this is a little video because you're going to see Great Peter ringing. And whilst you see Great Peter starting to swing, which is the enormous bell in the other tower, we're going to have a little chat with Jonathan Galloway. I spoke to him yesterday about Great Peter. We like to bring you extra things on the National 12 Bell live broadcast, and we're going to talk about Great Peter now, which is a very large bell, isn't it? Jonathan Galloway's with me again.
It is. It's the fourth largest bell in the country, and the second largest manually swung bell in the country, and second deepest toned, and the deepest toned hour bell.
Yeah, I hope you're writing this all down. There's lots to tick off there. So it's got its own wheel. It can be physically swung. How heavy is it?
So it's 10 tons and 1,600 weights. So which is about I think it's just over 11 metric tons.
And it's run quite often, isn't it?
Yes, so after a spell of it not being swung very regularly, we've just recently started swinging it for the 11 o'clock sung Eucharist every Sunday morning here. So we've got a sort of rota of ringers who take it in turns to do that.
Does it ring for any other kind of special occasions at all?
Yes, we also ring it on sort of festival Sundays and and at Christmas, and like Easter and Pentecost, and on those occasions we swing it with the ringing bells for the last few minutes.
Oh, does that work?
Yes, it makes quite an impressive sort of bass accompaniment to the ringing bells, although it is something that's really sort of best reserved as a sort of special effect, if you like. It's not something you would want to have it going through an entire touch, I don't think, but just for a few minutes as a sort of climax at the end of the ringing on a special occasion, I think it's quite effective.
I love this, the concept of special effects with ringing. But on a musical perspective, though, does it work with the key of the bells?
It does, yes, because it's a sort of fifth below the tenor of the ringing peal, and it's tuned to the same pitch standard as the ringing bells, because it was sort of part of the intention when it was recast that it should be usable as a sort of as a swinging board and to the ringing peal.
Brilliant stuff. The foresight has gone into it there. And do you? I mean, I know from experience of ringing heavy bells and bells like Great George in Bristol that when people get a sense that the thing's going to be rung, it suddenly becomes very popular. Do you get requests? Is it just Minster ringers? How does that work?
Yes, we have had a few sort of requests from ringers. We've got one or two visiting ringers who will be coming in the next sort of few months who have asked if they can also sort of join us in the ringing of Great Peter.
Very good. Okay, well, we look forward to hearing it. We've got some footage which we've been showing, and I gather the broadcast team might be ringing him tomorrow.
That's right, yes.
Well, you can see on the screen now, this is the footage of Great Peter ringing. A little bit distorted because it was filmed on a camera phone. They're not designed to cope with that level of sound intensity, but just the majesticness of that huge clapper and counterweight swinging there with the bell. So that is Great Peter in the northwest tower of York Minster. Rings every Sunday around about 11:15, and we shall be ringing it tomorrow, indeed. Right, we're just fixing the Bristol ringers back in the studio. We've all got to behave now in the studio because our producer's returned, put the chocolates away, all that sort of thing. And he said everything's good, and he's smiling, he's looking happy. But we're going to get the scoop from Julian Howes and Annabelle Frost, who have been ringing. Hello, both of you. It's good to see you. Come a bit close to your microphones.
Hi, hello.
How are you feeling?
Relieved.
Yeah, relieved.
That's a tough place to be called, isn't it? Last place.
It's been a lot of waiting around.
Yeah, although York's a nice place to spend a few hours.
There's lots of places to get distracted, isn't there?
Yeah. We
It's gone quite quickly.
Yeah.
So you've been wandering around, or have you been on the walk?
Yeah, I went for a nice walk around city walls and had some lunch and.
You have. I'm a bit of a loner. I've taken myself off to have some lunch and read my book most of the day.
But is that how you prepare? Because people have been giving us their different takes on how because there's a huge amount of psychology attached to these events, aren't there? So what? Nose in the book, is it?
I can't stand just talking about it all day and listening to it all day. So yeah, nose in a book.
Okay.
Had a great day.
Yeah. And
Very
Julian,
calm.
is it shopping therapy?
It's difficult because the whole dynamic of your day is decided at the draw at 11 o'clock. So you could be in the pub in an hour's time, or there's you don't know until potentially half an hour before you ring. But York's a lovely place to spend some time. So
yeah, indeed. Now, it's something we've been trying to convey to the listeners is that structure of the day, that draw is so crucial because it governs how you.
Every time your name's not drawn out of the hat, you just go, "Oh, it'd be the next one. It'd be the next one. Oh no, it's not."
Oh no! So, performance-wise, I mean, how are you feeling, Annabelle?
Thanks to Julian. Well done for leading our team on the lead up to this. I think so. Simon Percy said as soon as we finished, well, if we don't win, we've given it our best. So I think I can agree with that.
Yeah, I think it's easy to be too critical of yourself on the day. I think I was ringing away thinking, I've got this wrong. If I rang it one more time, I'd sort that problem out. But I think we rang well, and yeah.
Now, you've just said something which is actually a really human response, isn't it? If you do something that you believe for whatever reason isn't up to your normal standards or what you're capable of, how do you stop that thought from kind of polluting the next bit of ringing? Because we can quite easily get ourselves tied in knots, can't we?
Yeah, I think you just got to take a more holistic view of it and think actually the touch as a whole is okay. Maybe I'm not ringing as well as another touch, but it's not about individuals, it's the overall piece that matters.
Yeah, I think I try and remember that in the past you listen back to pieces that have done really well and they're not absolutely flawless, like we're all still human. And so I think I just try and remember that, okay, if I make one little like slightly out of sync error or something, that it'll be okay. Like that'll just get swept up in it all and not to linger on it. Try and get in the rhythm.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, now let's talk about the effect, because last year, extraordinary home win at Redcliffe. You were both involved in that, and you're here again this year. What has the past year been like? Has there been an effect of having won it last year?
Yeah, I think everyone was quite buoyed by that, but we also realised that huge home advantage. I think realising that we have to actually go out and visit other places.
Yeah. The organisation's been a lot more this year.
That's my point. So it's had an effect.
Yeah. A lot more time commitment. Because last year we just practiced at Redcliffe. Why would we go anywhere else?
Local tower. Yeah.
We've had days out to London and Exeter and Worcester and lots of big tiles. Just ringing it like 3 times, moving on to the next tower, which is
Yeah, Julian organised a day out in London, which was really good. Again, I think everyone felt quite good after that, just because we've not had much practice recently of going to new towers and getting it sorted quickly. So,
and we were forced to use our ears a lot more because a lot of these towers don't have hawk ear. So and it's played off actually. I mean,
we've used hawk ear a lot less than we did last year.
Yeah, because we had it for every touch last year, whereas we've had to go to towers and just trust our instincts and listen to it, and I think that's really helped.
That's a very good thing to hear. But in terms of the towers you've targeted, have you kept it deliberately broad in terms of the weights and ease of the bells, or have you kind of gone for weights that are kind of steering you towards the weight of these bells here?
Yeah, we've been to like the heavier side of things. I think we've been as low as maybe 30 weight. But
as low as 30 weight.
And then we went above and beyond and went to Exeter, which makes York seem small. But
these are handbells by comparison.
I think if you're too fussy and you just go to the exact weight, you're going to be stuck for choices. Really, it's more important to have a range, but just practice on different rings of bells.
And would you advise that a similar approach for bands that are wanting to develop themselves on lower numbers?
Yeah, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, definitely get out and about and try as many different towers.
Yeah, because that's what makes your ringing better, is ringing on lots of different types of rings of bells. So.
Yeah. Just before I let you go, because I think you both deserve a bit of refreshment now, because I know the pub's just across the road, but to get there, you've got to go around all through the police and everything, sign out and get round through the gate. Ringing in this particular building, and what's the experience? How do you describe the experience of just the vastness of it all?
Oh, it's amazing. I quite like when you speak to non-ringers and you say, "Oh, I'm going up to York to ring the bells," and they're like, "What? York Minster?
Minster,
the cathedral." Yeah. I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Wow!" And you forget, like you're quite privileged going to visit all these different towers and places, and we've been here a few times, but yeah, it's important to remember that it is a really incredible building. And I've had a chance to soak in a bit of that today, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that. Yeah.
As soon as we were drawn last, we walked around it, and it took a lot longer to see everything than we thought it would because it's so big.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Well, listen, Julian and Annabelle, thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us. We always enjoy speaking to you. Go and enjoy a little bit of refreshment. We will hopefully see you across at the Methodist Church if there's space. If not, I know people will be watching from the pub.
Cool. Thank you. Shout out to Michael O'Hagan, who's watching from afar.
He is.
And Matt's mum, if she's watching. Hi.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. All right, take care.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to some messages whilst we swap our guests over in the studio. The email box is on fire. We've had lots of more pet pictures coming in. Let's go to Keith Brown. Picnic in Leicestershire. Keith says, I'm listening in the car on the way back from a week in Bala in Wales, and I've stopped for a picnic lunch. Another great presentation. Well done all to participants and organisers. That's Keith and Marilyn Brown from Market Deeping, travelling at the moment. We've got on Lundy Orme enjoying the broadcast. This is the Orme family dog. Looks like a Cocker Spaniel. I'm looking to my wife. Have I got that right? Is it a Cocker Spaniel? No, it's a Springer Spaniel. It's a springy one, I think it is. It's a brown and white. I don't know a lot about dogs, so I need to. Someone's going to correct me. I know that because people watching. How can you get that wrong? But nice. That's a picture from Anne Orme, who sent that in via our emails. One more before we get to our next guest. Alex Lewis says, "Hello, I'm a 13-year-old bell ringing at Holsworthy in Devon. I'm enjoying watching the great striking at York. Sadly, I missed watching the Cumberlands, who I was trying to watch, and I'm excited to see what's coming. Much regards." From Alex. Well, Alex, because it's on YouTube, you will be able to rewind afterwards. It will be archived, and so if you want to watch the Cumberlands, you can do, and you can hear their interview afterwards. So just don't do it now because you'll miss the live results, but maybe tomorrow you can come back and you can watch it all over again and enjoy that. Right, well, sticking with the youth theme, I see what I did here. We're going to talk about youth ringing. We have Andrea Haynes and Josie Leggett in the studio. I'm looking round.
How many years have you known me now, Matthew?
Shall I just give up now?
Oh, thanks, Gareth.
Right, sorry. That's a cue to my team. He needs more food, you see. So if I make a mistake every now and then, it's just I need a bit more chocolate. That's okay. So, right, Andrea and Josie, we're going to talk more about youth ringing. We focused on the youth contest last year. We had some great feedback about that. Just before we get into all that, how's the day been so far for you?
I mean, it's been absolutely amazing. There's been, some incredible ringing, obviously, but there's been so many young people here. It's been really nice to see the level of youth in the teams as well. It's just been a great day with a great atmosphere. Quite a few first-timers as well. Yeah, it's really lovely to sort of have that opportunity for young people to ring at such a high level. Yeah. Andrea, you're a regular at these events. How does this one compare to what you've seen in the past? Do you want to come a bit closer to the mic? Because it's quite an echoey room we're in here.
My daughter pointed out to me earlier that at the last 12 Bell in York in 1999, I was expecting her. So that was probably my last sober.
So actually this is her second, in a way.
Yeah, only the first in the open air.
Yeah. I should say that Stella Haynes will be doing an article for the Ringing World. I have been asked to trail that by the editor, so that will be out in a couple of weeks' time in the Ringing World. So, good. So you've soaked up the atmosphere. Let's talk about youth ringing, and in particular, university ringing, because there's a lot going on at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we've picked up the old university ringing website and have updated that, and what we're trying to do is make sure that the information is out there to support all young ringers, particularly under 18s, university ringers, and then sort of pathways and support beyond that sort of glues the whole lot together. We've got in our leaflet, which I
should just say, when you say we, you're referring to the Central Council here, or the two of you working.
I will explain how we work and who's doing what. But we're in the process of putting together a website which is live. It's not formally launched yet. We're doing that after the youth competition because we didn't want to confuse issues. So it's there. We are going around the place handing out leaflets, whether you like it or not, and we'll be doing the same after the results. As you come out, you can't come out without a leaflet.
So you need a leaflet, okay.
I've got one if the camera's on me at some point. We'll do that.
We can wave that. We can wave that out at the camera in a moment.
No, we've been focused on trying to create these networks between different university groups. So we now have a lovely map with all of the current university societies, and if there's not a university society in your city, we've got other contact details for you to access that on our website. And then we have loads and loads of information about recruitment, retention. We're going to have things on how to work with student unions. So really important information for university societies to kind of keep them running, keep them going, and when you look at something and go, I don't know what to do with this, to be a port of call for support.
Because the influence of university ringing, we heard from Jode Waters a little bit earlier about the overlap with the York Colleges Guild, and we'll be talking to some of the York ringers in a bit from the university. It can't be understated just how important that is. I'm just going to ask both of you, because you've both got links with the university societies. But one imagines for someone going to a city where there isn't a student society already present, that could be quite almost lonely if ringing's a big part of your life.
Yeah, it can be hard when you're a younger person and you go into a tower and you look around, and especially when you're in a new place and you don't necessarily have those connections. I do think most towers, most cities are hugely welcoming of young people, and that whilst being a young ringer has its own particular challenges, we're all ringers in it together, and I think that's what's so nice about the ringing community. But it can feel a bit, I'm different here, I'm standing out because of my age. And
also, you're new, aren't you? So for some people going, even if you are used to the kind of lovely welcome that ringers we give each other, that can be quite intimidating.
And if you're moving away from home for the first time, it's such a big transitional period anyway, to then try and transition in ringing as well, and you're just going, it's a lot going on all at once now.
Yeah, a lot to take in. So, Andrew, your links with university societies, what's your experience?
Well, I went to university in the 80s, and I joined the Nottingham University Society, otherwise known as NUSCA. It was quite a noisy, beery experience. I'm really proud to say that they haven't changed. And it's
but how important was that for you at the time in terms of helping you through university and your ringing?
I mean, I didn't hardly ring in my first year, and I didn't have a good year. I think it's fair to say. But then I started ringing, dyed my hair bright red, and life was fine.
Imagine doing that.
I know, exactly.
Who dyes their hair?
Yeah, and what's interesting is of all the people I went to university with, the only people I'm still in touch with are the ringers. And that's not just from my age, it's throughout the generations. And my daughter went to the same university as well, which helps. So there's Roger Lawson, the photographer, he's here.
He's been in to see us.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, he and I, he's a couple of years above me, but he was at Nottingham when I got there, so I've known him since 1985, which is pretty epic.
Yeah.
And yeah, we all get together for the dinner and then the birthday weekend in June, which was last week for my sort of age group, but I missed it because I was ringing in the district striking competition. Polish my halo.
There we go. What about you, Josie? I mean, I know the answer to this, but people listening won't.
No, I mean, ringing has been a huge part of my university experience. I've spoken about it before. I had surgery in my first year. I had mental health problems. I had, a really tough time, and the people who were consistently there and consistently supporting me were the ringers, and the alumni in Bristol are incredible because so many people stay around, and I'm now one of those people who went there for university and just won't leave. And so knowing that, you've got these older people around you who are going to support you whilst you're there, it's just huge.
Yeah. Do you find yourself now always wanting to mother the new people coming in?
Massively. No, I feel very, very protective of my freshers and making sure that they get home safe on nights out and that they're all right. And, I'm big on well-being and support and things like that. And so I always like to make sure that, people know that if they have an issue, they can always come in and talk to me. And there's always someone to come and talk to.
That sounds brilliant. And so, for if someone does find themselves in that situation, they've gone to university, a bit lonely. I'm thinking about my local universities to me, Warwick and Coventry University. There are students there that ring. There's no established society at the moment. What's the approach? And we're going to talk to the York colleges in a moment. I know that they've dealt with issues like other societies have. Where do people start?
I think the first thing is just to go to your local practice night. I mean, even if there's not someone who's exactly in your age bracket. I mean, the great thing about ringing is those intergenerational friendships. Andrea and I, she's only 21. She's still young.
How many times have been 21?
we have such a lovely friendship, I think, and even if there's not a university society, you can still find your people through ringing because we're all, similar. We all have a laugh together, and your age just so doesn't matter in many respects.
Yeah, it takes me right back to when I first, after I graduated and got my first job, I moved to South Wales, and of course the first thing I did, I looked up ringers. I was at the St Woolas practice, went to Cardiff meeting people. Within 24 hours I was ringing quarter peals, and my new housemate said, we're going to give you a tour of where you live, show you where to go and things like that. I said, I can't go tonight. Why not? I said, I'm meeting up with some friends, and they just couldn't get their head round. But you haven't been here 24 hours. This is you've just come straight from university. How can you know people? And I thought, do I tell them? What do I do?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things to note is when I moved to Sheffield after I graduated, I was only 21, and so I started ringing with the students. And that's what we're really keen on with, say, the Young Ringers Hub and university ringing. It's not just for students, it's for current students at that university, you can find people your own age by going to ring with other student groups, and generally they're very welcoming. And that was great. That's where I met my other half, who's full of beer and being ridiculous in the pub.
He's enjoying himself?
I believe so.
That's what we like to hear. That's good stuff.
I don't think anyone else is enjoying it being
It's just for the quirks of the way it's organised this year. We've obviously not featuring in the pub. We did think about putting a camera in there. We thought, is that going to be a good thing or not? The jury is still out on that one. But anyway, we are talking about young ringers. We're going to talk more about university ringers in a moment when we talk to a whole collection of young ringers from dotted around the country in different university societies. But for the moment, Andrea Haynes and Josie Leggett, you remembered, thank you for sharing your wisdom and experience. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
You're going to go back out and play now. There we go. Lovely. Right. Okay. So we're going to do quite a lot of swapping around here in the studio. Whilst we do that, I'm just going to remind you how you can get in touch with us.
Wherever you are, whatever you're up to, we'd love to hear from you. To get in touch with the studio, send an email to 12bellstudio@gmail.com. On social media, you can contact us via Messenger on our Facebook page, National 12 Bell Striking Contest. Start your message with studio to make sure it gets to us. Send us a message and be part of today's coverage.
Right, so one person that has done that is Luca Greenslade. Says, hi Matthew and team, thank you again for your excellent work in providing the live feed today. I'm currently watching from the village green of Lurgashall in West Sussex. Having just chimed for a wedding, I was cheering on my home team of Guildford this morning. Thank you, Luca, for that. Chiming, I imagine it's probably an Elcombe chime, but well done for doing that. Hope it all went well. One more message before we get to our guests. Hello, Matthew and team. We were unable to get to York today, so we're listening on YouTube. We're enjoying the ringing and looking forward to hearing the results. That is from Terry and Janet Streeter. Thank you very much, both of you. Now, you can probably hear in the background the organ, because things don't stop here at the Minster. There is an evensong planned, so we will carry on. We are ensconced in the Zeus Chapel. The altar is there, and I can tell you, no bands have yet made it to the altar. We were wondering whether some teams, were going to come in after their performance and just, have a little word with upstairs, see if we can put in a good word for steering the judges. But nothing's happened yet. It's still early days. We are now joined by a whole collection of people. I don't know how this is going to work. We've got 3 microphones and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people to try and talk to. So what we're going to do is pull the microphones a little bit forwards towards you. Okay, do that right on the edge. And when you want to speak, we're just going to have to lean in. We're going to wing this and see what happens. People at home will completely understand, and we'll hope for the best. We'll see what happens. It's live. Anything can happen. So we have got, and I only know a few of you. We've got Alex Lister, Suzanne Timms, Jacob Rudd, Fran Lee, Ruth Lemmer, and Annie Faulkner. Right. Now, we've got quite a few of you from York. We've got 4 of you from York. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves. What we want to know, we need core information. People will be asking who you are, where you learnt to ring, and what you're doing here at university. Go. Come nice and close. That's it.
Hello, I'm Fran. I'm at the Uni of York doing biomedical science. What was the other question? Where did you learn to ring? I learnt to ring in September 2024, 2 weeks before I came to uni in North Lincolnshire. And then I came to uni and learnt with the Student Society and then the Oratory and the Minster.
Are you fully integrated? You're in it now? You're in?
I think most of us did 5 nights a week, 6 days a week this last few months, ringing various places across York.
Amazing. We'll ask you about your York Colleges Society in a moment, but we'll go through everyone else.
I'm Suzanne. I learnt to ring also in North Lincolnshire, and then that was back in 2017, and now I'm a student at York. It's very good.
Right, we've got some York, Lincolnshire representation. Now, how are we going to get you in from the back? You're going to have to come right close to the microphone. You probably have to stand up and introduce who you're with.
I'm Alexander. This is our mascot, Bob. I learnt to ring at Bristol in West Yorkshire, and I've been ringing for 13 years now.
Can we put Bob on the table? I think Bob deserves...
3D printed bell.
Yes.
It's adorable.
Bob's been ringing for eons. He was there when bells were invented.
Okay, so just to explain, we've got a badger. It's got a 3D print. I don't want to make assumptions about pronouns. Is it a he?
He's just an old man, right? He's just an old man.
Okay, so we've got Bob with the 3D printed bell and a badge that says. It's celebrating the.
He's station master.
There's a 200 badge I saw.
He's a champion campanologist, and then train 200.
200 years of Stockton and Darlington Railway from the greatest gathering.
That's very specific.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of the people in our society really enjoy trains.
Well, you're in a safe space because there's a lot of people in the studio that enjoy trains as well. So there's no, we get you, we understand you. We can probably train the over the shoulder camera on Bob as well and get a nice close up from him. Whilst we do that. Josie, you might have to just swing it. Or she could pass the microphone over. This is. Well, be careful. Go on, you got a little bit of cable there. Just pass the microphone over carefully. And who have we got next?
Hi, I'm Jacob. I'm studying sports therapy at York St John. I've been ringing about 8 years. I started at Stokesley in North Yorkshire, and now I'm one of the Minster ringers here at York.
Brilliant stuff. Excellent stuff. Right, moving around. We're up to Annie next. So you can come into that one. Yep, nice and close.
Hello, I'm Annie Faulkner. I learnt to ring at Skipton and Gargrave in North Yorkshire, and then in 2020 or so, then went to university in Bristol, where I'm studying maths with a year abroad in France, and I'm enjoying ringing at lots of different towers in the city of Bristol.
Are you enjoying being back in Yorkshire?
I am enjoying being back in Yorkshire.
You can just love it. It's lovely,
it's
isn't it?
great, yes.
They do good gravy up here. Better than down south. That's one of the things
yes.
Random fact for the day. There we go. Finally, let's move on.
Hi everyone, my name's Ruth. I'm currently learning to ring, so I started in January, and I'm with NOSCA, so Nottingham. I study physics at Nottingham. I'm in first year, so I'm pretty new to this.
Excellent stuff. So and you come on. How's the ringing journey going so far? Where are you at?
Excellent. It's going excellently. I can handle the bell. I can do some changes when I'm supported. I've been invited around to lots of different places in the country, mainly London because that's where I'm from. Just through networking, things like the quarter final for the 12 bell, and also the 12 bell itself.
Yeah, so, the qualifiers. Yeah,
the qualifiers. Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Right. Okay. So I want to know. Let's talk about York and the University Society. How long has it been going? We've met Bob. What sorts of things do you do, and how is that helping you with your time at university? Who's going to go first? We're going to go over. We're going on that one. I'll put your fader up there. Go. Yep.
So yeah, at the moment in York, we got a lot of learners, which is not a bad thing. It's really, really good. We used to have a quarter peal slot every Friday. We've switched that to handling for the moment, although we'll be doing more quarter peals at the moment. But yeah, lots and lots of learners, which is really exciting. So we've got lots of people into the hobby. We had a really, really good turnout after Freshers' Fair at the start of this year. Lots of people really, really enthusiastic to ring. So yeah, it's been a good year.
Now, we should just say, for anyone that's not been to university yet, if you're not quite sure what Freshers' Fair is, it's pretty much a marketplace, isn't it, for all the different student societies? Is that a fair description?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and you're there vying for ringers, and sometimes they put you next to like the Horse Riding Society or the Morris. We were always next to Rag Morris and the Whips and Spurs in Bristol when I was doing it, and that was the Whips and Spurs is the Horse Riding Society, just in case you're not sure. Okay, Josie, behave. So your hometown, where do you is it St Lawrence? Is it out that way, or is it somewhere else?
So we're ringing at the Oratory at the moment.
Okay. So that's your kind of home tower, your student.
Sort of, yeah. That's where we're based. That's where we do most of our things. But as students, we bring lots of different places in York.
Brilliant stuff. How does it work with the local ringers? Is there a lot of crossover? Do you ring lots with locals? Is there much unique, just York University Society stuff?
So we do a lot of stuff that's just the York University Society, and then occasionally we're a bit thin on the ground, so we'll invite some alumni who have stuck around, and then we also encourage a lot of our learners, once they can handle and do rounds relatively well, we encourage them to go to other places. So we encourage them to go to St Lawrence mainly. We've been encouraging people to go to St Olave's as well over the summer, if they're staying around while there's no YCG official practice happening, because obviously we're all going to be going. So yeah, there's not really enough people to have a proper practice over the summer. So we're go branch out, meet people. it's good.
Okay, and what do you do outside of ringing? Are there other activities that you do as a society? You're smiling, so some of you, so there clearly is something else that you do outside of society. So for people unfamiliar with University Society, I'm just trying to paint a picture of the sorts of things that go on through the year.
So since we're a Northern Society, each year we all go to NUA, which is the Northern Universities Association. I think I've got that right. Yep. So this year it was in Nottingham, and there was at least 5 different societies across the northern of the UK, and that was great fun. And we rang at quite a few different towers in Nottingham, had a boat race which we lost miserably.
It's the taking part.
It was Ben's fault. It was
Ben's fault. It's always Ben's fault. Ben's the YCG scapegoat. It is always his fault. During the NUA there is also a striking competition, which is very relaxed, especially in comparison to today. And so that's a great way to kind of get into it. We have our annual dinner day, and this year as well we were invited to a trip to Birmingham, which had an eventful train ride on the way back. Don't go on football trains, I don't recommend it. And there was, I think, Bristol, London, Cambridge, Birmingham, York. I think there was maybe someone from Leeds and Nottingham as well. And so we try and get out and about throughout the year and meet up with other societies. And we're heavily all involved within different ringing throughout York as well.
It's great stuff. I think there was a recent article in the Ringing World about the combined universities gathering in Birmingham, wasn't there? So it's something for you to check out. Beautifully described. Thank you very much. Can I just reflect on, let's go to Nottingham, because you were hosting NUA this year. You're fresh to this. We heard Andrea talking about it as an alumnus member. What is the University Society like?
Well, I don't know. I think as soon as I joined in January, I joined just sort of out of curiosity. There was, I have a friend whose mum rings around the country, and she came to visit her daughter, and her daughter is my friend. So I just sort of was curious from there, and I was recommended to join the society. And I think I'm probably the only person of colour that I know that rings. And just joining the society, I've not felt any sort of tension or anything like that. I felt extremely welcomed. Every event that I've been to has been super welcoming. The society is one of my favourite activities that I get involved in throughout the week. It's something I look forward to. It's something that I try to do outside of term time. So it's really welcoming. It's a lot of fun. It's something really niche to get involved in as someone black from London. It's just generally something that's just really wholesome, fun, welcoming. It's loads of fun.
So is it the quirkiness that's grabbing you? Is it the fact it feels a bit different? I'm curious of that, because for each of us there's different things, and Josie's heard me talk about this before. What is it that's bringing you? Is it that quirkiness? I think
it's kind of twofold. It's one, it's kind of like a little mini family, and then 2, it's also like I guess the quirkiness, the different kind of nature of the activity. It's not something that people like me just usually kind of do from my background. So I think it's kind of both of those reasons.
Anyone can do it. That's lovely, beautifully put. Let's come to Bristol now. Annie, do you want to go on that one, that microphone there? We did talk a bit about this last year, but for people who aren't familiar with the Bristol, what is the Bristol student scene like?
At the moment, the Bristol Society is extremely healthy. We've got students of all sorts of abilities, ranging from just learning handling to ringing rounds, ringing bob doubles, to practicing their conducting of surprise major, learning to ring the 41 surprise minor. Just
roll it. It's casual. 41 surprise minor. Water off a duck's back, really, isn't it?
Yeah. We're extremely fortunate to have lots of people who can already ring joining the society, as well as being able to recruit a few people to learn handling. So practice night is great. All sorts of things can be wrong, and also having so many alumni staying in Bristol means that we've got a large pool of people to draw on for help with quarters or peals if we're one short. And even people who aren't alumni, just ringers in Bristol, they're also keen to support that the students are doing very well at them.
And that we should say there is a corresponding collective to NUA, isn't there? There's the SRCY, the Southern Universities Association, and the events that SUA does Is it similar? Is it same time of year? What's going on?
It's about the same. It's a weekend in November. It moves around a different city each time, and we have a striking contest and a ceilidh, stay overnight in a church hall. It's one of the highlights of the year, as well as the annual dinner as well.
Do you like a ceilidh? Okay,
yes.
So clearly Bristol is very buoyant. There's lots going on here in we've talked about Nottingham and York as well. Josie, I want to turn to you because people move in and out of areas. I've seen certainly in Bristol over the years the student, what we call the resident membership, sometimes wanes a little bit because people get headhunted for jobs and things, or get families and things like that. How do we combat that? How do we keep that momentum going for university societies, because it's something that's not unique to Bristol, it happens across the country?
I think the big thing is forward planning. So being aware that with a student society, most students are around for 3 years. So sort of as soon as you get one lot in, you can't be like, we've had a great year where we've had loads of people in, because the next year, if you don't still focus on that recruitment and that retention, then you're going to still have like a massive fall in your membership. And there will naturally be waxing and waning, and a lot of societies will sort of muddle through, and even like York said, like if you don't have enough people for a practice, you'll draft in some of the city ringers, some of the alumni, because people do tend to stay in their university cities. But part of it is just keep that recruitment every single year. And as a quick plug on the new Young Ringers Hub that we've been putting together, there is loads of material about recruitment, retention. We've got Freshers Fair kits, loads of support for university societies who are looking at really pushing that recruitment element this year.
Sounds good. Okay, so recruitment strategies. What's the York approach at the moment? Are you thinking about those sorts of things? Hang on, let me just bring it. You can grab the microphone. Yeah, that's fine.
So, in terms of recruitment, we always try and get a womble, because if you've got there's so many.
Sir, hold on. A womble.
A womble. Yeah, like a big bell thing that you can.
Oh, sorry. I was
travelling dumbbell.
Sorry, I'm showing my age here, because when you say womble to someone of my age, we think of the little the little womble things, the little characters. Yeah.
Anyway, no. So we I don't know. I don't know what else it's called other than a womble. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Anyway, so we have one of them because if you can have something big and flashy to look at, because I think York has over 200 societies or something, so it's Freshers Fairs in multiple different buildings, so you want something big that grabs people's attention. So we always try and get one of them, and then we're always on the end of a row as well, so that everybody you walk in the hall and the first thing you see is this big bell that's just swinging around with someone just sat on the floor ringing it, because wombles are clearly designed for very small children. I'm just putting that out there. So we mainly do that, and then the day after, or sometimes the week after, depending on church availability, we have half-hour slots where we we don't sell tickets, but they're ticketed so that only 4 people can turn up to each one, and it's free to go, and it's basically you'll get a little handling session for half an hour the following day to see who's interested, find out more about it, and then after that we obviously have our student practices and we see how that's going, and then if there's a lot of people. We started using our Friday quarter slots as handling, because there was just so many people who were interested this year that we just had no practice at all, because we were very fortunate that so many people were interested, but we were just teaching people 20 minutes just all evening and didn't actually get to doing any rounds, so we had to implement this Friday handling session, which I don't think they'd really done in York before, because they're very concerned, the people who graduated recently, they were very concerned with trying to make sure that freshers felt part of the community, and not that they had to only go to the handling practice, and that they were welcomed into the wider thing, yes, you're new, but you're welcomed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we want everyone to come to all the practices, as many as possible.
That's great to hear. That's absolutely great to hear. I want to just change tack slightly now, because you've talked about how you're recruiting. We've talked about strategies for maintaining membership. But we've got a whole range of ages listening to this. And I know from my home area and people I've spoken to who are older, they've got young members who are about to disappear to university. We're losing them. It's the end of the world. And I say, well, you're training people and you're feeding into the exercise. But what if they get distracted by other societies? They won't carry on ringing, and there's this kind of paranoia, and in some cases it is a valid fear. How do we help overcome that? So there's a couple of things there to unpick. Is what advice do we have for older ringers to help younger ringers when they do go to university? And what would your message to other younger ringers be? So there's 2 questions. Advice for the adults who are kind of saying goodbye. What would you say to a young person? And what would you, as a fellow young person, say? All right. Shall we start over here?
Well, I think I can answer one of your 2 questions.
Lovely.
I think from my own personal experience at university, especially coming to Nottingham, my aim was to sort of get involved in all sorts of student activities. So having done first year, I'm now part of the committee of 2 different societies, one of them being the biggest society in Nottingham. And on top of that, I make sure I go to my practices for bell ringing every week. Not just because I have to, but because I want to. Like, I have no obligation to, but it is just something that I want to do. I think if you go and if you enjoy it, there should be no worry in your mind for like, am I able to participate or things like that. If you would like to go, if the passion is there, then it shouldn't be an issue for you. Like, as someone who's not like a legacy ringer, I haven't got parents who ring, I haven't even got friends who ring. I think it is just like enjoying the element of being part of an activity where you're all ringing this one instrument at the same time, all 12 of you, but also just like the fun aspect of it. So I think if you're passionate about it and you enjoy it, you can balance as many other things as you like with it at the same time.
Brilliantly put. Okay.
I would say for something maybe for the adults who are concerned that people might stop, I think we've found there's a few people who've come to York who maybe stopped ringing over their A-levels, so they've been quite stressed. Maybe they stopped at their GCSEs, and even if they've got family who ring, they've come to York and gone, oh, actually, I could maybe do one night a week if my parent isn't like banging on about the drum trying to be like, oh yeah, I'm off ringing tonight, and not taking the child with them. And so we've had a few people where they've refound their love for ringing. We've also had a few people who turn up on the odd occasion and have found some more interests, but will also be able to, like, they'll re-find their love for ringing, because even if you move somewhere in the future which doesn't have any ringing, you've still got that skill and that sense of community. So it doesn't matter where you go in the country, you'll always have somewhere where you can ring. And I think, you
shouldn't lose sight of that.
Yes, definitely.
It's great. Do you want to pass the mic on?
I think. My mind's gone
So
blank.
the 2 questions were, so for advice for adults who have got younger ringers in their tower and they're concerned about to lose them, and also what would you say to a fellow young person who's about to go to university, leave home for that first time, everything's terrifying?
So I think in terms of losing ringers, especially if like you've trained that person like from scratch and like you've put loads of effort in and you're like, oh, now they're just going to leave me, and you know they'll probably stay where they went to uni and they're not going to come back, and it's like, why did I put in the effort? You have to remember that you're making this ready-made little gift for someone else, right? That person, like wherever they end up, they're going to be a huge asset, and that's an asset to the community like as a whole. Like you have to remember that, okay, so they might not be where you are, but you know, you might end up with someone who's a ready-made gift, and someone else has made that ready-made gift for you. So you have to remember that and keep sight of that, and not just be like, oh well, I'm not going to teach anyone because they're not going to stay. Do you know what I mean? You have to really think about the bigger picture if possible.
Great piece of advice there. Thank you. Annie, you.
Yes, so to add to that, I'd say this young person, so to the old people, this young person is very likely to be back during the holidays, the Christmas holidays, the Easter holidays, the long summer holidays, and you'll see plenty of them in spite of them being gone for maybe half of the year. And if you're worried about them giving up ringing, then to encourage them to continue ringing while they're at university, you could point them towards the university society, if there exists one. Otherwise, the local ringing scene, if there isn't a university society, because some young people just aren't aware that it even exists. So
Indeed.
give them the encouragement to continue. But also, if they do other things, then that's okay. University's about trying new things, and they've always got the chance to come back to ringing in the future.
You shouldn't lose sight of that.
Yes.
That's really important. Thank you for mentioning that. Right, we've done the easy people because you're on the front row. I want to go back to the students on the back. Can we pass the microphones back? We should pass that one there. Okay. We're going that way, are we? I did say we're not sure how this is working. Right. So your advice,
the questions.
The questions.
Yes.
It's like a job interview, isn't it? Yeah. What would you bring to the party? Yeah.
What I would say to older ringers is it's really, really, really easy to contact university societies. So if you go on any student union website, there's also the wonderful Young Ringers website that's just been set up, which is really, really helpful. You'll have email addresses for the societies. Billboard is an amazing tool to stalk people on. You can track people down.
Is this official guidance? Stalking?
It's really easy to track down societies. Drop us an email. Say same for students coming to university as well. Like drop us an email over summer, and we'll be more than happy. Like we were able to find new ringers that were coming up. Like I was able to find out like all of Jacob's like personal information before I'd even met him via bell ringers. Because just by meeting other people who had met Jacob and told me he was coming, it's really easy to get into contact with other societies. I think also definitely the point about holidays is a really good one. I definitely really enjoyed going back home to my home tower. I think I can really make a difference at university. I was running some of the practices over summer back at home last year, and I really feel like going to university enhances the ringing. So even if they stay in the university city, they're still going to come back. I mean, I still come home. I still really want to help out with my home tower because that's where I learned to ring. I feel really connected to helping out.
That's such a lovely thing. Thank you for sharing that. Should we go to Jacob now and give him a right of reply? Oh, we're giving 2 microphones. Pass the yellow one because we're going to strangulate Josie. Oh my goodness, we spent hours sent in the studio. You've taken it to bits. Right, go on.
Yeah, I think the key is really just to get involved. It's really important to just submerge yourself in the ringing culture, the drinking, the socials, the ringing at the Minster. That's like. No, that's something I've really valued, being able to just be welcomed into such a prestigious place at York Minster. It's
a special place.
It's really special, and I'm so grateful, especially for Home Tower getting me all prepared for this, and get involved definitely.
Amazing stuff. Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed talking to you all. I think we've all enjoyed it, haven't we? And hope you've enjoyed it as well. This will be available for playback on the YouTube channel, and you'll be able to listen to this as well and see who got tangled in microphone cables. And of course, it was an absolute privilege to meet Bob.
He's got a little.
Oh, sorry, what have we got, sorry?
He's got his name on his back. It's very good.
Oh, Bob YCG, of course.
I have no idea who made that, but it's iconic.
Yeah, so hold him up to the hold up to the camera. So we've got the camera on. So no, it's the camera's behind me.
Oh, very good.
There we are. We're going to zoom the camera in. We're going to zoom that in. I think when my tech team. No, we've got. There we are. There we go. So, I don't know. We'll give up with that.
Okay, that's
anyway.
Fine.
So. Just to summarise, we've been talking to Alexander Lister, Suzanne Timms, Jacob Rubb, Fran Lee, Ruth Lemmer, Annie Faulkner, and Josie Leggett. Thank you all. Go and enjoy. Have you got? Because you got York tops on. Have you got jobs to go back to, or are you?
We just finished.
We're all about to
go do the results stewarding.
The results. So we'll see you over there.
Not even off to the pub.
Brilliant.
No, we're going to go to
Oh no, you've broken. You've destroyed the rest of the day now. So you're not going to the pub.
I haven't even been to the pub yet today. No.
It's a disgrace, isn't it?
It is.
Well, you got the rest of the day. Anyway, thank you all of you for coming in. It's been really good to talk to you, and good luck with the rest of your studies, those of you studying, and keep up the good work, and we'll see you around. All right. Lovely, great. Okay, so email is still on fire. Just to remind you, if you want to get in touch with us, you can do so by doing this.
Wherever you are, whatever you're up to, we'd love to hear from you. To get in touch with the studio, send an email to 12bellstudio@gmail.com. On social media, you can contact us via Messenger on our Facebook page, National 12 Bell Striking Contest. Start your message with studio to make sure it gets to us. Send us a message and be part of today's coverage.
Okay, let's have a quick look at our email box, which has been very busy again. Sheila Anthony has been in touch and says, I competed for the Cumberland Youths in the late 1970s. I think it was at Reading, and I can still remember the nerves. It was great to see Andrew Wilby talking earlier. I've not seen him for years, and I'm now enjoying listening to the ringing from home. My sister-in-law was ringing for Guildford again this year. Fabulous days ringing, really enjoying it. Thank you all for the amazing job you're doing. This is from Sheila Anthony, and Sheila has sent in a picture of cats that I believe are listening to the broadcast, so thank you for that, Sheila. And John Fisher, thank you, John, for getting in touch. Good to hear from you. Sadly, I couldn't make it to York today, so I'm following along with the dog, Phil. Yes, really, by the medium of your broadcast for the first time. It's excellent. As always, thank you and well done. Billy has gone for the day. Oh, so Billy's here. That's John's son. He's there with one of his teammates from the Oxford youth team. If you're there we are. So they're all gearing up for the youth contest happening in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you, John Fisher, for getting in touch. He's emailed us to our studio email inbox. We'll be coming back to more messages a little bit later. What I want to do now is give you a real treat, because there's so much extra stuff at this place. It's a vast building. We talked about the Ring of Bells. We've talked about Great Peter. There is something else up the tower we've not alluded to yet. You might have seen it in the background of some of the pictures. There is a Carillon in the southwest tower, and Jonathan Galloway, who is head of tower, also happens to be one of the Carillonneurs. This has to be a first for the National 12 Bell Striking Contest live broadcast. We are going to talk about a carillon, and I'm standing in front of the carillon in the ringing chamber. Jonathan Galloway is with me again. Tell us about this extraordinary instrument.
The carillon here at the Minster is the only carillon in a British cathedral, it's a 3-octave instrument, so it's fully chromatic. It's got all the sort of black and white notes on the keyboard except for the bottom 2 black notes. The lowest note, the biggest bell, is a 2300 weight D, although it's keyed to bottom C on the keyboard, so it's carillons are often transposing instruments, and so this carillon was augmented from an existing 11-bell chime here in 2008. So the additional bells were donated by 2 of the ringers here at the time, and it is played for evensong as close as we can to sort of every day of the week. And you can play a big sort of range of music on it, from hymn tunes and classical music right through to which sort of lighter and more sort of popular music.
Well, we're going to hear a little bit about that in a moment. Let's talk about the mechanics, because it's also got foot pedals as well, and lots of levers. I can see levers and rods and things, and they're going up through behind the batons, and we've got lots of metal rods. Is it metal all the way up to the bells?
Essentially, yes. There's sort of wire rope type wires, so that there's a wire which runs up from each of the batons up to the sort of clapper of the sort of corresponding bell that each baton operates. It actually sort of goes up to a sort of roller bar. The wires go up to a roller bar in the sound deadening chamber between the ringing chamber and the bell chamber, which actually sort of offsets the whole transmission sort of slightly inwards, because the walls of the tower in fact step inwards slightly above the ringing chamber.
You're running out of space up there. I guess also, I mean, the rods here are very close together, and of course the bells upstairs, as we'll hear in a moment, are much more spaced out, so you've got to, I guess, start moving the cables into the right sort of place.
That's right. So there's 2 ways of doing that in the sort of carillon transmission. It can either be done with roller bars on the frame, or the system we've got here, which is directed quadrants, which is actually a better system than roller bars, because it means there's less friction in the mechanism and makes the touch on the keyboard sort of lighter and more responsive.
Right, let's look at the keyboard now. Is it a fixed volume, or can you do dynamics on this?
You can. It's a touch-sensitive sort of instrument in the same sense that like a piano or a percussion instrument is. So the harder you hit the baton, the louder the bell sounds, and that sort of fully mechanical linkage.
Can you just do us a little demo?
So yeah, I'll just demonstrate on this note here. So.
Yeah, you can hear it, and of course you hear all the mechanics going on as well. I've got to say, Jonathan, this keyboard in the middle is really grubby. Is that because they're the most commonly used notes?
Yes, it is partly of Carillon sort of claviers. They do the batons do get a bit, the varnish sort of wears, and you get sort of some ingrained dirt that can be quite difficult to clean off sometimes on the notes that are more commonly used sort of around the middle of the keyboard, and sometimes even on the Carillon that's been in use for a lot of years, like for example at Bourneville in Birmingham, there's even a sort of patch of wear on the particular spot on the seat where the Carillon sits.
I love it. Now, there was a serious reason I asked, because I mean, these are levers, it's all mechanical. Can it be a very physical experience ringing a Carillon?
It can be, yes. I mean, if you want to if you want to play sort of fortissimo, which obviously you don't want to be doing all the time, but because you want to sort of take advantage of the fact that it's a touch-sensitive instrument and sort of vary the dynamics and expression, but certainly if you're playing anything sort of fortissimo and or anything that's sort of quite fast, it'll require significantly more physical exertion than if you're sort of playing something sort of softer and sort of more gentle and slower on it.
I get it, makes total sense. Now, you're going to play something for us now. I'm going to get out of the way. You're just changing your footwear. Why are you putting different shoes on?
So I find sort of that it's easier to sort of feel what I'm doing and have better sort of sensitivity on the pedals if I'm wearing quite sort of thin-soled shoes and ones that are sort of fit quite closely to the width of my feet. Whereas with sort of thick-soled shoes that are perhaps a bit wider, it's sort of more difficult to feel what you're doing on the pedals, and it sort of increases the risk of sort of clipping adjacent notes to the one you want.
I can just imagine that big clumpy fat shoe. That's like a clown boots. No, again. Right, I'm going to get out of the way because you're going to swing around there, and you're going to play something for us. Absolutely incredible. Jonathan, you have a bit of a workout there. Thank you so much for showing this incredible instrument to us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
I have to say, I thoroughly enjoy. I've never been next to somebody operating a Carillon like that. It was really physical. I think is the only way I can describe it, even in the slower, quieter bits, because there's those levers you're pushing up and down, and you're operating those hammers on the bells. So it was amazing. Just got a message here from Gareth Davis. He says, "Great show as ever. It's keeping me entertained while painting a ceiling. I've been supporting Cambridge, so I thought I'd have a look to see what the Cambridge youths got up to on the 20th of June in previous centuries. not a particularly noteworthy day for Cambridge ringing, except in 1837, when the 20th of June was the accession day of Queen Victoria, and the ringers were paid 5 guineas to ring at Great St Mary's. No doubt most of the other towers ringing that today would also have been marking that event, so not a good day for a striking competition. Gareth, I just love the kind of bits and pieces and nuggets you dig out for fellow ringers. Thank you very much for taking the time to get in touch with that nugget. Right, now lots of stuff is going on behind the scenes in the judging room. They are likely to be analysing strikeometer data. And yesterday I sat down with Dave Richards to unpick what the judges actually look at. We now have a laptop in front of us with some strikeometer data on the screen. What are we looking at here, Dave?
Well, what we're looking at here is a summary table of some ringing, and it's very, very similar to what judges would be looking at in between touches. People might be a little bit confused that you've introduced the strikeometer data when actually the name that everyone knows is hawk ear. They're actually incredibly similar. Strikeometer is just with the small adaptations that we need to make it most useful for the 12 bell contest.
So you're saying, so it's hawk ear behind the scenes, but the strikeometer is a particularly user-friendly output for the 12 bell?
Exactly right. So it's just got some minor tweaks, but the core algorithm behind it is hawk ear.
Now, in previous broadcasts, we've talked about all the complex science that goes on and the signal processing. What I want to know here is, what is the output like, and how are ringers using this?
That's a really great question, because, of course, ringing is such a multi-dimensional performance. And ultimately, you can't consider all of the variables at once. So it's really important that we can just reduce it down to a few summary statistics. And so, like ringing, people have their own ideas about what's good and what's bad and what they're interested in and what they're not interested in. And so every year with the chief judge, there's a small process of gauging what statistics they would like to see in summary. But of course, when you get to the real detail, there's all sorts of layers that you can dig down into.
So you have a degree of flexibility on kind of the way that you present that to them. It's customizable, in fact, is it?
That's absolutely right. So every year the chief judge has the opportunity to choose which metrics get displayed at the top level. That having been said, people tend to focus on the same types of one year after year, and so you'll often see relative standard deviation is one of the crucial figures. That's a basically percentage inaccuracy. The lower the better, and that's one of the principal statistics. But also people like to see what might be considered traditional fault counts, so those are also visible, and then that goes alongside ancillary statistics like peel speed and whether there were any sort of abnormalities during the ringing. Those might be method mistakes, they might have been technology failures. Either way, they need to be investigated by the technical team.
And the number of faults, of course, is the kind of thing we would hear at a local association or branch striking contest. But I wanted to pick up on the standard deviation, because we've talked about this before. We've had questions about this. This is a measure from the kind of where the average strike point, or where the computer thinks the strike point should be. Have I phrased that correctly?
Yeah, that's roughly right. So just to recap the process, is a two-stage process of analysis. The first stage is transcription, where we take the audio and turn it into where each bell struck. And then the second stage is fitting a ringing model to that. Where do we think the bells should have struck? And the standard deviation is a measure of basically how inaccurate that was on average. So where the bells actually struck versus where the computer thinks they should have struck. Now, of course, there's infinite variability of ways that you can translate a list of strikes into where they should have been, and I think that's an area which it would be really good if people were interested in developing themselves. So I think it's not a solved problem, and people shouldn't think of it as this rigid, eternally fixed system. That we should just all be trying to innovate and improve the analysis tools as well as our own ringing.
I'm reading between the lines there. You say it's not finished yet. That's harsh, isn't it? Come on, we've got data on the screen now. So we've got a table. It's showing the team, the piece they rang. Does the software recognise the method that's being rung?
Yeah, so it has a library of common pieces which will be rung. So if you ring something very, very obscure, then it might not get it right. But yeah, broadly speaking, anything that you're likely to encounter on a practice night, it should recognise.
Okay, so then we've got the number of faults that you've talked about. Now there are two numbers here. You've got the kind of total, and then there's two numbers after that. What do they correspond with?
So in this case, it's total number of faults, and then faults at hand and faults at back. So hopefully those numbers should all add up together to be correct. But yeah. So splitting it into hand stroke faults and backstroke faults.
Okay, then we've got the peel speed, and then we've got our standard deviation, which we've spoken about, and then there are two additional columns here. Don't think we're using in the 12 bell, correct me if I'm wrong, but star ringer and number of stars. What's going on there?
That's right, yeah. So we don't use these in the 12 bell contest, but the star ringer is an attempt just to say who rang the best. And it's really interesting for competitions. The reason is to identify whether there are any bells that were particularly easy to ring. Now, of course, it's less relevant, of course, if you're ringing covered methods, because very, very often the tenor will be the most stable. But it's really interesting just to identify patterns. And the number of stars will be very familiar to anyone who's used hawk ear regularly, but it's just kind of it's like just an average. How good was the touch in general? Going all the way from 0 stars for could be better, through to 7 stars for practically perfect in every way, like Mary Poppins.
I like that. Yeah. So no stars, virtually unrecognisable.
Oh no! I mean, my local practice that I'm proud to lead is a frequent 0 star touch generator, but I'd say it's recognisable.
I mean, you're saying that with an element of glee in your face. Okay, let's talk about the judging process, because when we're playing this interview back, it will be when the judges are in the throngs of trying to work out the order of the teams. When the judges have come to a bit of a loggerhead and think, right, we can't differentiate between two particular teams, that could be in first place or second place, what sorts of things might they be asking you for?
So I think it's really important, especially if there is any kind of discrepancy between what Hawkeye has reported and what the judge's innate feeling was after the piece. And if there is a discrepancy between the top level statistic and the judge's feeling, then almost certainly we will open the piece of ringing to look more in detail. And even then, we need to have some kind of summarization. There's obviously over 1,000 blows, 1,000 individual blows to look at here, many more than 1,000 blows.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of data, isn't it? So we're looking at the striking grid at the moment with colour representations. I've got the blue boxes, there's green and pinkish red ones. I'm assuming that the red ones will correspond to a fault in some way. What about the green? Is pretty much spot on. What's the blue?
Exactly right. So we've got green is what we want to see. We want to see lots of seas of green, and then orangey red is for if we were ringing too quickly, and blue is if we were ringing too slowly. So hopefully it's quite an intuitive way of looking at it. So orange for red hot, too spicy, and blue for a little bit chill, a little bit cool, not keeping up. So hopefully it's really easy to see visually patterns of where the row might be stretching, front bells quick, back bells slow. That would be a very typical pattern. But yes, what we want to do is get everything back towards that lovely green in the middle.
So we've got the grid, which is great. What about helping those judges to differentiate between two particular places? Where do we go next?
It's a really good question. So obviously the grid is still far too much information to look at. You might pick out individual items, but unless there's something very specific you want to investigate, you will then look at another type of summary. So what we have on this screen is a whole lot of data. There's about 4 pages worth of data here. And what we'd be looking for is consistent issues, particularly where bells strike in a place in a row, or where bells ring over each other. So those are the 2 big styles of analysis.
So just looking at these first 2, the first 3 graphs at the top of the page there, we've got the mean error, we've got the standard error. These are just different ways of representing errors, and then we go down to the whole band ringing. So this is effectively, in a way, ranking the ringers of that particular touch, although it may not be used for singling particular ringers out.
That's absolutely right. Yes, it's there to try and highlight consistent issues. Again, we need to be very, very careful with summary data of this nature, and we need to really put it in the context of the piece that has been rung. And what we're looking to see is it indicative of any particular problems that might have been encountered by the band, or is it indeed indicating that there were features that one band particularly coped with? We've spoken about hawk ear can be used to identify particularly easy bells to ring, but also there could be particularly difficult bells to ring, and if one band has coped with that a lot better, then that will be evident in this data.
That's a really interesting point, because we often talk about, you joke at striking competitions I've been to, whoever's ringing the 4th is going to have a terrible job at backstroke, and all credit. I mean, if someone is able to strike that bell and nail it, that's real skill, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that's what we're trying to identify at this stage of the process. And ultimately, to come back to the big question of how is this helping the judges, it's trying to pick through what they heard when they listened to the touch, and which parts of that are supported by the data, and then other parts where they might need to look again and see, is this really what I heard? And what we're aiming for is, when it's really tight, to identify which bits need to be listened back to again. And so that's what we're trying to get to. We're trying to get the judges to a place where they can decide what needs to be listened to and why.
So it's almost using it to help signpost then.
Exactly. And hawk ear is just very, very good at that, and I'd recommend it to everyone. It's freely available and can be used at any level within the ringing community. And of course, it's a difficult thing. Whether it's appropriate for your practice or not. People might think it's a stick to bash people with, but I think that actually, just the first step of routinely recording and listening back to your ringing is such an advantage.
And of course, it's not going to get tired, is it? It's always going to be consistent.
Exactly. It might not be exactly right all the time, but it is 100% consistent. It's the same every time you turn it on. And like I say, hawk ear can be developed. It's not set in stone. And I would encourage people who are interested in development, to give it a go. It's great.
I'm now wondering whether I can get myself a chip implant and get it downloaded so that if I get tired, my striking can still be very consistent. Right, so we've got these tables here. Is there anything else that a judge might use or?
Yeah, absolutely. So it goes yet into further detail, where we can break down, instead of just looking whole band in place or whole band bell after bell, we can look at individuals, again using the same kind of colouring scheme, this time where neutral is good, and then we have orange for late and red for early.
So this is looking at bells striking over each. So I could look at this data and say, right, how well is the 9th striking over the 3rd, for example?
Exactly, and you can look at it in terms of, are the hand strokes better or are the back strokes better? And of course, depending on the structure of the touch that you've got, that itself probably gives you some information about where the possible problems might be arising.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking at this now from like a team management perspective, because if you knew a bell was particularly late on one stroke, and you got a ringer that was able to counteract that, and then you get this data about how well particular people are working on particular bells, you can, I guess, you could use it to help manage the placing of your band if you wanted to.
Absolutely, but I think there's always a caution there as well, because you don't want to tailor your band to a particular tower, when actually a significant part of the challenge is coming to a tower that's perhaps not so familiar and just producing an absolutely cracking performance. Very, very quick off the bat. You do have 15 minutes to practice, but that time just zips by.
I think that is a beautiful way to round off the summary of this. This has been a fascinating tour. We could talk for much longer about this, but if you are listening to this and thinking, I want to get a slice of this, where can people find it to have a go with it?
That's a very good question. So it is sort of permeating slowly through the community. If you search for Hawk here online, you should be able to find links, but otherwise, if anyone gets stuck, strikeometer@gmail.com will get to me.
There we go. That's how you can get hold of it. David Richardson, thank you very much for David Richards. David Richards, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew.
Live from York Minster, this is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
O'Shea Engineering is proud to support this year's National 12 Bell broadcast. As a company of ringers, we understand that your project, regardless of size, should receive nothing but the utmost care and attention. With a 100% focus on quality and customer service from the initial inquiry all the way through to the test ring, you are guaranteed a fine installation to stand the test of time. So, if you are thinking about having some work done, whether it's a light overhaul or a complete remodelling of your installation, drop a call to O'Shea Engineering. Craftsmanship your tower can trust.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
You're listening to live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2026 with Matthew Tosh.
Well, you join me in the Methodist Hall, the Central Methodist Church, in fact, in the centre of York, which is going to be the location of the results. And ringers are already starting to file in. We are a little way off the results yet, probably expecting those in around about 15 minutes or so. The judges have completed their deliberations. The update I've got is that they're now compiling their notes. Which is that all-important stage to give the feedback to the ringers. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the interview with the judges. The judges, just remind you, are Katie Town. She's got her mum with her, Jenny Town. We've got Jenny Iris and Joe Holden as well. They've been ensconced in the school building just across the way from York Minster all day, and I think they've been getting quite a bit of sun coming in there. I think we've done quite well in the studio, staying cool. And hopefully we've kept you entertained and informed throughout the day. Now, what I'm hoping to do over the next few minutes is get through some more emails and messages that have come in, and also talk to one or two of the ringers and the punters who are here. I know we've seen at least one person who wants to have a little chat with us. But I just want to pick up with the emails, and Patrick Mayer says, good evening, Matthew. I think the reason you may be hearing so much from us in the Antipodes is that the middle of the day broadcast hopefully lines up very well with an evening on the couch for us. We're currently listening with two cats and Athena and Montgomery, both of whom are insisting that they have never eaten food in their lives, despite evidence to the contrary. It's nice to be listening to such quality ringing, and I'm enjoying the broadcast. However, I am wondering if we will see the return of Matthew Tosh, the IKEA Sharp plushie. Yeah, we had it was Blage, wasn't it? The SRCY, University of Bristol mascot that we had last year in the studio. Thank you very much, Patrick. Now, Michael Hyatt. Got to take hats off to Michael Hyatt. Mike has written in and sent a picture. Let me just explain what he said. He said, we are enjoying watching this year's competition. iPad balanced on the bank, bottle feeding a very hungry lamb. And he has sent a picture to us of him hand feeding a lamb. He said, neither me nor the Herdwick lamb are ringers, but we enjoy listening to your great show. This is from Mike and Katie the lamb. How about that? Katie the lamb. I love it. We've had all sorts of creatures. There's still no frog. We have a dog called Frog, but we don't actually have a frog. So that's my challenge to you ringers. We need a frog listening to the 12 bell. Claire Mitchell has messaged in and says Len is now home and sitting in the garden, insisting I send a picture of Maggie the dog, as all is here about his cats. I completely salute your approach there, Claire, Len and Maggie Mitchell. Lovely picture of Maggie there enjoying the shade in the garden. Jen Furnhurst says, dear Matthew and Co, I've been tuned in and listening from around 10:40 this morning. I set an alarm but went back to sleep. I'm enjoying the bells in my not-so-sunny garden today. No pets here since last May, since my Labrador was given his angel wings age 14. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My favourite grandmother also got her angel wings last month and would have loved the 12-bell striking contest if she'd been able to work an iPad or YouTube on the telly to watch it. Keep up the good work, all ringers taking part. Go Guildford! I hope my home team wins. Well, thank you very much, Jen. We appreciate you getting in touch with us. There is still time to get more messages in. Our studio email address is 12bellstudio@gmail.com, and I can see more messages coming in. I shall get to those in a moment. What I'm going to do though is just we're going to go and play you a little bit more of the Carillon. We really privileged that the Carillon frame is directly above the bell frame where the full circle bells are that we've been listening to today, and we eavesdropped on Evensong last night and we could hear Jonathan, the tower captain, Jonathan Galloway, the head of tower, performing ahead of Evensong. Well, here we are in the Central Methodist Church of York. The organ towering over us is a mezzanine level, and I've got people gathering all around as well, awaiting the results, which I have been told are scheduled for around about 5:45. Matthew Sorrell from Adelaide is with me here. You are a regular when you're in the area, and I say in the area, in Europe. How's it been for you today?
It's been brilliant. So once again, my business travel has coincided with the 12 Bell. So it's been just terrific to catch up with old friends and hear some excellent ringing today here in York. Just the atmosphere's just been fantastic. Terrific ringing. I don't know who's won. It's varied from just every band has performed really well today. And of course though I haven't been able to listen to your broadcast, everyone back home in Adelaide has been, so I've been picking up the commentary second hand on our WhatsApp group. So I kind of know what's going on from them, but it's so important to have this broadcast because so many people in Australia and elsewhere are listening all day and late into the night to hear what's going on. But just to be able to catch up with old friends today has been fantastic, and
that's a very, very strange sort of communication channel, isn't it? We're sending information over to the other side of the globe, and then it's coming back to you on how well the ringing's been. I mean, I'm going to push you a little bit, Matthew, if you wouldn't mind. I mean, what is the consensus from the folks back home? Are they leaning toward any particular teams or any favourites standing out?
So there was a fairly strong consensus that Leeds rang particularly well. College Youth rang well. Last year's Bristol band, which was just, I tuned in last year to listen to Bristol, and it was just the most sublime ringing. And they had a really strong finish today. And so that's sort of where the consensus is leaning from there. So those last three bands, but the local band York rang particularly well as well. So that's sort of where those leanings are. But honestly, who knows? Who knows?
Being very careful, very diplomatic in the way that you're describing that. Talk about the atmosphere of the day. It's an opportunity, obviously, for catching up with friends, as you've mentioned. The building itself, where we held the draw this morning, York Minster. Had you been to York Minster before?
30 years ago, I got to ring rounds at a practice night. So back again for the first time. My son was here a few months ago, and really enjoyed himself, and say, my kids are obviously ringers now as well, and excelling. Michelle Harrison's just rung our number 7 bell at St Peter's, the 2700 weight bell to appeal, so first woman to do so. So she's sitting her sights. So that's been terrific to see that advancement, and then to be able to come to a place like York and just hear excellent ringing at the top of its game. You can't be what you don't see, and so that atmosphere here and coming to a tower that has such an excellent reputation is an inspiration, and it's really important for us to have that opportunity to hear
excuse me,
excellent
everyone.
bells rung
the results are
extraordinarily
going to be
well.
at 5:45.
So we're just hearing in the background, that's Alison Edmonds, the local event coordinator, just announcing to the ringers here, the massing, that the results will be at 5:45. You already know that because you're listening to the broadcast, and we brought you that news first before the locals here found out about it. So there was a little bit of a groan because I suppose, Matthew, that's 15 minutes less time in the pub, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So, it's also an important part, of course, of our ringing culture. So this has been part of my life now for nearly 40 years. So that opportunity to come over, ring wherever I can while I'm here in the UK, and then come to an event like this today. It's not so much of a hike up from London as it might have been from Adelaide, but yeah, terrific to be here.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. It's terrific to talk to you as well. I hope you enjoy the rest of the time here and the evening as people soak up the results once we find out what they are.
That's right. And I'll be watching what Adelaide ringers have to. I mean, it's silly o'clock in the morning over there, but I'm sure a couple of people are still listening on.
You honestly think people stay awake for these results?
Well, yes. So I'm seeing the buzz on my watch as we go. So we'll see what they have to say. But yeah, it's a great day for us to listen in. And we're going to be short a few ringers, I suspect, at Walkerville in the morning, but that's how things go.
Almost a valid excuse. I don't want to be responsible for nobody ringing tomorrow if they're short. Matthew Sorrell, thank you very much for talking to us again.
My absolute pleasure, and we'll see you next week.
See you again. Right, we're going to have a little wander. I'm just going to have a little chat with... Will Stafford is here. I can't not talk to Will Stafford, who's been in touch this week. It's great to see you again, Will. How's the day been for you?
It's been great. Always the Burring community coming out in force. Great to see old faces as usual, new faces, everyone in between. Every year it just brings people together, and it's just a really, really nice thing. And I seem to keep ending up on here each year. But
how have you spent your time today in York?
How have I spent my time today? I've just mostly been in the pub, to be honest. Just again, that's where most people were. I've also just walked around a bit. York's a lovely city. I really like it. That's how I spent my day.
I was asking whether to get a sense of whether you had any leanings towards any of the ringing that you heard.
Well, I mean, I'm very biased. I have a strong connection to Bristol, and I think they rang very well. I listened to their piece earlier. I mean, Birmingham sounded strong. York did well. I think it's a very open competition this year, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
It's exciting, isn't it, when it's like this?
It is very exciting. Honestly, this year has felt very open. I feel like there's not an obvious winner this year. I'm really interested to see how the results are this year. So,
well, it's great to talk to you. Thank you so much. We'll let you get back to your seat because we are rapidly running out of seating space in here. There is a limited capacity, so that is why we are streaming the results to the pub, the Cross Keys, which is just across the way from York Minster. So some people will be listening here, and some people will be here, and some people will remain in the pub as well. I'm going to take a moment to talk to a man in a very stripy jacket, Simon Linford, today, who has been ringing, of course. How have you found today, Simon?
I've really enjoyed today. Ring from Birmingham, and we've felt that this was quite an open contest, and we rang as well as we thought we could. It was actually that final test piece was our 30th rendition of the test piece.
30th,
which is about par for the course for us. And but we're not quite sure. I mean, the interesting thing about today is that we've missed the churchyard judges. We've missed Rod. We've missed Chris Kippin, who would have been the people we'd have gone to and said, "What do you reckon?" But there was no one like that, and I think possibly nowhere particularly easy to hear the bells right close to the Minster.
I think we should explain, actually, when you walk around outside, just because it's so busy, you've got shopping areas, you've got tourists, it's not like it many other places, is it?
No, that's right. And a little bit of wind and a bit of bouncing of the bells off buildings. And as you say, tourists. It's actually very, very difficult to find a place. I asked Alison Edmonds at lunchtime where would Chris or Rod be standing, and she said, well, there's this sort of garden of remembrance in the sort of northwest corner. They might have been there, or go to Bootham Gate and go up on the walls, and there's a place there. But that was about the only places they could go, and so we're sort of relying on people in Israel to give us the feedback of what's happening. I think people think that Birmingham were good. The local band were clearly good. No one's heard Bristol, but apparently they were pretty good. So we're really looking forward to it. It's a bit of an open one.
Just whilst I've got you, can I ask, how is ringing in the wider part of Birmingham at the moment?
Crikey.
Just explain for people listening what's going on. We've got Mexican waves going around the Methodist church here. So, Simon, I was just asking about ringing in Birmingham.
Well, ringing in Birmingham benefits from people coming to university. And Busker is a couple of years ago, or 2 or 3 years ago, we were very, very worried, and there just weren't. Busker was sort of down on its knees, and Lucas William. I mean, Busker in the last 2 years has done an unbelievable job. I mean, they've just advertised their Freshers' Fair, and they recruited 15 people a year who've always stuck, and it's just unbelievably vibrant. And and it's very good for, I mean, city centres. I mean, people sort of worry about ringing in certain places, but if you're a university city, focusing on your university and recruiting from there is just the way to go. And it's somebody, and an interesting thing I think about today, which if you look back, if you came to competitions, dare I say, 20 years ago, which was last time I wore this jacket, actually. Last time I wore this blazer was ripping. But anyway, very few people came who were not connected with any of the teams. And yet today, you see the pub full of young ringers who are not connected with the teams at all. And they've just come because this is the place to be. And I was sitting outside the pub early on when we had a sort of an early stage pint, because you're allowed 1 pint if you ring at 1:30. And everybody in the outside area of the pub was younger than me. And my daughter Charlie said, that's because you're old, Dad. But I think, no, it's good.
That's a great sign, isn't it?
Anyway, so I must go and sit with my team.
Yes, because we're filling up here, aren't we? And I don't want you to lose your space. I think, have they saved you a space over there?
Well, the last time I was here was the youth contest. Because the youth contest had this similar issue that although the York Minster obviously is a very, very good central place to have something, visitor restrictions, etc. So the youth contest was here at very, very short notice. And they needed to find somewhere you could hold with a fire capacity of 500. And this is it. And it's only 5 minutes to walk away. It's not absolutely full.
We're getting there. Of course, we take up a little bit more space, adults, don't we, than younger people?
We do. Well, the pub is very, very full. And I think quite a few people are staying away. But no, it's filling up. And all very, very expectant.
Right, OK, Simon Linford, we'll let you back to your seat. Always a pleasure. Right, OK, so you can see behind me that it is absolutely filling up. We've had the Mexican waves go. Well, a very good afternoon. If you're just joining us, we are live from the Central Methodist Church here in York, and we are awaiting the results. The judges are in the building, finalising their notes, probably doing a quick comfort break as well before they come into the main body of the Methodist Church, where ringers are gathered on in the stalls. Got some people up on the balcony as well, and we're bringing you pictures so you can see and hear the results as they happen. See Eleanor Linford just coming in, and some other young ringers, Charlie Linford there as well. Lots of students filling the building as well. So I think we're dragging some people out of the pub. I can see St Paul's ringers to my right, Birmingham ringers centre on. I've got the Cumberlands to my right as well. There were people from all parts of the ringing community here, and as you heard, we've got followers on the other side of the globe as well. People watching in Australia, United States, across Europe as well. Very much appreciated. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, I should give a massive shout out to Will Bosworth and the Ringing World, because this afternoon's results are being brought to you in association with the Ringing World. And I should point out that there will be a full write-up of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest final in the next 2 weeks. The main article is expected in a couple of weeks' time, but as ever, Will tries to get in some pictures and a few tidbits the week ahead. So next week's Ringing World will feature some things from today, but in 2 weeks' time, the edition will have full coverage and band photos from today's event. And if you want to delve into previous year's information as well from the contest, then do check out the 12 Bell website. It's 12bell.org.uk, and we were going to play you an interview with David Hull. What we're going to do is save that, and we'll publish that on the YouTube channel separately, because it really is worth listening to him, and I don't want to risk playing it and then having to cut it short because we're going live to the results. So that will be coming up in the next few weeks on the YouTube channel. Our chat with David Hull, who is the retiring archivist of the 12 Bell website, and all of the stats and information that's being held there. Well, I'm just going to try and get in some more messages from the email box before we have more Mexican waves and the actual results. So let's go to Karen McCleve, who says, thank you very much, Matthew and team, for another year's excellent coverage of the 12 Bell finals. It's been great to hear the ringing and hear the insights from the teams following their test pieces. I'm sorry I didn't have any pets to photograph, but the broad beans and potatoes here on my allotment in Hexham are enjoying it very much. That's Karen McCleve. We've got, who else got in touch? My email is going, Ben Mayer. Hello, Ben. Actually, yes. So Ben has been in touch with Seb and Holly. We are enjoying listening to the broadcast and supporting remotely Mummy, Gemma and the St Paul's Band, as well as great Uncle Simon and the College Youths. There we go. That's good. Hilda Ship says D. Paul Smith would like to send his best wishes to all ringers and viewers today. He has fond memories of many old friends and still values his 12 Bell winning certificate from 40 years ago. That's incredible. Thank you, Hilda. We appreciate you getting in touch with that little nugget of information. Where else are we going? Matthew and the team, I've greatly enjoyed watching and listening to some exceptional ringing today, as well as some interesting interviews. It's been brilliant. This is Robert McGrain. We're here at the Southampton University's Guild. We're composed of ringers of all ability, and we look forward to welcoming new members in September. Of course, we were talking about university ringing a little bit earlier as well. We've got David House. David, great to hear from you. He says, I'm very sorry that I can't be in York today. I'm watching ringers gather for the results, and this takes me back to 1980, the very first York contest, when I was chief judge. Alongside me were David Brown and David Parsons, and I remember we were quite nervous as we entered the room, wondering how our decision would go down. My best wishes to today's judges. David, I'm sure that will be well received. We shall pass those on when we get to see them. They are moments away from coming out. So if you're just joining us, we are due to bring you the results of this year's contest in association with the Ringing World, who will be providing full written coverage of the event over the next 2 weeks. So check out those in the next couple of weeks. Well, whilst I'm waiting, I would just like to give a huge shout out to the broadcast production team who have made today possible. I'm the face, I'm the voice of this thing, but I do not do this alone. I'm ably assisted by my producer, Gareth Lawson, who has also been ringing today as well. He is in the studio now with Matt Thusey, who is our technical director, ably assisted by Isaac Renton and Michael Bell. We've also had tremendous help from David Richards, who's looking after the strichometer. There's a big overlap with some of the technology and microphones that we use. The microphones, I will be honest, not in directly the same place. Our microphones have been above the bells, giving you a stereo feed, and the microphone that Strichometer uses is directly underneath the bells. We wanted to give you that lovely surround sound experience as well. David has been assisted by Sam Spencer as well, who's been doing some extra stuff for us in the studio as well. Content production has been by Robert Convey, who's here with me in the Methodist Church here. Isaac Renton is crouching down by me, if you can see him on the camera, just checking some of the technical things. And our broadcast assistant and person looking after our welfare, keeping us sane and on track, is the wonderful Claire Tosh, with whom support I just can't do this sort of thing. So that is the team working hard and tirelessly behind the scenes. And I have to say, their work doesn't finish once we go off air, because the studio that you've seen on the pictures today has to be taken to bits and carted away again, ready for the next contest. Now, next year's contest will be coming to you from Bury St Edmunds, and I've got the date for you if you've not seen this already. Just to give you a heads up, it will be on Saturday the 26th of June. The qualifiers will be taking place on the 20th of March. The locations of those have yet to be announced, so it's a watch this space. If you are following the 12 Bell competition online, then you'll see the dates will be announced on the social media channels, particularly the 12 Bell Facebook page, where we've been taking messages today, and we will also be putting updates on the website 12bell.org.uk. So heats next year, the qualifiers on the 20th of March, with the final being on Saturday the 26th of June from the beautiful Norman Tower at St Edmundsbury Cathedral, which will be the next stage for the Taylor Trophy. Just remind you as well that this is the 50th anniversary of the Taylor Trophy. We spoke to Andrew Wilby this morning, and you'll be able to re-listen to that interview from the YouTube channel after today, because you can rewind, replay to your heart's content, and that recording will stay up online for as long as we can keep it there. Right, we've got little supporters, young supporters coming in as well, just passing me, looking for spaces to seat. There are still a few spaces in here. There's a real buzz as well. I'm not sure whether you can hear that in the background, but there's a real buzz as ringers wait for the all-important results. So if you're wondering where we are, this afternoon's results are taking place at the Methodist Hall, the Methodist Church in York, because the Minster's not available until a little bit later, and we didn't want to hold up the results, so that's why we're coming to you from a different location. Not quite big enough to get all the ringers in, so some of the ringers have decided to stay in the pub, where they will be watching and listening to the same stream that you are watching and listening to now. If you're just joining us, this is Matthew Tosh bringing you live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final. Wherever you are listening, you are very welcome. The results are being sponsored and brought to you in association with the Ringing World. And I would also like to give thanks to our other sponsors who have made today possible. Key sponsor is John Taylor & Co. And the trophy, the Taylor Trophy, is sitting just beneath the altar of the Methodist Church here, just right at the front. We've also had a grateful support and sponsorship from O'Shea Engineering, Whites of Appleton, Matthew Higby and Company, the Ringing World, as I've already mentioned, plus Avon Ropes and Big Wilf's Muffles. Their support helps bring this contest to ringers and supporting not only here in York but across the country and around the world. And we are mindful that a number of retired ringers are watching. We had some tremendous messages today, both broadcast messages and non-broadcast messages, and we do appreciate your support and your feedback as well. We take that on board. It's very good to hear what you think, your favourite bits, and bits you'd like to hear more of. So if you'd like to get in touch with us after today, then our studio address remains valid. Get in touch with us and we will pick that up in the coming weeks. The email address, just to remind you, is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. And of course, the other place I get feedback is when I go visiting towers, and people often collar me in a corner and tell me what they think. Mostly positive, I would hasten to add. So the tension is mounting. There are nervous faces, and there's a lot of rosy faces as well. I think there's a few people who are just a little softened around the edge, I think would be a diplomatic way of putting it. Enjoying the local tipples that have been on offer in the Cross Keys pub just over the road from York Minster. Now, whilst we await the announcement of the results, Roger Lawson, official photographer for the Ringing World, is going about busily snapping away, capturing the atmosphere, the smiley faces, a couple of sunburnt faces by the looks of it as well. As we await in this rather glorious and decorative Methodist church.
The judges do appear to be taking a little bit longer than we were anticipating and that we were told. We were expecting them to come out around about 1:45. So we're about 8 minutes just late of that at the moment. And that, I wouldn't say
but their eagerness is beginning to show on a few of the faces around here. So if you're sitting at home or in a pub or in your garden or you're feeding a lamb or whatever you're doing and you're starting to get a little impatient, spare a thought for the ringers who have gone through that gruelling process of ringing on the 5900 weight 12 in that glorious and somewhat intimidating building. They've done their hard work, the culmination of all the efforts over the past few months.
Performance, and they are quite literally awaiting judgment.
All will be revealed soon. Well, the Mexican wave activity seems to have abated a little bit, so I don't know whether that's an indication of a few tired people. A few people shuffling up in the pews. Oh, we're waiting. I think I've got an update coming through now. Hold on, I should be right with you. Well, our judges are taking to the stage here. Joe Holden, Jenny Iris, Katie Town and Jenny Town.
I'm not sure how they're going to do it this year. I'm still checking, it's quite unusual.
First person to speak.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming. I think you're pleased to see the judges. Just start with a few thank yous. So thank you to everyone who's been involved with putting on the event today. Particularly, firstly, to Kirsten Hawkins, who has just done her first year as the secretary of the committee and has done a really good job. Obviously, thank you to all the people of York, particularly to the chapter of York and to the local ringers, particularly Alison Edmonds, Jonathan Galloway, David Hull, Paul Tomlin, Elva Ainsworth, Paula Horton and all the stewards for the use of the bells and for all their help today, and also to the Minster staff, particularly Lisa Power, Joe Priestley and the Minster Police, and also to the staff of the Cross Keys and the Central Methodist Church.
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Obviously, thank you to our judges, Katie Town, Jenny Town, Jenny Eris and Joe Holden. And to the technical team today, who are Sam Spencer and Dave Richards. And to the broadcast team for yet another excellent year, Matthew Tosh, Rob Convey, Gareth Lawson, Matt Husey, Isaac Renton, Claire Tosh, Dave Richards and Michael Bell. And also just one extra thank you to David Hull, who has been the web archivist for many, many years and who is standing down. So thank you, David, for all your hard work. And just to confirm, next year's final is at Bury St Edmunds on Saturday the 26th of June. And now I will hand you over to the judges for the bit you actually want.
Right, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for coming to the results. Sorry that we kept you waiting. Part of that is evidence of what a hard job you've all given us today. And we wanted to make sure that we got you the right result rather than a quick result. But you get to hear things from me first before you get the all-important actual results. So I want to extend my sincere thanks to the 12 Bar Committee for inviting me to be able to be Chief Judge. It's been a particular honour to do so when the final's been at York Minster, in my home county and my very favourite Ring of 12. And if you clap every time I say something moderately insightful, we will be here all night, I hope. I am hugely, hugely grateful to my fellow judges, Jenny, Joe and Jenny, for their care, expertise, thoughtful discussions throughout the day and also their very good company. I couldn't have imagined a better team of ladies to spend the day with, and I feel absolutely delighted that they joined me. It feels really fitting. All of us were born in Yorkshire. We have done a decent job at trying to convince Joe to come back, extolling the virtues of Yorkshire, but it feels good to be able to represent our home county. As already mentioned, we've been assisted by Dave and Sam as strikeometer team in the room. Their expertise has been absolutely invaluable today, and their quiet work behind the scenes really does make the judging process work thoroughly. What I wanted to say was that you may be aware, those of you ringing for teams, that there are some known issues with the strikeometer transcription on larger rings of bells. These are not new and have been seen in previous contests. The strikeometer teams really actively monitored that during the day and has highlighted any areas of uncertainty to us, but these have been really minor. As ever, the technology has supported the process and not determined it, and we feel very confident and have been very well looked after by Dave and Sam. We got to this point in the competition by an incredibly strong team of qualifier judges who ensured that we had only the very best teams to listen to today. So thanks to Sian, Hayley, David Durnley, Lizzie, Tom Griffiths, David House, Rob, Ellie and Jad for all your hard work in getting us the very best bands today. And those qualifiers were also enabled by the strikeometer, and we give huge thanks to Ian McCullion for the ongoing use of that technology. Our other thanks go to the most brilliant hosts of volunteers from the York Minster band. Jackie, Guy, Paula, Richard, Jamie and Lynn have looked after us spectacularly today. I mean, if anyone could win on the quality of hosting of judges, the York team have nailed it today and give a very high level for future contests. So just a few words around the bells and the ringing today. So York Minster bells are absolutely magnificent, but they are generally a very demanding challenge. They're not easy bells to ring, particularly at this level, and they ask for real control, rhythm and teamwork. The fact that every single band today met that challenge and rang to a really high quality throughout the day. We noted that every single touch was very respectable for a Sunday service, or in fact any day of the week. And the top 3 that we listened to today were all remarkable. So thank you very much for making our jobs very hard today. It's been thoroughly enjoyable to hear what exceptionally strong ringing can sound like on brilliant bells. But as I say, you made our job difficult. So we've listened intently. We've used strikeometer data to inform what we heard. And we think we've got a fair outcome. We hope we're going to give you some constructive comments that are clear and reflective of what we heard. And we'll see what you think when we run through them. So I'm going to pass on to Joe.
Thank you, Katie. So I'm going to run through the comments for the first 4 bands that rang, and then I'll hand over to Jenny Town for the other bands. So Team A, with a peel speed of 4 hours, a solid start to the day with a good framework from the outset. The course end came up cleanly, but faults were picked up at the start of the second course, with a few unsettled rows after that. The ringing then improved with a good finish. Team B, with a peel speed of 3 hours 56. Inconsistent leading drove an accumulation of small errors. The first course end felt rushed. Errors were repeated within the 6 in the dodging positions. However, there were some patches of good ringing, particularly through the second course. Team C, with a peel speed of 4 hours 3. It took a little while to establish a settled rhythm, but once this was achieved, the ringing improved. Instability at lead had a knock-on effect on the change. Clips didn't overly affect the framework, and the touch had a good finish. Team D, with a peel speed of 3 hours 59. This was a stunning piece of ringing. It achieved an extremely high level of accuracy with minimal errors. And when these faults occurred, there was no impact on the overall framework. The star row came up very cleanly. Being picky, a few rows after the course end lost their sparkle, but it was quickly regained. Overall, this ringing felt coherent, trusting, positive, and controlled. Jenny.
You're all thinking about that, aren't you? Right, on to Team E, with peel speed of 3 hours 55. This band quickly established an excellent framework, which was maintained throughout. All faults were minor. The star row at the end of the first course was exceptionally well executed. Overall, it was a very good piece of ringing, with a team who were confident and clearly working well together. Team F, with a peel speed of 4 hours 1 minute. This touch felt a little hesitant, particularly at lead, with rows stretching out. The ringing felt a little cautious. However, it had a good start and was a consistent piece with no major faults. Team G with a peel speed of 4 hours. It took this band a few rows to settle. The course end felt a little nervy, with some rushed blows. The leading was consistent throughout, and it was generally a strong piece of ringing with a clear framework which was enjoyable to listen to. Team H with a peel speed of 3 hours 56. This team had a shaky start with some rushed blows, which had a material impact and led to an accumulation of errors throughout. At times the ringing was unsettled, however the leading was good and the back bells worked well together. Team I with a peel speed of 3 hours 46. This was the fastest ringing of the day. But it was a confident, flowing, joyous piece of ringing. Whilst this band controlled the touch very well, at times there were small errors throughout, which were perhaps due to the speed. However, we all agreed that we'd have loved to ring with this band.
Right, what everyone's been waiting for. So I'll read out the results in reverse order. So in 9th place, with a score of 70%, Team B. I don't know who they are. Anyone? Okay. Guildford. In 8th place,
Leeds.
with a score of 75%, Team F, St Paul's Cathedral. In 6th place, with a score of 84%, Team C, Cambridge. In 5th place, with a score of 85%, Team A, the Cumberlands. In 4th place, with a score of 86%, Team G, the College Year. This is the interesting bit. In 3rd place, with a score of 91%, and these teams absolutely deserve to be in the 90s, this is Team I, Bristol. In 2nd place, with a score of 92%, Team E, Birmingham.
Well, well, well. Hugs all round from the York ringers here.
Team that we genuinely struggled to fault with a score of 95% with Team D, York.
So there we have it, an incredible home win there. As Alison Edmonds brings the results forward on the screen. So just to recap, York in 1st place, Birmingham in 2nd place.
Can we invite the
3rd
York
place,
team
Bristol.
conductor or whole band or whatever you want to come and collect the trophy, please? That's fine.
Now, there seems to be some confusion. Which is the representative coming up from York? Ed Mack is stepping forwards to be with Andrew Wilby, who is presenting him with the trophy. And Ed holds the trophy high, and you can hear the jubilation here. An amazing win, and a deserved win by the host team here in York.
All-round excellent day for York. Well done. Thank you everyone for coming. Been a great day today, and hope everyone's enjoyed it. I wish you all a good journey home and look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you.
So Peter shall be given these final closing words there as Ed Mack shakes hands with the judges. He's looking very, very happy and somewhat relieved as well. And just looking at Julia Cater, David Hull, I don't think it would be unfair for me to say that there are quite a few tears from the band members here. Absolutely incredible result there, mirroring 1999, the last time the final was held here in York. Joe Waters going around his fellow York ringers. Lots and lots of hugs. A York band winning. It's the highest accolade of the year, and an award that's been bestowed on, dare I say it, by a Yorkshire-linked judging panel. Of course, who are incredibly strict and thorough in their approach. And it sounds like it was a very difficult decision, going what Katie Town was saying as well. Julia, Kate, oh my goodness, I was just watching you there. How are you feeling? You're speechless. I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Absolutely speechless. We've worked, actually interestingly, I wouldn't say we worked really hard, but we really focused and we timed our getting betterness so that we didn't peak too early and stuff. But the top three, it was just not clear, was it? Until they used the word stunning, and then you go, okay, I have hope.
I can live with that. Listen, I'm not going to keep you because you need to go and celebrate with your. Of course you do. Of course, Julia. Thank you. Congratulations. Absolutely amazing words from Julia Cater. And I'm being lost in a sea of people here. So I think I'm going to just see if we can get a word with Katie Town, the chief judge. She's ensconced. So, no, Katie is otherwise engaged at the moment. So, there we have it. The York team have won this year's National 12 Bell Striking Contest final at their home tower in York. So let's remind ourselves of the top three. In third place, we have Bristol in third place. Second place, Birmingham. And in first place, York. That's a superb result for York, and a day that has given us exactly what we hoped for. Top level 12 bell ringing, drama, tension, a magnificent setting, and 9 teams giving everything on a very serious ring of bells. Today has taken us from the gathering of the ringers in the nave of the Minster through the draw, the first team entering the tower at 11:30, and then piece after piece of Stedman sinks on this huge Taylor ring. These bells have asked a lot of the teams. They're big, they're powerful, and in a building of a scale that demands absolute discipline. Well, I have to say that York Minster has given us a setting with extraordinary scale, sound and history, and it has been an absolute privilege to bring the final to you today. And I would like to thank everyone who's made the day possible. The local organising team here in York, the staff and clergy of York Minster, York Cathedral, York Central Methodist Church, the stewards, volunteers, judges, the Strikeometer team and everyone working quietly behind the scenes to keep the day moving. And thank you to all the competing teams as well, not just the 9 teams here, but all of the teams that entered the contest earlier in the year. Whatever the result, reaching the final is a serious achievement, and every band here today has contributed to the quality and atmosphere of the contest. Now, this broadcast would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors. In particular, our thanks go to John Taylor & Co, O'Shea Engineering's, White of Appleton, Matthew Higby & Company, The Ringy World, Avon Ropes and Big Wilf's Muffles. Their support helps bring this contest to ringers and supporters not only here in the Minster but across the country and around the world. I should also like to thank my production team. Gareth Lawson has been alongside me as studio producer, Robert Convey has been leading the content production, and Matt Fusey has been directing the technical side of the broadcast. Ably assisted by Isaac Renton, Sam Spencer, David Richardson and Michael Bell. and Michael Bell. And also our broadcast assistant today has been Claire Tosh. And thank you to you as well, wherever you've been watching or listening. We've heard from people following the contest all around the country and all around the globe, in fact. And it's been great to have your company. Looking ahead to next year, the contest is going to be split into the qualifiers on the 20th of March. The qualifier venues are still to be confirmed, but you'll be able to get those details from the 12 Bell website as soon as they are announced. Next year's final, we can tell you, will be on Saturday the 26th of June at Bury St Edmunds. That will take the contest to another very different setting with the National 12 Bell final at the Norman Tower of St Edmundsbury Cathedral, providing the next stage for the Taylor Trophy. So, from York Minster and the Central Methodist Church here in York, once again, congratulations to the York team, winners of the 2026 National 12 Bell Striking Contest. We hope you have enjoyed the coverage and we look forward to your company again next year. We're going to play you out with the winning piece from the York team, and from all of us here in York, this is Matthew Tosh saying goodbye.
The National 12 Bell Final with Matthew Tosh.